As the first soft light of dawn crept over the horizon, golden rays began to illuminate the sturdy stones of Nuremberg Castle, casting long shadows that danced against the ancient walls. Hartwig stood at the castle gates, his breath visible in the crisp morning air, a reminder of the chill that still lingered from the night. Overhead, the morning chime of bells rang out, their resonant peals echoing through the castle grounds, stirring both soldiers and townsfolk alike from their slumber. The rhythmic clangor served as a wake-up call, signaling not just the start of a new day, but also the commencement of his tireless watch. With the gates creaking open, Hartwig felt a sense of duty wash over him, as familiar as the sun's ascent. He took a breath, inhaling the mingling scents of damp earth and upcoming feasts, before stepping into the bustling courtyard, ready to embrace the myriad faces that would pass through the gates, each carrying their own stories, secrets, and the vibrant life of the castle that awaited him. Little did he know that the day would unfold with whispers and laughter, all evolving into a narrative that would forever alter the course of his life and the fate of Nuremberg itself. As the echoes of the morning chime faded, Hartwig stepped outside the heavy wooden gates of the castle, the cool air brushing against his skin. The sun, still fighting against the night's remnants, cast golden hues over the stony courtyard, illuminating the faces of the guards as they gathered for their daily muster. Hartwig felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Each soldier's salute sparked a flicker of pride in his heart. He surveyed the bustle unfolding before him. Laughter and shouts of children mingled with the distant clatter of merchants unloading their goods just beyond the castle's walls. Today's duties demanded his attention, yet his thoughts danced like the leaves in the gentle breeze, lingering on the myriad lives flowing through the castle. Cooks stirring bubbling stews, nurses tending to the young and elderly, and nobles meeting to discuss matters of both beauty and treachery. Steeling himself with resolve, Hartwig turned towards the gatehouse, his footsteps retracing the well-worn path of countless mornings past, each step a reminder of the world that clamored just beyond the stone threshold he vowed to protect. The resonant tolling of the castle bell echoed through the crisp morning air, a clarion call that summoned the realm of Nuremberg from its slumber. Each chime reverberated against the stone walls, an ancient rhythm that marked the passage of time and the awakening of the castle's heart. Hartwig stood at the gate, the cadence weaving into his very being, anchoring him to his duties. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, illuminating the cobbled paths with a golden hue, he felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a well-worn cloak. The bell, with its resonant somberness, served as a reminder. Life beyond the gates thrummed with both promise and peril. Vendors began to stir, their carts rattling as they unloaded goods. Hartwig, eyes scanning the horizon, knew that the day's forthcoming encounters held secrets yet unspoken, like whispers carried by the wind, setting the stage for what lay ahead. The sun crested over the horizon, casting a warm glow upon Nuremberg Castle, illuminating the facade and heralding the arrival of merchants. Bundles of supplies, vibrant fabrics, and glistening trinkets lined the parapets as Hartwig positioned himself at the gate, his watchful eyes scanning the approaching caravans. The air was thick with the mingled scents of freshly baked bread and the spicy tang of cured meats. As the first cart trundled to a halt, the merchant, a stout man with a laughter that boomed like thunder, greeted Hartwig with a jovial nod. "Ah, my friend, what treasures await today?" he bellowed, his arms gesturing broadly as if he bore the weight of the world in his wagons. Amid pleasantries, Hartwig's discerning ear caught whispers of discontent drifting from the townsfolk trailing like shadows behind the carts. While the merchant's banter rang with cheer, undercurrents of unease crept beneath the surface of the day. Hartwig replied, "Only the best as usual." Yet his thoughts lingered on the wary faces of townspeople. With each exchange, glances were cast toward the castle, unspoken fears of dwindling supplies weighing heavily in their hearts. As the sun hung high and the vibrant market came alive, tensions simmered just below the festive surface, hinting at storms yet to come. The laughter around him felt both genuine and fragile, like a thin layer of ice over a deep, hidden chasm of unrest. After the merchants finished their unloading, Hartwig resumed his post, ever vigilant, as the echoes of laughter dissipated into the stone walls, the walls that had withstood countless seasons, only to hear the faint whispers of something darker merging with the joyful clamor. The castle felt alive with stories, both of triumph and trepidation, pulses of life swirling through history, begging to be heard. The sun hung low in the sky as Hartwig stationed himself at the gate, keenly aware of the bustling market below. Merchants, with their vibrant stalls and boisterous cries, filled the streets, their voices rising above the din like a melody of commerce. He caught snippets of gossip as he noticed their gestures, winks, and furtive glances, little threads of intrigue that hinted at deeper currents within the noble court. "Did you hear? Lady Beatrix's hand has been promised to Lord Reginald," one merchant whispered to another, their eyes darting as if the winds themselves might carry their words to indifferent ears. Hartwig leaned closer, curiosity piqued, as the realities of court politics intruded into his world of stone walls and watchful eyes. The gate, ordinarily a mere border between safety and chaos, now felt like a portal to the tangled lives entwined in secrecy. He vowed to discern truth from fancy, for there lay safety in knowledge and the subtle power of discernment. As the sun dipped behind the castle's ramparts, shadows crept forward, hinting at the mysteries concealed within the night. As the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyard, the steady rumble of hooves announced the approach of a traveler. Hartwig squinted into the fading light, a mix of intrigue and wariness swirling in his chest. The figure emerged, cloaked and enigmatic, radiating an aura of urgency, as if the very air around them thrummed with unspoken secrets. A rustle of fabric accompanied their every movement, hinting at the burden they carried beneath the folds of their garment. "What news do you bring from the road?" Hartwig inquired, his voice steady but tinged with curiosity. With a quick, knowing glance, the traveler stepped closer, their eyes reflecting the flickers of torchlight from the castle walls. "Speak of dangers that loom, and of alliances that may be formed," they replied, their voice smooth yet urgent. In that moment, Hartwig felt the weight of destiny shift, drawing him into a web of intrigue that promised to entwine his life forever. The kitchen of Nuremberg Castle buzzed with frenetic energy, a veritable theater of culinary delight where flames danced high and the air thickened with tantalizing scents. Hartwig could scarcely resist the allure of roasted meats and simmering broths as he strode through the bustling corridors, where scullery maids scurried with baskets brimming with freshly baked bread and vibrant vegetables from the castle gardens. The sounds of clattering pots and exuberant laughter echoed off the stone walls, filling the very soul of the castle with warmth amid the chill of the approaching evening. As he neared the great hall, the aroma sharpened, mingling with the crispness of ale and the tartness of fruits, each smell weaving together stories untold, each ingredient a whisper of heritage. Hartwig imagined the jovial banquet, lords and ladies, adorned in their fine garb, gathering to relish not just the dishes, but the bonds of camaraderie they conjured. It was a celebration of unity that even the most hardened hearts could not resist, setting the stage for a night interwoven with secrets yet to unfold, just as the shadows began to stretch across the feasting tables. The laughter of children dances through the castle grounds, brightening the otherwise stoic atmosphere. As Hartwig leans against the cool stones of the gate, he watches a group of small figures dart between the trees, their carefree shouts filling the air with innocent joy. The tapestry of their laughter wraps around him like a warm blanket, momentarily lifting the weight of his duties. He recalls his own childhood, running wild in a world devoid of burdens, where his greatest fear was a scraped knee, rather than the whispers of conspiracies echoing through the castle walls. In this fleeting moment, the guards belong to a realm untouched by the machinations of power and ambition. The children, playing knights and maidens, embody the spirit of hope that Hartwig knows all too well. Their laughter serves as a reminder. Even amid political strife and encroaching shadows, life within the castle perseveres, pulse swift and assured. Yet, beneath their unfettered joy lies a truth Hartwig cannot ignore: the inevitability of the hardships that would soon touch their innocent lives. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cold stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle. Hartwig, stationed in his post as the last embers of daylight flickered, could feel a palpable tension in the air. Whispers infiltrated the nighttime silence, ghostly echoes of conspiracies swirling through the halls. It was on this restless evening that he found himself straining to catch fragments of murmured secrets shared among the guards, their faces shrouded in flickering torchlight. "Did you hear what Countess Helga's men plotted?" one guard intoned, his voice barely above a whisper. The words ignited Hartwig's curiosity, the tendrils of intrigue pulling him closer, as he imagined the web of alliances weaving through the noble families. Each hushed syllable seemed to entwine around his thoughts, weaving a tapestry of uncertainty that threatened to unravel. Hartwig's heart raced. The very foundation of loyalty and trust was at stake, and he would not let the darkness descend without illuminating the path ahead. The echoes of laughter grew fainter as shadows deepened around the castle walls, and Hartwig found himself drawn to a clandestine corner of the courtyard. Solitary moments often piqued his curiosity, leading him to overhear conversations exchanged in hushed tones. As he leaned against the cool stone, two guards huddled nearby, their voices intertwining with the whisper of the evening breeze, sharing animated tales steeped in gallant deeds and whispered treachery. The elder guard, with a face lined by the years, described the exploits of knights long past, each tale igniting Hartwig's sense of wonder and duty. With every recounting of valiant defiance and whispered plots against the crown, he felt the weight of his own responsibilities settle more heavily upon his shoulders. The intricate dance of alliance and deception unfolded before him, each narrative intertwining his life with the very fabric of the castle. What lurking secrets lay hidden in the shadows? The thought nagged at him as the night deepened, heralding the promise of new mysteries ripe for exploration. Hartwig stood at his post, the early morning sun casting a golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, illuminating the imposing stone walls that had withstood the test of time. As the day unfolded, the castle buzzed with anticipation for the arrival of Lady Adela, the noblewoman whose grace and intellect captivated all who crossed her path. Hartwig respected her keen insight, often finding solace in her discussions about the mundane intricacies of castle life and the larger political landscape. As he gazed upon the courtyard, he noticed the flags flapping in the gentle breeze, the colors vibrant, a stark contrast to the somber undercurrents he had sensed among the guards. The memory of their last encounter lingered, her laughter softening the rigid edges of responsibility that wrapped around him like a heavy cloak. Today, he would seek her counsel once more, hoping to navigate the rising tensions among the nobles that lingered like shadows over the castle. Just then, the distant sound of hoofbeats echoed through the gates, signaling her arrival. With each step she drew closer, Hartwig felt a mix of hope and duty. The balance of the castle's future seemed to hinge not only on walls and weapons, but also on the hearts and wisdom of those within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the cobbled courtyard, Hartwig found himself drawn to the quiet alcove near the castle's ancient walls. It was there, hidden beneath the sprawling ivy, that he often stole moments of tranquility away from the chaos of castle life. Whispers of laughter drifted from the banquet hall, but tonight his thoughts wandered elsewhere, somewhere far more personal. Elysia, a spirited girl from the village, would sometimes join him in these secluded spots. Their stolen glances had evolved into something deeper, a playful dance of unspoken affection that flourished in the shadows. He recalled their last meeting, laughter still lingering on her lips as she brushed against him, the world around them fading into insignificance. Yet Hartwig felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. The castle needed its steadfast gatekeeper, and he was bound by duty. Still, he yearned for one more moment, one more stolen encounter beneath the stars. As he took a breath to steady his racing heart, a soft voice called his name, pulling him from his thoughts. "Hartwig?" Elysia stepped into view, her presence igniting a warmth that spread through him like wildfire, igniting hope in an uncertain world. Hartwig's heart raced as he ventured toward the northern ramparts, a twinge of unease curling in his stomach. The thin line of sunlight danced through the cracks in the stone walls, illuminating the path that led to the infamous dark corner of the castle, where whispers of neglect had given rise to a creeping worry. The recent discovery of damage, a fracture snaking through the aged stone, had sent tremors of alarm through the castle's foundations. He knelt to touch the rough surface, tracing the lines that portended a greater threat. In the shadows, a murmuring wind seemed to echo his thoughts, a warning intertwined in the chill. As he straightened, the distant clang of a bell interrupted his reverie, a reminder of the bustling life below. Mustering his resolve, he turned to seek out the town's master mason, for the safety of the castle rested not solely on ancient stones, but on the alliances he would forge. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows on the stone walls as Hartwig entered the grand council chamber, where the nobles were already gathered, their faces taut with concern. The tension hung in the air like an impending storm, each noble's voice rising and falling like the tide as they debated the castle's defenses and the ever-looming threats beyond its gates. Hartwig, though only a gatekeeper, felt the weight of their words pressing down upon him. He stepped forward, his heart racing as he cleared his throat, ready to voice his insights. The integrity of our walls faces many threats from the outside, yet it is the discord among us that truly endangers our haven, he began, his voice steady but urgent. The assembly fell silent, watching him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. As Hartwig continued, sharing tales of alliances forged in trust and camaraderie, he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps their shared fears could unite rather than divide them. The storm brewed ominously over Nuremberg Castle, the air electric with anticipation. Hartwig leaned against the cold stone of the ramparts, feeling the distant rumble of thunder echoing like a war drum through the valley below. As the wind howled, it carried whispered fears from the townsfolk, their worries entwined with his own. This night was not just a test of the castle's defenses against nature. It threatened to unearth hidden turmoil among the nobles gathered within the hall. With each flash of lightning illuminating the battlements, Hartwig's thoughts danced like shadows in the flickering torchlight, memories of a youthful innocence overshadowed by the weight of responsibility now bore down upon him like a heavy cloak. As rain began to pelt the stone, he felt the urgency build within him to confront the discord lurking beneath the surface. The storm, both ferocious and cleansing, beckoned him to act and seek clarity in the chaos that enveloped the very heart of his home. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg Castle, casting long shadows against the ancient walls, Hartwig found himself lost in the reverie of memories that seemed carved into the stones themselves. The cool, brisk air carried the scent of freshly turned earth and blooming wildflowers, triggering thoughts of his childhood spent in the village below, where simplicity reigned and laughter echoed freely. He recalled the joyous days by the river bank, the warmth of his mother's arms, and the comforting embrace of family gatherings that now felt like a lifetime away. Tonight, as he stood watch over the gate, the stars twinkled faintly against the velvety sky, reminding Hartwig of wishes whispered in hushed tones. Yet, buried beneath his nostalgia lay an undercurrent of uncertainty. The threats that loomed over the castle were ever present, whispering of change. The evening promised secrets yet untold, and with restless awareness he steeled himself against the shadows gathering at the edges of his world. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the bustling village below as Hartwig made his way to the castle gates. The aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread danced on the breeze, weaving through the laughter and music that echoed during the harvest festival. Banners fluttered gaily, each color a testament to the pride of the townsfolk, united in celebration. Children chased one another, their joyous shrieks mingling with the hearty songs sung by bards in the square. As he leaned against the cool stone of the gate, Hartwig marveled at the vibrancy of life outside the walls, a stark contrast to the somber duties he often faced. This was not merely a day of feasting, it was a reminder of resilience. Amidst the chaos of his responsibilities, moments of joy like these held the promise of fleeting peace, a balm for the relentless shadows looming ever nearer. Yet in his heart, a sigh escaped, knowing that tranquility would soon be tested again. The sun dipped low over Nuremberg Castle, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyard where laughter rang out like music against the encroaching dusk. Children, their cheeks flushed with excitement, played a game of tag, darting through the arches and around the great stone columns. Their joyous shouts mingled with the scent of roasted meats wafting through the air from the kitchens, an invitation to the deep camaraderie that underscored castle life. Hartwig, leaning against the worn stone wall, allowed himself a rare smile as he watched their spirited chase, a vivid reminder of innocence in a world often overshadowed by duty and strife. But as the last rays of sunlight flickered and the castle's shadows deepened, he sensed an undercurrent of tension within the laughter. Whispers danced through the air, hinting at unspoken fears and the weight of secrets. As twilight settled in, the atmosphere shifted. The lightheartedness began to wane, leaving something ominous lingering just beyond the laughter. A chill settled over Nuremberg Castle as dusk cast long shadows across the stone corridors. Hartwig lingered near the flickering torchlight, the murmurs and whispers that slithered through the hallways igniting a steady fire of unease in his breast. This night was different, thick with tension. A visit from the seer had stirred the very air, mingling prophecies and fearful glances among the nobles. Their words were hesitant, layered with an unsettling prophecy that hinted at dark omens and trials yet to come. As he stood sentinel, the weight of expectation enveloped him like an unwelcome cloak. Hartwig could feel it pressing against his chest, intertwining with the thoughts of his comrades. Hours passed, and by the time the moon hung high and full, the air pulsed with a frantic energy, as if the very stones of the castle held their breath. How many secrets remained hidden in the shadows? A breeze whispered through the cracks in the ancient walls, weaving unsettling promises of fate and consequence, and he knew the night's revelations would echo long after dawn's first light. Hartwig leaned against the castle wall, the night air heavy with anticipation, as tales of the past filled the chilly darkness. The seasoned guard's voice wove through the shadows, recounting legendary battles fought long before Hartwig's time. Heroes and their formidable foes danced through the flickering torchlight. Each story, bold and tragic, ignited the imaginations of the younger guards, who leaned in closer, eyes wide with wonder. As the night deepened, laughter bounced off the stone walls, punctuated by the crackle of firewood, mingling with the scent of roasting meat wafting from the kitchens. Hartwig felt a pang of nostalgia. These stories, rich with valor, stitched together the fabric of their shared existence. They were not merely guards, but guardians of a lineage steeped in honor, bound by their desire to protect. His heart swelled with pride, despite the lurking doubts that hid in the corners of his mind. Whispering of dangers yet to come, the stories of spirits zipping through the cold stone corridors had long settled into the fabric of Nuremberg Castle, weaving a quilt of whispers that danced in the shadows. As Hartwig listened intently, the tales of ethereal guardians filled the air, their echoes mingling with the gusty winds that rattled the battlements at dusk. The guards huddled together, eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination, recounting their own brush with the supernatural. A flickering candle cast elongated silhouettes against the walls, illuminating the faces of those drawn closer by the thrill of the unknown. Old Franz, a veteran with season-worn skin etched in stories, leaned forth, voice low and reverent. "They protect us, you know." He spoke of the spectral figures rumored to emerge at twilight, cloaked in moonlight. "But beware, their presence comes with a warning." The room fell silent, uneasy anticipation hanging in the air like the smoke wafting from the hearth. What price would they pay for their protection, Hartwig wondered, as doubts crept into the corners of his thoughts, igniting a spark of unease about what lay ahead. As dawn's light began to filter through the thick canopy of trees just outside the castle's imposing walls, the air crackled with an undercurrent of anticipation. Horse hooves thumped in rhythmic harmony, echoing across the forest floor, as knights prepared for the hunt. Hartwig stood at the castle gate, his heart an electric pulse of excitement and responsibility. The scent of dew-kissed earth mingled with the faint whiff of roasting meats, promising a banquet fit for the conquering heroes. Nobles adorned in vibrant plumage flooded in, their laughter and loud boasts weaving through the daybreak haze. Hartwig's mind flickered to the tales of glory that would unfold with each arrow released and hound unleashed. Yet beneath the revelry lay an undercurrent of tension, a reminder that while they pursued the thrill of the hunt, shadows loomed for those who dared enter the wilds. As the sun ascended, so too did the spirits of those gathered, blind to the impending darkness that stirred beyond the trees. In the flickering candlelight of the castle's great hall, the air thickened with tension as Hartwig steeled himself against the merchant's words. His heart raced, for the tale told was one of betrayal, disguised as a gesture of goodwill. The merchant, with his smooth tongue, spoke of fine silks and rare spices, yet the undertones hinted at a deeper malice, a plot brewed in the shadows of the marketplace. Rumors suggested that this seemingly innocuous trader sought not only wealth but power, weaving a web of revenge against the very walls that offered sanctuary. As Hartwig listened, the laughter of children outside echoed, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within. Glancing toward the shutters, he recalled the innocence that would be lost to the machinations of men. Resolute, he knew he had to act before the merchant's insidious plans unfurled, jeopardizing the fragile peace of the castle. The shadows loomed larger, and Hartwig's duty had never felt heavier. With the sun dipping low on the horizon, its rays filtering through the ancient gaps in the stone walls, Hartwig found himself lost in thought, the weight of the heavy cloak resting on his shoulders burdening him. This cloak, handed down through generations, held the whispers of the past, tales of bravery and hardship sewn into its very fabric. Each thread told a story of a keeper who once stood guard at this castle, who faced challenges and stood firm against the tides of time. As he tightened the cloak around him, memories flooded back, the feel of leather gloves, the scent of damp earth, and the warmth of camaraderie shared with his fellow guards, echoing in the air. Just then a faint commotion brought him back to reality. Voices from beyond the gates hinted at a visitor's arrival. The cloak of history wrapped him in its embrace, yet it was the unknown future that stirred his heart. Eager to discover what unfolded, he stepped towards the gates, ready for whatever awaited him. Hartwig stood in the dim light of the castle's stone chamber, unraveling threads of thought that had long been knotted in darkness. Beneath his rough fingertips, the aged parchment felt heavy with history, whispering the secrets of the past. Legends tied to a lost artifact eluded him, surfacing in the hushed conversations of guards and the murmurs of the village folk. As he traced the faded ink, fragments of tales began to coalesce, hinting at a treasure hidden somewhere within the castle's formidable walls. His mind raced, conjuring images of narrow passages and cloistered rooms, each shrouded in shadows of centuries gone by. The weight of discovery stirred his pulse, igniting a spark of hope amidst burdens of duty. With each whisper of forgotten lore, he felt himself drawn closer to the truth, a truth that could reshape the very essence of the castle's legacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hartwig resolved to delve deeper, determined to unearth the story waiting to be told. As Hartwig stood at the main gate, the bustle of the town beyond the castle walls felt like a distant echo. Little did he know, whispers of discontent were swirling beneath the surface, and the tension was rising like steam on a cold morning. A market dispute had ignited misunderstandings between the guards and townsfolk, stemming from a recent quarrel over tolls that had escalated far beyond their original intent. Tension thickened the air, each passing glance heavy with unspoken words. Hartwig overheard raised voices, merchants gesturing wildly as anger mingled with confusion. It was a spark waiting for the right moment to ignite. He knew that as the gatekeeper, his role extended far beyond merely opening and closing the heavy doors. It demanded intervention, a mediator's hand to prevent a catastrophe. Because in this world where alliances shifted like autumn leaves, a misunderstanding could easily turn friend against friend, authority against the people. Determined to defuse the situation, he stepped into the fray, acutely aware that the very fabric of their community hung in the balance. The dusk air clung thick with tension, a palpable energy that enveloped Nuremberg Castle as the day's shadows stretched longer than the ancient stones themselves. Hartwig's heart thudded in time with the echoing flaps of the great banners, rippling in the wind as the hunters prepared for their expedition beyond the secured walls. He stood at the gate, watching as his comrades donned their leather armor, each man carrying the weight of honor and tragic tales etched into their hardened visages. The exhilarating scent of fresh earth mingled with the waft of pine drifting from the forest, instilling both dread and fervor in his chest. Suddenly, a distant howl pierced the air, sending a chill through him. They were not the only ones poised for the hunt tonight. Hartwig quickly steeled himself, reminding his comrades that courage was their greatest weapon. With determined gazes and whispered promises of bravery, they stepped out into the gathering twilight, ready to confront both the beasts and the whispered secrets lurking just beyond the trees. Hartwig stood at the castle's edge, the air thick with anticipation as the annual tournament approached. The sun cast golden rays upon the emerald greens of the training grounds, where knights who had spent months honing their skills prepared to showcase their might. Tents adorned with colorful banners fluttered like flags of war, and laughter intertwined with the sound of clanging swords as nobles and commoners alike gathered in joyous celebration. Wandering through the crowded courtyard, Hartwig felt a swell of pride for the Castellan heritage he guarded. Each fighter represented not just their lineage, but the hopes of families yearning for victory. Friends cheered, strangers bickered, and children darted around, their laughter ringing sweetly in his ears. Among the clamor of excitement, Hartwig found himself reflecting upon the bonds forged here. A tantalizing blend of rivalry and camaraderie, drawing the castle's inhabitants closer with every tournament held. As the first match commenced, the air ignited with fervor, and Hartwig prepared to witness the unfolding drama, feeling the weight of expectation and honor on his shoulders. The grand tournament had drawn nobles from all corners of the realm, filling the castle with an electric anticipation. As Hartwig stood by the gates, the cheers and shouts of excitement echoed in his ears. Knights clad in polished armor brandished their swords, while foot soldiers prepared the field for a display of skill and honor. The sun blazed overhead, casting long shadows as the challengers took to their steeds snorting and pawing at the ground in eagerness. Amid the jubilation, tension simmered just below the surface. Whispers of rivalry and honor spilled forth, thickening the air like the sweet aromas wafting from the kitchens. Hartwig's heart raced, not just at the thrill of the contest before him, but at the undercurrent of conflict brewing unseen, as old grudges threatened to reignite. He had learned that every festival held its own perils. As the first clash rang out, steel met steel, and Hartwig's instincts sharpened. The spirit of the tournament was alive, yet the shadows whispered of looming challenges. The laughter of children echoed through the cobblestone courtyard, weaving a comforting lullaby that juxtaposed the seriousness of castle life. Their carefree joy filled the air with a sense of hope that even the most tumultuous days could not extinguish. Hartwig paused, watching as a group of young ones played a game of tag, their shrieks of delight mingling with birdsong and the distant sounds of daily toil. In these moments, the weight of his duties softened, revealing the innocence that persisted even amid the stone walls of the fortress. He felt an ache deep within. Memories of his own youth flickered like shadows dancing upon the walls. Yet, as easily as happiness arrived, a flicker of worry disturbed Hartwig's heart. The murmurs of unrest from the guards had begun to circulate, rumors flaring like wildfire. He took a long breath, standing watch over the laughter, aware that a storm brewed on the horizon, threatening to shatter their fragile peace. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Hartwig patrolled the ramparts, the cool night air wrapping around him like a familiar cloak. Each step echoed against the ancient stones, a rhythmic reminder of the long history etched into the castle walls. As he gazed down upon the realm stretched beneath him, he felt the pulse of life, the distant flicker of lanterns, the soft murmur of voices drifting through night, and the rustle of leaves that whispered secrets to the stars. In this tranquil solitude, he seized the opportunity to reflect on the weight of his duties. Guarding the gate was not merely a task, it was a mantle of history, intertwined with the fate of those he vowed to protect. Yet, tonight, shadows stretched longer, hinting at unseen challenges yet to come. Hartwig took a deep breath, steeling himself for the tempest that stirred just beyond the horizon, a reminder that peace could be a fragile illusion. The night air was thick with a sense of camaraderie as Hartwig made his nightly patrol along the castle ramparts, the stars twinkling up above like a million watchful eyes. As he cast his gaze toward the quiet village below, his mind drifted to the souls he had forged bonds with, unexpected companions who had stepped forward in the face of adversity. The painter who brought life to ancient stone, the baker whose wares could lift spirits, and the spirited widow who dispensed wisdom with her gentle laughter, they all became threads in the intricate tapestry of his existence. Their stories intertwined with his own, weaving a rich narrative of resilience and hope, reminding him that even in the darkest hours solace could be found in unity. As laughter echoed faintly from the courtyard, where guards shared tales and secrets, Hartwig felt a warmth surging through him. Tomorrow, he vowed, would bring new challenges, but tonight he cherished this moment, an alliance of hearts in the ancient castle's embrace. As twilight draped its soft cloak over Nuremberg Castle, the air hummed with anticipation. Hartwig lingered outside the noblewoman's bower, memories swirling in his mind like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze. He recalled the stolen glances exchanged during council meetings, and the way her laughter could banish the shadows that clung to the stone walls. Tonight, he mustered the courage to present her with a token of his admiration, a delicate silver brooch, shaped like a crescent moon, a symbol of protection and guidance. With each step closer to her chamber, his heart quickened, the weight of his unspoken feelings pressing upon him. The faint flicker of candlelight flickered through the door, illuminating the ornate decorations that adorned her quarters. He hesitated before rapping gently, feeling the moment poised on a knife's edge. As the door swung open, a rush of warm air enveloped him, drawing him into the sanctum of her world, a world that now seemed within reach, yet impossibly distant. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber rays through the stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle, an air of uncertainty settled upon the hall. The renowned king's envoy had arrived unannounced, his presence electrifying the somber atmosphere as nobles whispered anxiously in the shadows. Hartwig stood at the threshold, his heart thrumming with a mix of pride and trepidation. The fate of their lands now wavered precariously on the edge of the envoy's words. He watched as the emissary unfurled a scroll, its wax seal broken in haste, revealing royal decrees that echoed through the chamber like thunder. Tension rippled among the gathered nobles, their pride battling the dire news of impending strife that lay ahead. Each syllable hung heavy in the air, a herald of uncertainty. In this solemn moment, the intricate tapestry of loyalty and ambition twisted further, binding Hartwig's destiny ever more tightly to that of the castle he vowed to protect. As twilight descended upon the castle, shadows danced along the stone walls, weaving a tapestry of light and dark. Hartwig trudged through the castle's halls, the weight of uncertainty heavy on his shoulders. The tales shared among the night watch lingered in his mind, their eerie echoes peppered with the thrill of fear. The guards spoke in hushed tones, recounting experiences that chilled the blood, whispers of a figure seen flitting through the moonlight, an otherworldly presence said to roam the battlements on stormy nights. Resting against the cold stone, Hartwig contemplated the implications. Could the stories hold a sliver of truth? He recalled the feather-light brush of the chill on the back of his neck and the sense of being watched. Determined to fortify the fortress against whatever specter haunted their nights, he resolved to bring the guards' tales to the forefront. Rising from contemplation, Hartwig knew the importance of vigilance. Dread was a palpable force that could paralyze even the bravest of souls. The dim flicker of torchlight danced along the cold stone walls as Hartwig took a slow, measured breath, the weight of a whispered promise clinging to him. He had vowed to protect the secret shared by his dear friend, a man of honor caught in a web of intrigue that threatened to unravel their fragile alliances. Hartwig's heart raced as he navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the castle, each step echoing with thoughts of loyalty and sacrifice. The shadows seemed to breathe, whispering tales of betrayal that lurked just beyond the periphery of his awareness. He felt the anxious tension in the air, the heavy sense of impending choices that would test his resolve. As he approached the gate, the soft murmurs of guards mingled with the restless rustling of the night. Outside, the night whispered secrets, urging Hartwig to reflect on his vow to keep his friend safe, unaware that the darkness itself was enmeshed in turmoil. The whispers of unease grew too palpable to ignore, a dark cloud settling over Nuremberg Castle as the frost-bitten air stilled like a heart awaiting its reckoning. Shadows danced along the stone corridors, the flickering torchlight morphing into elongated specters that seemed to peer into the souls of those who wandered too close. Hartwig's heart raced as he stood vigilant, the weight of a veiled threat pressing upon his shoulders. He exchanged glances with his fellow guards, an unspoken understanding bridging the silence. Beneath their cautious exterior lurked a collective anxiety that gnawed at them, fueled by hushed conversations and furtive glances shared in the keep. As night fell deeper, the air turned electric with anticipation. Ominous clouds rolled toward the castle like distant thunder, echoing the dark whispers inscribed within the hearts of the men and women keeping watch. Hartwig felt it, an impending storm brewing not just in the skies, but in the very fabric of alliances once forged in honor and loyalty. With a resolute breath, he braced himself for the unknown that approached, determined to protect those who had placed their trust in him. The night grew heavier around him, and he steadied his grip on the hilt of his sword, prepared to face whatever shadows awaited beyond the castle walls. The flickering light from the torches cast long shadows across the cold stone walls as Hartwig thumbed through the scribe's meticulously penned notebook. Dust motes danced in the air, vibrant against the dim glow, each page whispering the secrets of former gatekeepers. The ink told tales of triumphs and tribulations, victories hard won and sorrowful losses endured. He could almost hear the voices of those who had walked these corridors long before him, echoing through the vaulted chambers of the castle, their legacies intertwining with his own. As he read, a revelation sparked within him. Threads of fate spun through generations, connecting him to the very foundation of Nuremberg Castle. With each stroke of the quill captured in the notebook, Hartwig understood the weight of his duty. The history of the castle lingered in the air, urging him to forge a new path. The realization surged through him as he closed the book, leaving him restless for action, longing to protect the legacy that intertwined with his own. Hartwig stood at the edge of the castle ramparts, the wind tugging at his tunic as he watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and crimson. Beneath the warmth of the fading light lay his daughter, Alara, who had ventured out to the nearby woods, her laughter mingling with the chirping of crickets. She had no idea that her father's heart was a turmoil of worry. The shroud of war was not just an abstract threat, but a reality lingering closer every day. His thoughts spiraled, heavy with the knowledge that soon every villager would face choices: to fight for their homeland, or to flee into the uncertain darkness beyond the castle gates. They were watched over, yes, but he alone bore the burden of ensuring their safety. As the last rays flickered, a profound decision grew in his heart, a father's vow to protect not just stone and steel, but the laughter echoing through their halls. With resolve, he whispered to the wind, promising Alara a future unmarred by the shadows of conflict, even if it meant carrying the weight of that promise alone. The air was thick with the musty scent of dust and stone as Hartwig ventured into the hidden chamber, a place often whispered about in hushed tones around the flickering fires. The narrow passageway, dimly lit by the wavering light of his torch, led him deeper into the castle's forgotten heart. Cobwebs draped the corners like ancient curtains, protective layers guarding secrets long buried. Reaching the chamber, he found an ornate chest adorned with intricate carvings, each telling tales of forgotten ancestors. With careful hands he opened it, releasing a plume of dust and the intoxicating scent of ages past. Inside lay scrolls filled with faded ink, accounts of valor, lost artifacts, and forgotten allies entwined in the fabric of Nuremberg's history. As he unraveled the scrolls, one caught his eye, a map, marked with symbols that promised adventure and peril alike. His heart surged with anticipation. This was a call to uncover the truths that had shaped his world, reigniting his purpose within the stony walls of the castle. As dusk settled over Nuremberg Castle, shadows coiled around its ancient walls, deepening the sense of foreboding that crept into the hearts of its inhabitants. Hartwig stood at his post, the chill of the evening air mingling with whispers of deceit. A series of clandestine meetings had transpired among the nobles, their intentions masked behind layered smiles and cordial greetings. Hartwig's instincts tinged with unease, urging him to listen more closely to the murmurs that filled the stone corridors. Suddenly, a servant rushed past, clutching a piece of parchment that had slipped from the grasp of a noble. Unfurling the note, Hartwig's heart raced as he read hidden plans for an alliance forged in secrecy, names of sworn enemies intertwined with allies. If such treachery were to come to fruition, the very foundation of loyalty within the castle would tremble. Just then, a low rumble echoed from the towers, a shiver of anticipation. Something wicked was unfolding within the castle's heart. The flickering flames of the torches illuminated the stone walls of the castle, as Hartwig gathered with his closest allies in the dimly lit chamber. The murmur of anxiety hung in the air, thick with unseen tension, as whispers of treachery seized their thoughts. They exchanged furtive glances, each man acutely aware of the vulnerability that lay unfurling like a dark cloak around them. Tonight, they sensed, secrets would come to light, hidden motives surfacing like the rising tide. Fingers tightened around hilted swords, but talk was their best weapon tonight. As Hartwig shared what scraps of information he had gathered, the shadows seemed to grow longer, distorting the faces of the gathering into something almost monstrous. "Trust not in the apparent," he warned, his voice low but resolute, "for among our allies, betrayal lurks." Just as the discussion escalated, the echo of frantic footsteps approached, heralding the arrival of urgent news that could alter the course of their fate forever. The castle, their cherished sanctuary, felt less safe with every passing heartbeat. The flickering torchlight danced across the cold stone walls, casting elongated shadows that suggested both life and death. Hartwig stood at the gate, his heart pounding in rhythm with the war drums echoing from a distance, a sound that melded dread with the anticipation of conflict. He had seen the toll that destiny exacted, witnessed it in the faces of his fellow guards, each marked by silent fears and unshed tears. As the night thickened, a palpable tension enveloped the castle. Whispered conversations became fraught with worry, igniting suspicions that slithered through the corridors like spectral figures. Each sound, a creaking beam, the rustle of leaves, seemed amplified, imbued with the gravity of impending war. Those shadows were more than mere illusions. They were harbingers of choices made and futures intertwined. With every heartbeat, Hartwig understood that the cost of inaction could be greater than the weight of the blade he wore at his side. The echo of deeds past loomed behind him, as the dawn promised inevitability. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows against the castle walls as Hartwig paced the stone corridors, reflecting on the weight of loyalty. Each step echoed his inner turmoil, thoughts tangled like the vines climbing the castle's ramparts. Loyalty was forged in the fires of shared hardship and sacrifice, yet how easily it could turn brittle under the strain of ambition. He recalled the faces of his comrades, the resolve etched on their brows as they stood guard against encroaching darkness. Yet, in the quiet whispers of the night, doubt crept in. Could alliances forged in trust withstand the tests looming ahead? The distant clamor of the marketplace filtered through the air, a reminder of life thriving outside these walls. Hartwig leaned against the cool stone, drawing strength from the unity he felt with his fellow guards. His resolve steeled. He would do everything within his power to protect them, for loyalty was not merely a duty. It was a lifeblood that coursed through the heart of Nuremberg Castle. With a renewed sense of purpose, he ventured forth, ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The distant beating of war drums reverberated through the cold stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle, sending a shiver down Hartwig's spine. Each pulsation seemed to echo the collective anxiety of those within the fortress walls, a haunting reminder of the impending conflict that loomed like a dark storm over the castle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathed in a crimson hue, he gathered with his comrades, their faces etched with worry, yet resolute in purpose. The air was thick with the scent of burning torches and the anxiety of untold tales waiting to be woven into history. Words of courage flickered amidst them, a flickering flame against the impending darkness. In that moment, the walls felt alive with the spirits of defenders past, whispering promises of valor. Hartwig closed his eyes, drawing strength from memories that rekindled his spirit, and steeled himself for what lay ahead, knowing that loyalty and honor would guide his path through the encroaching shadows. In the hushed stillness of night, a solitary candle flickered in the cold stone room where Hartwig reviewed the carefully unfolded parchment before him. The words inscribed within conveyed murmured secrets and veiled threats, each crafted line biting into the fabric of his unease. A sense of foreboding tightened around him, whispering of impending strife. Shadows danced along the walls, forming phantoms of worry that coiled tighter with each phrase he deciphered, weaving tales of distrust among those he once counted as allies. The seal from a familiar noble family bore ill tidings. Insidious intentions lurked behind well-chosen words, sparking the fire of contemplation in Hartwig's mind. From these murky depths emerged clarity. Resolute, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead, understanding that the very essence of his role as gatekeeper would be tested. As the dawn approached, illuminating the castle's formidable walls, a storm brewed on the horizon, and with it, the call for vigilance. Hartwig's heart quickened, knowing that to face the unraveling threads of conspiracies, he would need to gather trusted allies, forging bonds even amidst uncertainty. Under the silvery veil of night, as the castle walls loomed high against the star-speckled sky, the air crackled with anticipation. The annual solstice festival, a tapestry of vibrant banners and flickering torches, flowed through the castle's stone corridors, beckoning laughter and song. Hartwig, in his sturdy garb, traced the familiar pathways, but tonight his heart thudded with a blend of hope and foreboding. Countless revelers swirled in a spirited dance, their joyful shouts mingling with the sweet aroma of spiced wine and roasted meats. Yet beneath the jubilant facade, an undercurrent of tension stirred. Whispers circled like shadows, hinting at a fate darker than revelry, a prophecy entwined in the night's celebrations. As Hartwig passed through the throng, he caught a glimpse of the fortune-teller's booth, draped in silks, flickering candlelight illuminating her inscrutable gaze. Curiosity gnawed at him, igniting an unsettled feeling within. What truths awaited him in the lingering echoes of celebration, and how would they shape the coming days? The weight of the night settled in his heart, and the dance of shadows began to weave its tale, whispering secrets as they unfolded around him. As twilight cloaked the castle in hues of amber and indigo, a rare gathering unfolded under the tapestry of the stars. Invited by the promise of excitement, nobles and townsfolk alike huddled in the grand courtyard, their laughter mingling with the crackling of torches. As games of chance ignited stories of luck and fortune, tales flew like the swift arrows of archers, each punctuated by shouts of joy or laments of misfortune. Hartwig watched, heart swelling with warmth as a sense of unity gripped the castle. A flicker of hope danced in the air, dispelling the uncertainties that had recently haunted the stone walls. Women spun ribbons while men wagered tokens, a testament not only to their trust but to their resilience. Amidst the jovial ambiance, a gentle breeze carried whispers of destiny. As fortunes shifted and laughter echoed, Hartwig felt a renewed spirit weaving through the crowd, an invisible thread that held them together, even as shadows of conflict loomed on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlements, Hartwig sensed the shift in the air. Whispers of unrest swirled among the guards, each laden with the weight of unspoken fears and uncertainties. It was here, by the flickering firelight, that courage was inextricably linked with vulnerability, as tales of valor and doubt merged seamlessly. One by one, the weary faces gathered close, their eyes reflecting the glow of the flames, the warmth tinged with trepidation. The bond formed in the flickering twilight felt palpable, a pact sealed with unuttered words, each man silently vowing to stand by one another. Tonight, they were more than mere sentinels. They were brothers unified, fortifying the bridge of trust that had begun to fray. Hartwig's heart swelled with a newfound determination, igniting a fire that would drive them forward into the darkness that loomed, the echo of laughter mingling with the solemnity of their pact, a promise to face whatever fate had in store. As the flickering candlelight danced across the stone walls, Hartwig stood before the heavy, ancient door that sheltered the secrets of Nuremberg Castle. The air buzzed with an undeniable tension, a resonance of unresolved histories swirling around him. He caught whispers of laughter from beyond the gates, where celebration breathed life into the somber shadows of the night, yet his heart felt heavy with the weight of impending choices. Reflections on the bonds he had forged swirl in his mind, friends, allies, and the relationships woven into the very fabric of his existence. Each face he recalled mirrored the vulnerabilities they shared, and Hartwig understood the price of loyalty. As he reminisced about the warmth of communal laughter, he resolved to navigate the treacherous waters ahead, embracing the light while preparing for the darkness that loomed. With a steadying breath, he stepped forward, determined to carry the flicker of hope into whatever tempest awaited him. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg Castle, the air thickened with an electric anticipation. Hartwig, still haunted by the events of the night before, walked the ramparts, lost in thought. At that hour, the whispers from the well, a renowned source of secrets and tales within the castle, ebbed and flowed like the melody of an ancient song. The stones seemed to vibrate, carrying echoes of forgotten fears and hoarded dreams. With a heavy heart, Hartwig leaned over the edge, allowing the silken sounds to wash over him, as if they might cleanse the burdens he bore. The tales woven from the depths reminded him that the castle was alive, not merely a fortress of stone, but a keeper of human emotions and legacies. He could almost hear the laughter of children from the castle gardens, mingling with the shadows of loss that lingered. With renewed resolve, he thanked the old spirits for their guidance before hastening back to confront the encroaching darkness. As dawn cast its first gentle rays over the battlements, Hartwig ascended the spiraled stairs leading to the castle's highest tower. Each step resonated with the echoes of history, where countless past gatekeepers had tread, their legacy woven into every stone. From this vantage point, the vista sprawled unhindered. The sun-kissed rooftops of Nuremberg glimmered like scattered gold, while the sprawling countryside unfolded, lush and verdant. Breathing in the crisp morning air, Hartwig felt a surge of clarity. The towering walls that encircled the castle seemed to whisper, urging him to reflect on the burdens he bore. Below, the community stirred, their lives intertwining in a vibrant tapestry of hopes and dreams. Yet amid the beauty, an unshakable unease lingered. His thoughts flickered to whispers of unrest, those with shadows at their backs, gathering beyond their gates. As he gazed out, a flutter at the fringes caught his eye, heralding the need for vigilance. With a heart both heavy and resolute, Hartwig descended, ready to confront whatever storm awaited beyond the stone barriers. As dawn crept over the horizon, a tension thickened the air around Nuremberg Castle, clawing at the edges of expectation. Suddenly a thunderous sound reverberated through the stone walls, a clash that split the morning calm, sending echoes ricocheting through the corridors. The enemy had launched their surprise assault, a formidable wave of chaos crashing against the castle's defenses. Hartwig felt his heart pound in rhythm with the drums of war, each beat imbued with determination and dread. The alarm bells rang out, a frantic, urgent warning that summoned the guards and roused the sleeping assemblage of defenders. Compelled by duty, Hartwig sprinted through the narrow passages, steel nerves giving way to the fierce adrenaline coursing through him. The cacophony of clanging swords and shouted orders filled his ears, mixing with the sharp scent of sweat and burning wood. As he reached the battlements, a chilling realization struck him. This was not merely a clash for survival, but a profound test of the bonds forged within these weathered walls. As the battle raged on outside the castle walls, the air crackled with tension and the clang of metal on metal. Hartwig, stationed at his post, felt each tremor of conflict reverberate through the ancient stones, as if the very castle itself was caught in the throes of agony. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, casting eerie silhouettes that seemed to tell tales of those who once defended these very halls. Each anguished cry from the battlefield echoed like a mournful song, tugging at Hartwig's heart, a chilling reminder of the sacrifices made. Yet amidst the chaos, hope flickered tenuously. The ancient bards in the courtyard raised their voices, uniting warriors and townsfolk through song, igniting a fierce camaraderie that burned brighter than the fear settling like a heavy cloak over the castle. These melodies, imbued with valor, resonated deeply, instilling courage in the hearts of those who gathered, steeling them against despair. As Hartwig listened, the power of music surged through him, fostering a renewed determination to protect his home and the lives within, especially as the sun dipped low, an omen of challenges still to come. The echoes of laughter danced through the castle courtyards, bright and effervescent, a melody that cut through the looming shadows of uncertain times. Hartwig watched as children chased one another through the cobblestones, their jubilant cries rising in harmony with the fluttering banners above. A small girl, her hair pulled back in a wild braid, stumbled but quickly regained her footing, wiping dirt from her palms before darting off again. These moments, steeped in innocence, highlighted the stark dichotomy of their lives, each laugh a rebellion against the backdrop of impending conflict. As he leaned against the cool stone walls, he felt a warmth spread through his chest, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Such joy reminded him of forgotten dreams, fragile yet profound, whispering promises of brighter days. Yet, just beyond the laughter, the winds carried the faintest echoes of discontent, whispers that reminded Hartwig of the storm brewing at the fringes of their world. Outside the castle, tension simmered, waiting for its moment to strike. Amidst the beleaguered remnants of Nuremberg Castle, where echoes of conflict still lingered in the chilly air, Hartwig sought solace in the unlikeliest of places, the laughter of children. As he stood at the ramparts, the sun piercing through the clouds, the sounds of innocent joy floated up from the courtyard. There, little ones chased each other, their exuberance painting a stark contrast against the castle's solemn stone walls. Their laughter rang like bells, dispelling the shadows of doubt that had begun to creep into his heart. In this sacred sanctuary of youth, Hartwig found the resilience he so desperately needed. For a brief moment he allowed himself to be lost in their revelry, recalling the simple joys of his own childhood. With every joyful shriek, hope flickered anew, igniting a spark within him. It was a reminder that even amidst turmoil, life persisted, and so did love, the ever-turning wheel of renewal drawing him forward as the sun dipped lower, casting golden hues upon the ground. The warmth enveloped him as he turned back to the duties that awaited, invigorated and ready to face the uncertainties ahead. The chill of the night hung heavy in the air as Hartwig made his patrol beneath the castle's ancient stone walls, the flickering torchlight casting wavering shadows that danced like lost souls. Just beyond the ramparts, a low mist coiled around the trees, and with each step, the whispers of the night seemed to grow stronger, tantalizingly entwined with the wind. Hartwig paused, sensing an unseen presence lurking just out of sight, as if the very stones were beckoning him to listen closer. Suddenly, a gust swirled around him. Voices from beyond the grave trembled against his ears, tales of past guardians swirling in a maelstrom of sorrow and wisdom. Each story echoed the price of loyalty and courage, reminding him of the burdens he bore as protector of this storied fortress. In that fragile moment, he felt a kinship with those lost souls, their fates intertwined with his, urging him to stand steadfast against the shadows that crept ever closer. As the flickering flame danced in response, Hartwig, emboldened, pressed onward, ready to confront whatever dark secrets awaited him in the depths of this chilling night. As darkness draped the castle in its heavy cloak, silence expanded like an unseen tide, carrying with it a mix of tension and uncertain hope. Hartwig's heart raced, each beat echoing in the quietness of the night watch. Shadows danced along the stone walls, whispers of brave hearts fluttering with every breath. He stood alert, straining to catch any sign of movement beyond the fortress gates. The cool air, thick with anticipation, buzzed with unspoken words of courage and fear intermixed. Just beyond the horizons of his mind lay his convictions, those stories that had urged him forward even in the bleakest moments. As he contemplated the faces of those he vowed to protect, he felt a warmth wrap around him, a flame igniting in the dark depths of his soul. Strength coursed through him, igniting a determination that even a siege could not extinguish. Silently, he promised himself, he would stand firm against whatever shadows dared creep into this night. The impending dawn hinted at challenges yet to come, and he would face them, prepared and resolute. In the flickering candlelight of the castle's great hall, Shadows danced as the echoes of conversation filled the air, a symphony of voices weaving tales of valor and sacrifice. The weight of duty pressed heavily on Hartwig's shoulders as he surveyed the faces around him. They were a tapestry of his life, intertwined with hardship and loyalty. Each story shared was a thread binding them closer in their shared struggle. In whispered tones, they exchanged memories of fallen comrades, souls who had once stood steadfast beside them. Each poignant tale stoked a flicker of fear in Hartwig's heart, but with it soared a flame of courage that soothed the tremors within. He understood that as the distant war drums thrummed ominously, the essence of their shared humanity would light the darkening path ahead. With a resolute breath, he rose, intent on rekindling their spirits with the warmth of hope that lay nestled deep within their bonds. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced across the cold stone walls, intertwining with the bittersweet memories of days that seemed to drift farther away. Hartwig felt the weight of the past compressing around him, shaping his thoughts into a labyrinth of reflection. Each flicker seemed to whisper the stories of those who had walked before him, their trials, triumphs, and sacrifices woven into the very fabric of the castle. As he pored over his scribe's notebook, a thrilling revelation struck him. Beneath the inked pages lay lessons not just of valor, but of human frailty, an acknowledgment of the emotional burdens that accompanied duty. The air thickened with unspoken vows and the lingering scents of roasted meats and wildflowers, as Hartwig pledged to embrace not only the strength of loyalty, but also the benevolence of compassion in turbulent times. Embracing this duality, he turned his gaze outward, ready to face the shadows whispering at the castle's gates. As twilight descended upon Nuremberg Castle, shadows cascaded like a shrouded veil over the battlements, evoking memories that lingered like ghosts in Hartwig's heart. The flickering torchlight cast long shapes against the cold stone walls, whispering tales of choices made and paths taken, echoing through his mind like an ancient refrain. Thoughts of past decisions intertwined with the present, each a thread of fate tying him to the legacy of those before him. His gaze drifted across the castle grounds, where flickering lights heralded both celebration and mourning, reflecting the duality of existence within these walls. Yet even in the depths of uncertainty, the heart persisted, pulsating with dreams yet to be fulfilled. As the night deepened, he gathered the weight of history, his own and that of the castle, resolute in understanding that the tapestry woven with every choice held the power to illuminate the darkest shadows. Tonight, he would reflect not only on the echoes of the past, but also on the possibilities that tomorrow may bring. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyard, Hartwig found himself settling onto a wooden bench tucked away in the garden. The air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, a stark contrast to the tensions simmering in the castle. Here, amid the vibrant colors of blossoming foliage, camaraderie had begun to weave its delicate threads. It was in this sacred space that whispers materialized, voices like soft breezes that curled around him. Friends shared quiet grievances, their worries spilling out like overfilled cups. Hartwig listened intently, feeling the warmth of their trust enveloping him. A plan began to sprout amongst the gentle rustling of leaves, aspirations shared like sunbeams through the branches above. As laughter bubbled amidst heartfelt confessions, the garden breathed new life into unyielding spirits, binding them together in the shared hope of unity as they prepared to face the looming darkness. In the hushed corners of the castle, Hartwig found solace among the whispering shadows. This night, as the moon hung full and bright, he sought out the company of his fellow guards. Their camaraderie had weathered many storms, yet lately, unseen fissures had begun to crack their unity. He gathered them near the flickering fire, the flames dancing in rhythm with their shared laughter, illuminating faces marked by fear and uncertainty. As stories flowed, he felt the weight of their doubts, a collective heaviness that threatened to pull them apart. Servants scurried by with platters laden with roast and fruit, filling the air with comforting aromas that softened the tension hanging over them. With the flick of his voice, Hartwig called for a toast, lifting a goblet high. As the cold metal touched his lips, he instinctively felt the warmth of their bond, a resilient thread in the fabric of their collective fate. rekindling old loyalties as the night deepened around them. The night watch took on an air of suspense as Hartwig roamed the castle walls, the cool stone beneath his hand echoing the whispers of the past. The usual sounds of the night, owls hooting and the soft rustle of leaves, were underscored by a growing unease that wrapped around his heart like a tightening noose. He could feel the watchful eyes of his comrades on the battlements, their breaths held as they scanned the shrouded landscape for signs of movement. Each flicker of torchlight cast long shadows across the walls, transforming the familiar confines into a labyrinth of uncertainties. Hartwig stilled, straining his ears to catch snippets of hushed conversations, furtive exchanges laced with a shared apprehension. There was something inexplicably daunting hovering just beyond the horizon, a silent promise of change that amplified with every pulse of the night. He paused, allowing the weight of the moment to settle. Each heartbeat resonated with the knowledge that destiny loomed ever closer, ready to unfurl its complex tapestry in this castle held tight by the winds of looming conflict. As the castle stood on the precipice of turmoil, Hartwig found himself enveloped by a tempest of emotions. The aroma of roasted meats faded into the background as the laughter of children echoed like distant memories, replaced by the sinister whispers of conflict. The weight of loyalty pressed heavily upon him, reminding him of the delicate balance between duty and conscience. His heart raced as he recalled the fervent declarations of courage among the guards, each one inspired by the valor they had witnessed, yet uncertainty loomed like a specter. Hartwig's resolve was tested. He could sense the flickering embers of dissent taking root among the ranks. It was clear that faith burned strong, yet doubt began its steady encroachment, threatening to extinguish the hope that had illuminated their darkest days. Yet, within this chaos, a fire ignited in Hartwig's spirit, an unwavering determination to stoke the flames of camaraderie and shield the essence of loyalty from being extinguished. In that moment, he understood that to protect what they held dear, it would take more than strength. It would require the unbreakable bonds of trust woven through shared adversity. With this newfound clarity, he prepared for the next imminent storm, a rallying call that would either bind them together or tear them apart. As the fire crackled in the hearth, illuminating the faces of weary soldiers, the air brimmed with a palpable tension that felt heavier than the smoke drifting toward the wooden ceiling. Hartwig stood among them, a silent observer of the camaraderie forged in hardship. The tales spun around him were lifelines cast upon the dark waters of uncertainty, each story carrying a weight of valor and sacrifice. When an elder guard recounted the fierce battles of yore, voices trembled with nostalgia and dread, weaving a tapestry of shared memories that both comforted and haunted. Hartwig's heart stirred, burdened by what lay ahead. He could sense the flickering shadows around the room. Confronting the impending doom tasked him with not just fortifying walls, but upholding the spirits of those around him. The flickering light was both a guide and a harbinger as he prepared to face a night that would challenge everything they believed in. A silence settled over the group, their collective breaths echoing the unspoken fear that loomed just outside the castle walls. As dawn broke over Nuremberg Castle, the air was tinged with an almost palpable sorrow. The day would be heavy with the weight of loss, shadows flitting through the stone corridors like whispers of those who had fallen. Hartwig stood at the castle's threshold, eyes cast downward, remembering faces lost in the chaos of recent turmoil. His heart felt like a stone, as he recalled each moment, each sacrifice made for honor, echoing in his mind like a mournful song of valor. Below, townsfolk began to gather, their expressions etched with worry and grief, the atmosphere thick with tension. With every step deeper into the castle, Hartwig felt the ghostly presence of the departed, urging him to lead his people with resilience. As he approached the courtyard, the call for unity resonated, and he realized that, amidst the heartache, his role was more vital than ever, to inspire hope in the face of despair and rekindle the light of purpose for those who still remained. As shadows lengthened over the castle walls, whispers of bravery lifted the spirits of those who remained, yearning for a spark of hope amid despair. The evening air was thick with anxiety, and Hartwig gathered his comrades around the flickering flames of a modest hearth, the cadence of their collective heartbeats, syncing with the crackling logs. Each tale shared was a thread woven into the tapestry of their shared history, echoing past valor and binding their fates together like the ink-stained pages of a cherished manuscript. They spoke of comrades lost, of valiant strides against overwhelming odds, recalling moments where courage flickered against the encroaching darkness. With each anecdote, laughter intertwined with tears, igniting a flicker of resolve within Hartwig. In that fragile atmosphere, camaraderie warmed the cold skepticism wrapped around their hearts, slowly transforming it into a burgeoning belief that, together, they could face whatever challenges awaited them beyond the dawn. As the embers glowed brighter, so too did their shared determination, igniting a flicker of hope amid the uncertainty that loomed on the horizon. The distant sounds of clanging metal resonated through the castle, a harsh reminder of the looming conflict. Hartwig found himself lost in thought, reflecting on the shadows of his past, where echoes of laughter mingled with the cries of the innocent. As he wandered the weathered halls, long-forgotten tales resurfaced, urging him to uncover the truth buried beneath layers of time. He paused in front of the tapestry that depicted the castle's grandest moments, tracing the intricate threads with his fingertips. Each stitch, a story waiting to be told, each figure, a whisper of experience. With every breath, silence thickened, enforcing the weight of decisions yet to be made. As night draped the castle in darkness, Hartwig felt a pull towards the ancient texts stored in the scribes' quarters, believing they held the key to understanding the complexities of loyalty and honor. There, perhaps, lay the answers he desperately sought, before the dawn forced his hand. The forge was alive with the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal, each resounding blow echoing the dedication of its laborers. Hartwig stepped inside, greeted by the fiery warmth that chased away the chill of the castle walls. The blacksmith, a broad-shouldered man named Roderick, was shaping a sword, his brow furrowed with concentration. Sparks flew like fireflies in the dim light, illuminating the contours of the weapon that would soon bear witness to valor and despair alike. Every blade has its own story, Roderick mused, glancing at Hartwig. It's not merely steel, it's the blood and courage that forge its purpose. As Hartwig watched, the transformation of raw materials into instruments of destiny stirred something profound within him. Beyond the clamor, whispers of impending unrest passed among the villagers, lending an urgency to their craft. The clang of the hammer now seemed to beckon a rallying call, igniting visions of the battles yet to come. The faint light of dawn trickled through the narrow cracks in the castle's ancient stone walls, gently dispersing the lingering shadows from the night before. Hartwig made his rounds with a heightened sense of urgency. The impending hunt promised excitement, yet beneath the surface, a current of unease surged through him. Today, he needed to gather information from the merchants about their dealings in the surrounding villages. He approached the bustling courtyard, where vibrant colors of trade mingled with the rich aromas of spices and grains. As traders set up stalls, vibrant fabrics swayed in the breeze, their colors painting the gray cobblestones with life. Hartwig engaged a jovial merchant, basked in the warmth of camaraderie, but his guarded mind focused on the furtive glances exchanged between two men nearby. Whispers thickened the air, hinting at plots veiled just beneath the day's lively facade. With every interaction, Hartwig felt the weight of secrets drawing closer, threatening to rewrite the narrative of their closely knit community. In the stillness of the castle at twilight, a shadow moved, barely perceptible against the ancient stone. Hartwig, ever vigilant on his nightly watch, felt a ripple of unease as whispers grazed his ears. The guards' tales, often wrapped in bravado, now teetered precariously into the realm of the unknown. Loosely hanging rumors about some unseen figure watching from the darkened corners ignited tales of foreboding. Friends exchanged glances, their laughter stifled and eyes darting, reflecting the flickering torchlight that danced like restless spirits along the walls. Had something, or someone, slipped past the gates? Hartwig's heart quickened, beating in rhythm with the whispers of the past. He recalled the solemn stories of the spirits said to guard the fortress, figures lost to time, yet woven into its very fabric. Intrigued yet apprehensive, he steeled himself against the chill, knowing the castle held many secrets, ones that demanded exploration and understanding, lest fear weave its dark tapestry among the loyal defenders. As the sun dipped low behind the bastions of Nuremberg Castle, casting elongated shadows across the courtyard, Hartwig sensed an undeniable stirring among the townsfolk. Whispers, like the rustling of dry leaves in the autumn wind, began to echo through the cobbled streets, tinged with a sense of desperation. One merchant, fresh from the markets, spoke of rising discontent brewing under layers of civility, as the grinding weight of taxes pushed down like a relentless storm cloud. Hartwig could feel the tension, the electric hum of anxious energy coursing through the air. Darkened corners of the taverns buzzed with the intoxicating allure of rebellion, common voices rising against noble decree. Eyes narrowed in careful judgment as conspiratorial looks exchanged tales of disgruntled spirits emboldened by shared grievances. Underneath the surface, worry mingled with the gritty resolve of a community weary of oppression. As he turned towards the castle gates, Hartwig's heart pounded with the weight of a gathering storm, sensing he would soon be called to navigate the crossroad of loyalty and justice. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over the crumbling walls of Nuremberg Castle as the last harvest approached. Hartwig stood at the courtyard's edge, the crisp air filled with an aura of change and expectancy. Farmers from surrounding villages brought their bounties, baskets brimming with vibrant fruits and ripened grains, their laughter mingling with the rustle of dry leaves. Yet, beneath the surface of merriment, a tension simmered, an unspoken worry that this might be their final festival before the shadows of war loomed larger. As children danced and elders shared stories of past feasts, Hartwig felt the weight of uncertainty pressing against his heart, a reminder that celebrations might soon turn to sorrow. He recalled the sound of joyous bells that would soon become warnings of conflict. Resolutely, he turned his gaze toward the distant hills, where dark clouds began to gather like specters, foreshadowing the trials that awaited them all. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting shadows across the castle walls, Hartwig found himself standing at the precipice of a fateful decision. The whispers of impending conflict filled the air, thick with uncertainty and the weight of consequence. His duty as gatekeeper had never felt heavier. Loyalties pulled at his heart, and he grappled with the gnawing urge to act on behalf of those he cherished. The night silence amplified his inner turmoil, each echo a reminder of the choice that rested before him, a choice that could shift the balance of loyalty and honor. Glancing toward the flickering lights from the gathering in the great hall, he felt the pulse of the castle, its very soul hovering on the edge of transformation. Determined, he understood that sometimes the right path meant leaving shadows behind to embrace the flicker of courage. With resolve igniting in his chest, Hartwig stepped forward, ready to forge his fate amidst the darkness closing in. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue across the rugged battlements of Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig felt the weight of anguish pressing upon his chest. Unease rippled through the ranks after the disastrous encounter earlier that day, breeding whispers of betrayal that snaked through the stone corridors. Amongst the guard, mistrust festered like a wound, threatening the fragile thread of unity they had maintained. Desperation clawed at the edges of his heart as he convened a hushed council within the flickering shadows of the war room. Shadows danced on the cold stone walls, mirroring the turbulence swirling in his mind. How could he mend the rift, restore faith where panic now reigned? With steely determination, Hartwig mapped out a plan, enunciating words of bravery infused with the hope that had once anchored their fellowship. In the silence that followed, he could almost hear the resolve hardening, a vital ember waiting to ignite the souls at his side. The fight for unity began anew. A breath deepened the air, mingling the scents of damp earth and burning wood, sharpening their purpose in this gathering storm. The warm glow of the hearth flickered, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls of the castle's great hall. As the remnants of last night's banquet faded into memory, the castle's residents prepared for the inevitable trials ahead. Murmurs of uncertainty lingered in the air, and the once cheerful camaraderie dissolved into apprehension. Hartwig stood at the doorway, his heart heavy as he observed the broken spirits of his fellow guards and townsfolk. They carried the heavy burden of the torn banner, the bloodied emblem, now fluttering in tatters, draped across the banquet table like a shroud, serving as a relentless reminder of the stakes at hand. But amidst the encroaching despair, there was a glimmer, an unyielding flame within the hearts of the brave. They recalled the tales of past victories that had filled the hall with pride. With a shared glance, resolve transformed grief into purpose. Together, they would fight not only to reclaim their legacy, but to etch new tales into the annals of history. As dawn's light broke over the castle, illuminating its scars, Hartwig felt the air thrum with unspoken promises. Hope had not been extinguished. It was merely waiting for them to embrace it. The air crackled with anticipation as Hartwig stood amidst the fray of preparations. War's shadow loomed larger with each passing hour, gnawing at the edges of their resolve. In the flickering candlelight, he gathered the guards in the courtyard, their faces etched with uncertainty, yet flickering with the flame of courage. One by one, they shared stories of valor, each tale weaving threads of hope into the fabric of their unity. Suddenly, a raucous cheer erupted from the distant training fields, where the sounds of swords clashing echoed like the heartbeat of a rallying cry. Hartwig savored the moment, feeling the weight of collective spirit strengthen as every man and woman prepared to defend their home. Conversations ebbed and flowed, mingling with the scent of sweat and determination. Days of toil and doubt melted away under this shared purpose, transforming fear into a fierce resolve. Outside, the horizon darkened, heralding the storm ahead, but within the castle walls they forged an unbreakable bond. The air hung heavy with an unsettling quiet, a deceptive calm that cloaked the restless undercurrents of the castle. Hartwig surveyed the horizon from the ramparts, the distant woodlands forming a jagged border between his stronghold and the encroaching unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies in hues of crimson and gold, an unease settled in his bones, whispering of foreboding days to come. The guards gathered in low voices, their hearts beating a rapid cadence in the shadows, glancing at one another with doubts that hung thick in the air like the smoke from the evening hearths. Just as disquiet had begun to settle like dust upon the stones, the sharp clang of steel echoed through the courtyard, an ominous reminder of the fraying bonds that tethered alliances together. Tensions rose like the night enveloping the castle, a dark veil stirring with unspoken challenges, as Hartwig steeled himself for the approaching storm. Warriors spoke of the upcoming battle with urgency, grasping at fleeting courage as they readied for the inevitable clash. Each heart thrummed with courage and fear, and Hartwig realized that soon they would face the very essence of honor that their lives revolved around. Shadows flickered in the lantern light as preparations merged with prayer, and all felt the weight of their fates hanging in the balance. With each moment, the castle became a crucible of loyalty, desperate choices, and a call to arms that would echo through the ages. Amidst the calm before the storm, Hartwig remained vigilant, straining to catch any whisper of unrest that lingered in the shadows of the castle walls. The air thickened with tension as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the cobblestones. As night enveloped Nuremberg, the distant sounds of revelry faded into an uneasy silence, amplifying the pulse of uncertainty thrumming in his chest. He took comfort in the flickering torches that lined the pathway, their warm glow a fleeting reminder of life beyond the looming conflict. The weight of the castle's history pressed heavily on Hartwig's mind, the echoes of past defenses swirling like specters around him. Each creak of the wooden beams seemed to carry tales of valor and defeat. With resolve hardening in his heart, he steeled himself for the trials to come, knowing that the strength of spirit was as crucial as any sword drawn in defense of their home. Unbeknownst to him, the night, filled with both dread and resolve, was a prelude to fate's unyielding symphony. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over the castle's battlements, and Hartwig stood watch, his thoughts adrift like the clouds above. As whispers from the night air curled around him, the echoes of past gatekeepers beckoned from the shadows. Their stories, long forgotten, seemed to pulse through the ancient stone walls, merging with the present reality of his watchful duty. Hartwig could almost hear their laughter and the weight of their burdens, each tale a lifeline threaded through the tapestry of time. It was during one such reflective reverie that he stumbled upon a flickering torchlight, throwing erratic patterns on the eastern wall. Intrigued, he approached, heart racing with anticipation. What secrets lay beneath the surface of the stone? Where the true guardians of Nuremberg had once tread, he felt a pull, a calling to uncover what had been shrouded in darkness for too long. Little did he know, this revelation would entwine his fate with a history rich in intrigue and shadow. As daylight waned, the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows across the stone walls, enveloping Hartwig in a familiar embrace of uncertainty. Loyalty, once an unbreakable bond, felt like a double-edged sword in these tumultuous times. He stood, arms crossed, and gazed out at the horizon, contemplating how the very fabric of trust now seemed frayed. The echoes of whispered secrets among the guards lingered upon the air, mingling with the fragrance of roasting meats wafting from the kitchens, a stark contrast to the unrest brewing within him. Conversations had swirled like autumn leaves, swirling with half-truths and doubts, fracturing the unity forged through countless trials. Hartwig's heart weighed heavily as he recalled the laughter exchanged during better days, now replaced by glances that spoke of betrayal. Would he choose duty over friendship? As the night deepened, he resolved to confront these fractured loyalties, knowing that the strength of his decisions could either fortify their bonds or sever them in irreparable ways. With determination sharpening his resolve, Hartwig stepped into the shadows, ready to face the truths hidden beneath the surface. As the dawn's light spilled over the horizon, contrasting the shadows of last night's turmoil, Hartwig felt an indescribable heaviness in his chest. Uncertainty hung in the air, a tangible weight among the guards gathered in the hall. Their camaraderie, once a fortress against adversity, now cracked under the strain of doubts and whispered fears. Each man bore witness to a shared fracture, a loyalty tested by turbulent times. The lively banter of days gone by felt like a distant echo, replaced by a tense silence that clung to the stone walls. Hartwig stood among them, his mind racing with thoughts of trust and betrayal, questioning each alliance forged. How could he reassure those worn by doubt, inspire them to rally once more? As he stepped forward, determination ignited within him. He would gather his comrades, ignite their spirits, and renew the bond they shared, a bond made stronger by adversity, a rallying cry for unity in the face of despair. The heart of the castle beat with promise. It was time to lay bare their resolve and embrace the challenges ahead. The echoes of preparations filled the castle as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the stone walls. Hartwig stood at his post, heart racing with anticipation as the scent of roasting meats wafted from the kitchens, heralding the evening's forthcoming banquet. Despite the pomp, he felt a ripple of anxiety coursing through the air, each moment tinged with the weight of impending conflict. Fellow guards shared murmurs behind him, speculating on what lay ahead. Alliances were shifting like the cloud patterns overhead, twisting and turning in unpredictable ways. A vivid tapestry of faces and voices danced in his mind, friends, foes, nobles, and commoners alike, all woven together in a delicate balance, balanced precariously on the cusp of destruction. As he turned to scan the horizon, the ominous beats of war drums began to thrum in the distance, reminding him that a storm, cloaked in uncertainty and tension, was drawing ever nearer. The weight of loyalty bore down on Hartwig like the thick fog that rolled over the castle walls each dawn. He sat at the gate, reminiscing about all the moments where trust was a currency, traded among comrades in the shadows of noble ambitions. Whispers of discontent slipped through the cracks in stone, echoing words of treachery that tainted even the most steadfast bonds. As the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows, he felt a tremor of uncertainty. Vows made in the warmth of camaraderie were now tests of resolve. The once familiar laughter of his comrades began to sound like distant memories, overshadowed by the anxious murmurs of a divided castle. A shift in the atmosphere pressed against him, thickened by the knowledge of betrayal lurking beneath the surface. Decisions loomed like the unfurling sails of warships on the horizon, and Hartwig knew they would require him to act as both guardian and judge. Each soul's loyalty was now woven into a tapestry of choices that could unravel or strengthen. The night before the battle, an unsettling stillness enveloped the castle, broken only by the distant sounds of rustling leaves and the low murmur of anxious voices. Hartwig stood atop the imposing walls, his eyes scanning the shadowy landscape that stretched before him, each silhouette laden with the weight of uncertainty. In the gloom, he could almost hear the whispers of the past, echoes of the fallen, their stories woven into the very stones he sought to protect. The weight on his heart became heavier with every pulse of the moonlight, illuminating faces of comrades who shared the burden of courage and fear alike. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows that flickered like the flames of their hope. As the night deepened, Hartwig felt a swell of determination rising within, igniting a fervor that resonated through his veins. He would not stand alone. Tomorrow, unity would emerge from the silence, forging a bond to weather the storm that loomed ominously on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobbled courtyard, a tension that had been building finally erupted. Hartwig felt it pulsing through the air like a thunderstorm waiting to break, charged with the weight of unspoken words and grief. The Last Supper had been a somber gathering, the mood heavy with the recognition that not everyone would rise with the morning sun. Men whispered their fears, their hopes for the morrow dimmed by the specter of loss looming over them. As the flickering torchlight danced upon the stone walls, revealing faces marked by doubt, Hartwig stood and raised his cup. "To our bravery," he declared, his voice resolute, breaking through the hushed silence. "We fight not just for our lives, but for each other." His words stirred the embers of courage, igniting a collective determination within them. They clinked their cups together, an insistent vow echoing through the night, intertwining their fates as a new, restless dawn crested upon the horizon just beyond the walls. As the castle settled into a hushed calm, an air of profound anticipation hung thick in the shadows. Hartwig stood vigilant against the night's encroaching veil, his heart a steady metronome echoing the distant calls of critters hidden in the underbrush. Each creak and whisper of the aged stones around him seemed saturated with secrets, yet also promises of unheard truths. The flicker of torches cast a dance of fleeting silhouettes against the walls, revealing forgotten corners and long-lost tales waiting to be reclaimed. In the stillness, the weight of guilt stirred within him, mingling with a fierce resolve. It dawned on him that this night held more than mere reflection. It was a harbinger, a cleaving point between his doubting spirit and the absolute certainty of what forever encroached upon their doorstep. A determined shiver coursed through him, awakening an instinct buried beneath layers of loyalty and care. For within the dark, an alliance had blossomed, a promise transcending shade and doubt, ready to pierce through the shadows together. The darkness clung to the walls like an unwelcome guest, whispering secrets of dread and uncertainty. As the moon cast its silvery gaze over the battlements, Hartwig took a deep breath, steadying his heart for the coming storm that brewed just beyond the horizon. The siege had begun in earnest. A cacophony of clashing steel and desperate shouts rang through the night, suffusing the air with a palpable tension. With each clang of weapon against weapon, his thoughts turned to his comrades, their lives intertwined with his in this cauldron of chaos. Would their resolve hold against the tides of the impending conflict? As the call to arms echoed through the castle's narrow passages, Hartwig descended deeper into his thoughts, steeling himself for the trials awaiting them all. He could feel the weight of history pressing upon him, the ghosts of those who had fought before, urging him to remain resolute. Tomorrow, they would face not just an enemy at the gates, but their own fears lurking in the shadows. The echoes of courage reverberated through the castle as night deepened its cloak over Nuremberg. The defenders, weathered yet unyielding, leaned into each other's strength, whispering tales of valor that ignited their spirits. Hartwig, his heart pounding to the rhythm of battle drums, felt the weight of their legacy pressing against his chest. With each shared story, a flicker of hope grew, reminders of those who fought bravely before them and the bonds that united them. In the dim light of the oil lamps, laughter intertwined with earnest resolve, crafting a shield of camaraderie stronger than stone. As the tension mounted, soldiers daringly discussed their fears, merging vulnerability with the promise of valor. They felt the warmth of camaraderie replacing doubt. Tomorrow would not just be a day of conflict, it would be a testament to their undying spirit. Just beyond the fortified walls, the enemy's approach loomed, darkening the horizon, yet light flickered in those who dared to hope. The embers of betrayal smoldered in the hearts of those once united, igniting a storm of doubt among allies. Shadows flickered across the stone walls as Hartwig gathered his fellow guards in a dimly lit chamber, where heavy silence hung like an unbroken spell. Each glance exchanged between them crackled with tension, as whispers danced on the edge of revelation. A trusted companion, once steadfast, had unraveled like a fraying thread, casting suspicion on all. In the flickering torchlight, Hartwig felt the weight of their anxieties pressing upon him. What had transformed fellowship into fracture? Each word spoken now seemed laden with veiled motives, shrouding intentions in a fog of uncertainty. As Hartwig vowed to uncover the truth behind the whispered doubts and reaffirm the bonds of loyalty that had weathered countless storms, he sensed the air shift. Outside, the horizon darkened, heralding not just the gathering of clouds, but an impending reckoning that would test them all. With the night closing in, he steeled himself to confront the shadows lurking within and without, knowing full well that the price of betrayal could shatter the very foundations of their world. The echoes of war reverberated through the cold stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle, filling Hartwig's heart with an apprehensive weight. As dawn breached the horizon, an eerie silence enveloped the castle, a prelude to the chaos that lay ahead. The fierce cries of combatants were only a whisper in his mind. The true fray raged within him. Each familiar face among the ranks of defenders was not just a soldier, but a cherished companion, perhaps a brother in arms or a son at heart. Fear mingled with purpose. He could not relinquish those bonds without a fight. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his resolve. This was more than a battle for land. This was a testament to the very essence of loyalty and love. As the sun painted the castle walls golden, casting long shadows that danced ominously, he felt an overwhelming surge of determination course through him. This would not end in retreat. It would be a stand against despair, an assertion of life itself. The day beckoned with its unforeseen challenges, but Hartwig was ready to face what lay beyond the gates. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the courtyard, as Hartwig stood by the ancient stone wall, feeling the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. The sounds of distant clangs wove through the air, lingering reminders of the ongoing siege. Just moments earlier, his heart had rallied with the fervor of a pre-battle call, urging him to unite the guards and townsfolk in urgent defense. He could sense that loss was drawing closer, its cold fingers creeping through the cracks of hope. An unsettling stillness settled over the castle like a shroud, blending with the scent of damp earth and fleeting memories of laughter that once colored these grounds. Hartwig made his way toward the mess hall, where wary faces reflected the gravity of the moment. They gathered and clasped hands, ready to face whatever fate awaited. At that moment, he knew camaraderie would fuel their resilience against the coming storm. As dawn's light penetrated the remnants of last night's chaos, Hartwig stood at the edge of the castle's battlements, heart heavy with the echoes of conflict still ringing in his ears. The first rays of sunlight pierced the lingering haze, casting a golden glow over the blood-stained earth below, drawing stark contrasts between warmth and the chilling reality of yesterday's siege. He surveyed the land where friends and foes had clashed, a battleground that would forever bear the scars of both valor and tragedy. Each stone of the castle felt like a witness to the struggle, holding the grief of a people striving to find peace amidst fear. The stench of smoke and loss lingered in the air, intertwining with the scent of morning dew, signaling a new beginning. Hartwig knew this day demanded something greater than mere survival. It asked for courage to unite the fractured hearts of those still standing, to forge the future from the ashes of despair. Inconsistencies filled the air as hate tried to creep back into their lives, but determination hardened his resolve. He would not allow hope to dim. He would be the beacon, guiding them toward the sunlit horizon waiting on the other side of this darkness. The dawn's light spilled over the horizon, illuminating the aftermath of the night's turmoil. As Hartwig surveyed the battlegrounds that lay strewn with forgotten hopes and lost warriors, a profound sense of unease settled in his chest. The silence felt heavy, It was a silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of a displaced banner or the distant murmur of the surviving townsfolk. Each thread of trust once woven among allies now lay frayed, tainted by fleeting shadows of betrayal. He wandered along the castle's weathered walls, where the echoes of laughter had been replaced by the weight of memories. Each step resonated with the questions that plagued his heart. How do you rebuild when the very fabric of camaraderie has been ripped asunder? The once vibrant hue of kinship, now dulled by strife, seemed a distant dream. As he stared out at the mist enveloping the distant hills, determination ignited within him. Change was necessary. With a steady resolve, he made his way towards the gathering hall, where discussions of strategies awaited, pioneering the new dawn for the realm they all cherished. As the battle's remnants lay heavy in the air, Hartwig stood amidst the flickering shadows cast by the still burning embers. Each face around him bore the marks of grief and relief, a mingling of emotions that spoke volumes of their ordeal. The weight of loss pressed down upon him, deeper than the chainmail he'd worn in battle. In the hushed murmurs of the wounded, he could hear echoes of laughter and camaraderie from days that felt a lifetime away. Vibrant memories now strained against the backdrop of this harsh reality. A healer rushed past him, wrapped up in her duty, yet her weary eyes met his for a fleeting moment, a silent reminder of the human cost of valor. He turned, retracing his steps to the castle walls, where broken banners hung limply, symbols of both defeat and resilience. Here, amid the debris, was a shadow of hope. The future awaited, but first they must reckon with the echoes of war. The echoes of laughter that had once filled the stone corridors now mingled with somber silence, casting a pall over the castle. Hartwig moved through the halls, each footstep heavy with the weight of loss. The clash of steel had stolen more than just lives. It had siphoned the very spirit of the community. As he reached the training yard, familiar faces were clouded with grief, their gaze hollow where once there had been spirited determination. Each fallen friend was a reminder of stories left unfinished, of dreams cut short in battle's cruel embrace. He paused, laying a hand on the worn stones, whispering silent tributes to those who had stood shoulder to shoulder beside him. In that moment of reflection, he found a flicker of resolve, a promise to honor their memory by rallying those who remained. For in unity lay strength, and against despair, hope would flicker still, ready to ignite. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone paths, Hartwig stood vigilant, his heart heavy with the weight of memories. The fallen had left an indelible mark, their echoes reverberating deep within the castle walls. Faces of comrades lost to battle flickered in his mind like ghostly apparitions, reminding him of the sacrifices made and the bonds formed. Each name swirled with significance, intertwining with his own fate, as if fate itself had crafted a tapestry of shared experiences, threaded with courage and sorrow. In the evening stillness he found solace beneath the ancient oaks, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets of resilience. Each gust of wind carried snippets of their laughter, snatched moments he cherished, and reminders of his vow to honor their legacy. Yet, a sense of urgency clawed at him, as shadows of impending conflict loomed closer, threatening to extinguish the flickering candle of hope. Understanding that the dawn of a new day might unveil unforeseen trials and opportunities, he steeled himself for what lay ahead, determined not only to protect the castle, but to preserve the spirit of those who had become part of him. As the shadows stretched over the cobblestone paths, Hartwig found himself standing at the edge of the castle ramparts, the weight of his daughter's decision heavy on his heart. Silhouetted against the dim glow of the setting sun, he recalled her laughter echoing through the halls, a bittersweet melody that now felt tinged with uncertainty. Each choice loomed like a specter, its contours sharp with promises and sacrifices, echoing the struggles that defined their lives. He gazed into the twilight, contemplating the linchpin of loyalty and love, understanding that the path forward was fraught with peril, yet emboldened by the strength of connection. The castle was more than stone and mortar. It pulsed with the lifeblood of its inhabitants, each woven thread a testament to their struggles and triumphs. As the first stars blinked into existence, he resolved to navigate this storm, protecting not just the gates of Nuremberg, but the very essence of those he held dear. The echoes of his daughter's future rippled through his mind, urging him to steel himself for the trials ahead, convinced that every choice shaped the legacy they would leave for generations to come. In the stillness before dawn, a heavy silence draped over Nuremberg Castle, broken only by the distant whispers of the wind. Hartwig stood at his post, the cold stone beneath his feet a stark reminder of the weight upon his shoulders. As memories of laughter and camaraderie mingled with echoes of battles fought, he contemplated the threads of fate that wove through his life, binding him to this place and its people. The sun's first rays began to pierce the horizon, casting golden hues across the battlements, igniting within him a flicker of hope. Yet the shadows of uncertainty loomed, darkening the horizon with the ominous drums of war that seemed ever closer. Hartwig clutched the hilt of his sword tighter, aware that his choices carved the path for not only himself but for those he held dear. With every breath, he reminded himself that love and loyalty remained a guiding light through the darkest of times, as dawn's embrace beckoned a new chapter to unfold. The brutal aftermath of the siege left Nuremberg Castle shrouded in an uneasy hush, the echoes of conflict still resonating within its cold stone walls. Hartwig wandered the courtyard, the remnants of battle scattered like memories that could not be erased. Each step was a reminder of the lives lost, the loyalty immortalized in sacrifice that now hung palpably in the air. As he paused to survey the scarred landscape, a flicker of hope ignited within him. The villagers, with their heads held high, began to gather fragments of their lives, sharing tales of resilience that had emerged from despair. Yet even as conversations filled the silence with warmth, a shadow loomed. A dark rumor about traitors hidden among them crept into the hearts of the defenders. With resolve swelling in his chest, Hartwig knew he must rally their spirit. Destiny demanded clarity, and as night began to bleed into the horizon, he prepared to confront whatever peril lingered in the darkness, ever vigilant for wisdom amidst shadows of doubt. In the flickering shadows of the castle, the weight of uncertainty hung thick in the air. Hartwig gathered the remaining leaders within the stone-walled council chamber. Their faces, worn by recent battles, shifted between resolve and despair. The flickering torches reflected in their dimmed eyes, mirroring the impending storm brewing on the horizon. "We must unite," Hartwig urged, his voice steady despite the tremors of doubt. "We cannot face this looming threat divided. Our strength lies in solidarity." Whispered fears floated amongst them, yet Hartwig's conviction ignited a flicker of hope. As plans formed amid hushed discussions, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder of the impending conflict. Outside, winds whipped through the castle's surrounding trees, carrying with them the scents of rain and hardship. The air grew charged with anticipation, and shadows seemed to whisper secrets of old. Tomorrow, they would stand together, but for tonight, their resolve began to knit itself into a more formidable fabric. As Hartwig stood at the edge of the castle's stone parapet, his gaze swept over the undulating hills beyond Nuremberg. The horizon glowed in shades of amber and lavender, a tapestry woven by the fading light. With each breath, he could feel the weight of unspoken thoughts and worries pressing against his chest, yet the tranquil beauty offered a momentary reprieve. Amidst the whispers of the wind, he thought of the townsfolk who toiled and thrived in the valleys below. Their resilience inspired him, a reminder of the interconnectedness that bound their shared fate. Yet, within the fragile peace lay an undercurrent of tension, as rumors of unrest spread like wildfire among the people. Furtive glances and hushed conversations painted a landscape of unease. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the castle walls, Hartwig felt a stirring in his spirit. The embers of resolve ignited within. He would need all the strength he could muster for the trials that lay ahead, a convergence of past and future, beckoning with both dread and hope. As dusk settled over the high walls of Nuremberg Castle, the flickering torches cast dancing shadows along the cobbled pathways, creating a canvas of light and dark. Hartwig stood vigilant at the gateway, taking in the recent turmoil among the townsfolk. The clamor of a nearby market square echoed with desperate pleas and murmurs of unrest, a reflection of the growing discontent brewing just beyond the gates. He had spent the day in conversation with merchants, each tale layered with half-truths and whispered fears about the future. The arrival of a traveling bard brought tales of distant lands, but those stories now mixed uneasily with the worries of impending strife. Determined to bridge the widening gap between the castle and the town, Hartwig knew this moment called for diplomacy. With a heavy heart, he resolved to gather the castle's leaders and forge a plan to address the town's unrest, before it festered into something even more dire. Night fell over Nuremberg Castle like a heavy cloak, darkness wrapping the stone walls in shadows. Hartwig stood vigilant at his post, a cold wind rising from the valley below, whispering secrets of the unknown. The distant sounds of the approaching storm echoed through the air, bringing with them a sense of foreboding. As he scanned the horizon, he caught snippets of laughter from the castle across the courtyard, a fleeting reminder of camaraderie and shared joys. Silently, he wrestled with the weight of the impending conflict pressing upon them. Outside the castle walls, a sharp cry sliced through the night, raising the hair on his neck. Instinctively, Hartwig's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, ready to confront whatever darkness dared to encroach. In the heart of this chaos, courage was born, and he summoned the strength to protect those within his charge. Little did he know that this night would usher in an unexpected act of valor that would reverberate through the castle's halls for generations to come. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silver glow upon the castle, whispers of discontent began to ripple through the ranks of the guards. Hartwig leaned against the cold stone wall, the weight of impending betrayal heavy on his chest. A low murmur echoed from the courtyard, where uneasy glances were exchanged as ranks tightened. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, hiding secrets and brewing resentment. Those once loyal now wore masks of suspicion. Hartwig could sense the simmering discontent in the air. In hushed tones, even the seasoned knights, veterans of countless battles, debated amongst themselves, their voices laced with uncertainty. Was it the strains of the ongoing siege that had fanned the flames of doubt, or the recent arrival of enigmatic visitors, whose motives remained opaque? With each passing moment, the fragile threads of trust frayed further, and Hartwig realized that peril could arise not only from enemies beyond the castle walls, but from those he once considered allies. Tension swelled within him, driving his resolve to uncover the truth lurking in the shadows. As he steadied his breath, he knew he had to act before the discontent morphed into something far more lethal. The air in the castle was thick with a tension that crackled like the first spark of a flame. Hartwig gathered the remaining leaders in the dimly lit council room, their faces etched with determination and fear. Plans were pivotal now, woven from frayed threads of loyalty and whispered negotiations. As the flickering torches bathed them in golden shadows, each voice resonated with the burden of countless decisions, their burdens weighing heavy on their hearts. They spoke of strategies and supply routes, the pulse of the fortress loud in its urgency. Yet amidst the fervor, Hartwig felt something deeper simmering, a common thread linking their souls, woven tightly by shared purpose. Outside the castle walls, the darkened landscape loomed ominously, signs of encroaching danger growing nearer. Hope clung like a fragile vine among the stone, but within Hartwig's heart burned a flicker of resolve, a commitment that whatever fate awaited them would be met with unyielding courage. The sun dipped low, casting golden hues across the castle as whispers of unity filled the great hall. With the siege looming large on the horizon, Hartwig gathered the remaining leaders, their faces etched with both fatigue and determination. Unbeknownst to the nobles squabbling over land and pride, the hearts of commoners beat in synchrony, yearning for peace amid the chaos. "We must rally our forces, not just in arms but in spirit," he urged, his voice steady like the walls that sheltered them. The air crackled with urgency as fresh plans bloomed, each suggestion sown with seeds of hope. Among those present, the noblewoman he admired weighed in, her steadfast gaze igniting a flicker of camaraderie. As discussions flowed, lingering tensions began to dissolve, and realignment of purpose took root. Outside, the night deepened, yet within those stone walls, dreams of harmony ignited like fireflies in the dusk, reflecting the fervor that would perhaps become a bulwark against the darkness ahead. The cold morning air fluttered with an unsettling charge, as the sun's first light dared to pierce the clouds that loomed ominously over Nuremberg. Hartwig stood at the castle's bastion, his heart racing from the weight of unspoken words and the urgency of unseen threats. As whispers of a possible confrontation echoed among the guards, each one exchanged anxious glances, the tension thick enough to slice with a dagger. The ongoing siege threatened not only their physical safety, but also the very essence of their shared history. During a hastily convened meeting in the Great Hall, Hartwig's voice trembled as he called for unity, igniting flickers of resolve among his companions. Here they stood, not just as protectors of stone walls, but as guardians of a legacy that entwined their fates. In each heated discussion, the flickering flames of an impending conflict revealed their volatile emotions, courage bolstered by fear, intimacy forged in the heat of battle. Hartwig felt the gravity of the moment. Every decision would resonate far beyond that day, echoing through the halls of history itself. The air crackled with anticipation, the looming presence of the unknown thickening the atmosphere in the stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle. Gathering in the war room, Hartwig stood shoulder to shoulder with the remaining leaders, a flickering torch casting shadows that danced erratically across the walls. Each face reflected a tapestry of fears and hopes, woven together by their shared destiny. As silence enveloped the room, the weight of loyalty pressed heavy upon them, palpable like the cold stone beneath their feet. Hartwig's voice broke through the apprehension, filled with a resolve that belied the dread clawing at their hearts. We must stand united, not only against our enemies but within ourselves. Trust forged here will keep us strong. Eyes met across the table, each one a promise to fight not just for the stone walls of the castle, but for the very essence of their existence, woven into a fragile community. In that moment, the bonds of their camaraderie deepened, readying them for whatever storm awaited beyond the gates. Past allegiances weighed heavily on Hartwig's heart as he descended from the stone tower, the echoes of whispered promises swirling in his mind like autumn leaves caught in an ominous breeze. The air felt charged, thick with tension, as the shadows cast by flickering torches danced along the cold walls, reminiscent of the diverging paths of loyalty. Towering figures in noble attire had assembled, their faces etched in grim determination, bound by secrets that could reshape the future of Nuremberg. As Hartwig wove through the gathering, gazes shifted to him. A blend of respect and suspicion flickered in their eyes. He remained ever vigilant, keenly aware of the fragile threads that intertwined their fates. Was he to stand with the well-guarded truths of his past, or would he champion a new dawn, unafraid to sever ties to save the castle from a fate worse than death? Now, the weight of legacy pressed upon him, demanding choices that would ripple through time. As the sun dipped low behind the rugged hills, casting long shadows over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig sought the solace of the stone courtyard. Shadows of the past clung tightly to the castle walls, their whispers mingling with the evening breeze. Secrets, once buried, now clawed their way to the surface, demanding acknowledgement. Hartwig found himself reflecting on the consequences of knowledge. Each revelation could reshape alliances and destinies alike. Amidst the clatter of closing gates and the fading laughter of children, he remembered the sordid history of betrayal that had rippled through the castle generations ago. The heart of honor battled in the chambers of power, where the lines between friend and foe blurred, igniting an inferno of mistrust. With every heartbeat, he felt the weight of unspoken truths pressing upon him, a burden he could no longer ignore. Determined, he resolved to gather his allies and unearth the shadows, for only through confrontation could the castle reclaim its lost strength. In the dim recesses of the castle, a palpable tension hung thick in the air, as Hartwig gathered the remaining leaders in the flickering torchlight of the great hall. The shadows danced in rhythm with their escalating anxieties. They knew the time for delay had passed. With the specter of betrayal lingering, he raised his voice, steady yet imbued with urgency. We must forge a plan, a united front against what threatens our very existence. Fragments of silent camaraderie coalesced into whispered strategies, echoing off the cold stone walls where loyalty had once flourished. Shouts of discontent from the townsfolk threaded through their discussions, reminding them of the precarious balance they occupied. As the clock struck, signaling the impending storm. Fear transformed into determination, igniting a fierce resolve among them. They may have faced the unknown, but in that moment, the flicker of hope clung to them like a well-worn cloak, sheltering their hearts as they prepared to confront the darkness together. As twilight settled over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig gathered with the remaining leaders in the torchlit council chamber, the air thick with anticipation and unspoken fears. Outside, the wind whispered warnings, a low rumble echoing the turmoil that brewed within each heart. "We must act swiftly," Hartwig declared, his voice steady yet carrying the weight of uncertainty. He cast a keen glance around the room, catching the eyes of his comrades, their faces a tapestry of longing and resolve. Hushed murmurs filled the corners, ideas exchanged like precious goods, each proposal scrutinized under the watchful eye of reason. Hours slipped away in desperate discussions, each moment molding their strategy with sharpened clarity. Plans unfurled on parchment, ink tracing not just routes but destinies. As the last ember flickered in the hearth, their commitment solidified a bond stronger than steel, igniting hopeful flames in the shadows of despair. Outside, the horizon hinted at another day, a dawn they yearned to survive and conquer. The weight of loyalty bore heavily on Hartwig's shoulders as he paced the flickering, torchlit corridors of Nuremberg Castle. With each step, he thought of the fierce battles fought and the friendships strained, all caught in the relentless tide of loyalty and betrayal. As nobility squabbled and allegiances shifted like the wind, he found himself at a moral crossroad, torn between the ties binding him to his comrades and the needs of the kingdom that he swore to protect. How far would he go to safeguard the castle's integrity? Memories of laughter and warmth among friends flickered through his mind, contrasting sharply with the growing distrust among those he guarded. In the silence of the night, he felt the castle pulse around him. Each stone, each shadow held stories of sacrifice and loyalty that deepened his resolve. Tomorrow would demand his utmost courage, and with it, the very essence of his honor. The crackling fire cast an amber glow across the stone walls of the council room, where Hartwig sat hunched over a weathered map. The air hummed with tension, each guard's breath laden with the weight of unspoken fears. As their eyes darted to the door, the sense of urgency turned palpable. They awaited news from patrols sent to scout the advancing enemy. Would they strike at dawn? The flicker of shadow and light mirrored the uncertainty in Hartwig's heart. He could feel the depth of his decisions pressing against him like the cold, hard stone of the castle itself. A hushed conversation broke the silence, voices rising with heated debate over strategy, whether to stand their ground or seek an alliance with the villages below. Hartwig interjected with steadiness, urging unity. As whispers of dread clouded the room, he glanced outside at the gathering storm, both in the heavens above and in the hearts of the defenders. The world beyond the castle's stone facade was shifting, and Hartwig knew that his choices tonight would weave the very fabric of their tomorrow. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with unease, shadows intertwining against the flickering torchlight, illuminating the stone walls. Hartwig gathered his closest comrades under the ancient oak in the courtyard, voices hushed as if the very stones might overhear their clandestine plans. They spoke urgently of impending threats, ideas sparking like flint against steel, igniting their resolve. Each suggestion was laced with desperation, a testament to their determination to protect the castle and its inhabitants. A sense of unity emerged, binding them through shared fears and unyielding loyalty. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, stirring the leaves like whispers of long-lost souls, urging them to take action. It was then that Hartwig made a decision that would echo through the corridors of time. A bold move, daring yet fraught with risks. "We must act tonight," he declared, the weight of leadership settling upon him like a cloak, igniting a fierce fire in the eyes of his companions. The seeds of a desperate plan took root in the gathering gloom, and their fate hung laden in the balance, glistening with the promise of hope and the specter of peril. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretched across the castle walls like ominous fingers creeping toward Hartwig. The weight of loyalty pressed heavily upon him. Choices he had once relished now felt like shackles. Each decision, painted with the hues of friendship and honor, was shrouded in the uncertainty of consequences. He pondered the vows exchanged in brighter days, and the laughter that once echoed through the stone corridors now mingled with whispers of impending betrayal. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shapes on the walls, reminding him of the watchful eyes of the guards, their loyalties tested as they stood ready for the storm to come. Hartwig closed his eyes briefly, letting the cacophony of his thoughts subside, focusing instead on the resilience of his comrades. He could not shy away from the truth that lay before him. He would confront the shadows, ready to protect those he held dear. In this crucible of loyalty and sacrifice, the clarity he sought began to unfold, revealing paths yet untraveled. The weight of loyalty pressed heavily upon Hartwig's shoulders as he wandered the castle's stone corridors, each echoing footstep a reminder of the bonds forged in shared struggle. In the flickering torchlight, shadows danced like phantoms, whispering secrets kept and betrayals concealed. He paused at the great hall's entrance, the air thick with tension from the council meeting that had harbored storm-laden discussions. Discontent smoldered among the nobles, each vying for allegiance, their desires swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Hartwig's thoughts lingered on old friendships, fragile yet enduring, as he reflected on the acts he had witnessed. Loyalties tested in the crucible of war. Would he stand firm when loyalty demanded the unthinkable? With a clenched jaw and a heart steeled by resolve, he vowed to protect those he held dear, even if that meant crossing paths with shadows of deceit. The dawn of choices lay just beyond the horizon, fraught with uncertainty and hope. Hartwig lingered in the courtyard, absorbing the fading sunlight, which cast long shadows on the cobbled stones. The day had been an exercise in fortitude, a test of the bonds woven into the fabric of castle life. With old stories haunting him, the weight of loyalty bore down harder than the gravestone of the fallen soldiers. He remembered the careful words of his mentor, urging him to think beyond immediate loyalties. As night descended, flickering torchlight danced upon the walls, illuminating fears that lay beneath the surface. Whispers of revolt snaked through the corridors, igniting unease among the guards. Who could be trusted, and who would shatter the fragile peace they clung to? The very essence of loyalty felt as if it was unraveling in the chilling air. Striding across the castle grounds, Hartwig felt the pull of uncertainty, propelled further into a quest for truth where shadows and loyalty would shape their fate. The night watch had always evoked a mixture of foreboding and familiarity within Hartwig. Shadows danced across the stone walls, shifting with the flickering of torchlight, while the distant murmur of the restless townsfolk echoed through the air. It was during these moments that secrets often whispered through the corridors, their hushed tones winding their way into his ears, like vines creeping up the castle's old stones. He leaned against the parapet, eyes scanning the darkened grounds below. A slight rustle caught his attention, prompting his heart to quicken. Had he heard the sound of footsteps? Beyond the fortified barriers, the echoes of rebellion thrummed low and insistent, reminding Hartwig of the discontent brewing like a storm on the horizon. Just as dawn's first light began to touch the world, he steeled himself, knowing that trust would soon be tested and alliances re-evaluated in a struggle for survival. As the candlelight flickered low in the watchtower, Hartwig felt the weight of the night's quietude nestle around him like an old cloak. Shadows danced along the stone walls, teasing the edges of his mind with thoughts that swirled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. With every creak and murmur of the castle, he pondered the shifting allegiances among the guards. Who among them could be trusted? Whispers of dissent had begun to weave through the ranks, tightening his chest with the steel grip of uncertainty. The bonds once forged in honor seemed frayed at the seams, their integrity questioned with each secretive glance exchanged near the hearth. He could not shake the unsettling prickling of awareness that nestled deep within. Had past grievances begun to resurface, shadowing their unity just as the night veiled the moon? The air held a charged anticipation, as if the castle itself awaited the unfolding of a tapestry frayed by mistrust. The shadows thickened in the stone corridors of Nuremberg Castle as murmurs of treachery began to weave through the air like whispers on a chilling wind. Hartwig stood at the entrance of the great hall, heart pounding in his chest, as the uneasy alliances made among his fellows danced dangerously close to unraveling. The weight of unsaid words hung heavily. He could see it in their eyes, doubt festering among brothers sworn to protect one another. Past grievances resurfaced, tangling like roots beneath the castle's ancient stone. In whispered corners, accusations slipped through clenched teeth. Alliances threatened to shatter under the mere flicker of suspicion. As night cloaked the castle, Hartwig sought solitude in the battlements, allowing the cool night air to steady his frayed nerves. Beneath the vast blanket of stars, he contemplated loyalty and betrayal, steadfast oaths muddied by lingering mistrust. He understood, intuitively, that the lives intertwined within these walls depended not merely on vigilance, but on the fragile threads of trust that bound them together. The flickering light of the torches cast dancing shadows along the cold stone walls, as Hartwig leaned against the ancient fortress, grappling with the weight of revelations recently uncovered. Whispers of betrayal seeped through the corridors like an unwelcome draught, chilling him to the bone. The unsettling discovery unfolded like a dark tapestry, threads of deceit intertwining with the fabric of trust that once bound allies together. Each name that sprung to mind felt heavy, a testament to the fragility of loyalty in these tumultuous times. As he surveyed the moonlit yard, a quiet resolve bubbled within him. The very essence of the castle seemed to murmur, urging him towards an undeterred path of courage. With the night air thickening around him, he prepared to confront the shadows lurking just beyond the flicker of light, knowing that his decisions would not only shape his fate, but also resonate through the hallowed halls of this storied place. The morning sun would bring revelations, but for now, Hartwig embraced the darkness. Amid the growing chaos, the air felt thick with the weight of unspoken truths. Hartwig, his heart pounding, ventured into the dimly lit corridors of the castle, where shadows danced like specters on the cold stone walls. The flickering torches cast ominous shapes, amplifying his sense of urgency. Whispers of betrayal had coursed through the guards' ranks, seeping into corners he had thought secure. As he paced, memories of laughter and camaraderie clashed violently with the grim reality unfolding around him. How were bonds once cherished, now frayed by suspicion? His stride quickened as he sought answers, determined to protect not only the gates but the very alliances that had upheld them. The castle, once a bastion of hope, now loomed like a grand, crumbling monument of fear. Each creak of the wooden floorboards beneath his feet reverberated like a heartbeat, urging him onward into the gathering storm, where destinies awaited their reckoning. With hope flickering like the dying embers of a hearth, Hartwig stood in the shadow of the castle walls, contemplating the weight of the choices before him. The chill of the impending dusk seeped through his heavy cloak, wrapping around him like a shroud. Yet, as he gazed toward the bustling courtyard, filled with the laughter of children and the chatter of merchants, he felt a spark of determination bloom within his breast. The resilient spirit of the people inspired him. They had endured so much, and the fire of their unity ignited a fierce sense of purpose in him. The ghosts of past choices whispered in the chill evening air, urging him to act. Would he risk everything he cherished to safeguard this fragile bond among his fellow defenders? Empowered by the courage that coursed through those he loved, Hartwig turned decisively toward the castle's heart, ready to confront whatever storm awaited. Determined to shield his home from the shadows, as he strode forth, unwritten tales blossomed in the night, waiting to unfold. The tension hung heavily in the air, palpable as the simmering pot of conflict reached a boiling point. Hartwig observed the once loyal ally now aligned with the enemy, his heart sinking beneath the weight of betrayal. The fabric of trust, so carefully woven over years, unraveled with each whispered rumor and furtive glance exchanged in the shadows of the castle corridors. Memories of shared laughter echoed in his mind, now tainted by the impending threat of disloyalty. As he stood at his post, the familiar clang of armor approaching echoed like distant thunder. It was a visceral reminder of the new, harsh reality. Determination surged within him, igniting a fierce resolve. Hartwig knew he must rally the remaining loyal hearts around him, forging an unbreakable bond against the adversities that loomed ever closer. As night fell, he stepped forward, ready to confront the encroaching darkness that sought to fracture his world, sensing that the true battle was just beginning. Hartwig stood at the battlements, casting a weary gaze over the darkening landscape. The night was thick with tension, each whisper of the breeze a reminder of the fragile alliances that had formed, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a world where loyalty seemed as fleeting as the flickering torchlight, he found his thoughts returning to the fraught conversations from earlier that evening. He had sensed it, an emotional undercurrent among his comrades, a fraying of their shared purpose. Each face bore the marks of uncertainty, the flicker of resolve overshadowed by a gnawing doubt. As voices rose in heated exchanges, Hartwig recalled the unity they had forged against the encroaching darkness. He felt a swell of determination ignite within him, compelling him to intercede with words that would stitch back together the trust that was fraying. In the flickering shadows of the castle's stone walls, he knew they had to stand united, for the storm that loomed was more formidable than any of them could face alone. As Hartwig stood at the edge of the castle's battlements, the ground below seemed to pulse with an anxious energy. His heart echoed the distant rhythms of fate, shrouded in uncertainty yet beckoning courage. The voices of allies mingled with memories of battles fought, of laughter shared, and of hope flickering like the dying flames of a hearth. He surveyed the fortified walls, their stones bearing witness to countless tales, some of valor, others steeped in regret. The horizon, kissed by the fiery hues of twilight, seemed to signal both an end and a beginning. It was here, on this precipice of decision, that Hartwig understood the weight of his choices. Each path forward whispered promises and peril in equal measure. Shaking off the remnants of doubt, he steeled himself, intent on embracing the tumultuous journey ahead. Shadows lengthened behind him, but within the castle's stone confines, a new resolve began to burn brighter than the fading sun. With the dawn still cloaked in shadows, Hartwig stood at the castle's edge, gazing across the mist-laden valley. A heavy heart weighed on him, each beat echoing the burdens he bore for those he loved. Conflicted loyalties tugged at his senses, intermingling memories of brotherhood with the looming complexity of betrayal. The revelations from the scribe's notebook had unearthed old alliances, shaking the very foundation of trust he had taken for granted. Hartwig's breath hung in the crisp air, each exhale a question he grappled with, how to navigate a world now fraught with uncertainty. As he turned, the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, illuminating the castle's aged stones. It felt like a warning, a reminder that darkness often followed light. Resolute, he knew he had to gather his comrades, to forge new paths in a time of division. The weight of choices ahead was palpable, yet within the depths of that uncertainty lay the promise of potential redemption. As twilight descended over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig stood at the gates, contemplating the ever-thickening unease that gnawed at the hearts of his fellow guards. The night whispered secrets that stirred not only in the air, but also within the very stones of the castle. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering with memories of decisions made and paths taken. The specter of division loomed larger, each whispered quarrel among the ranks, seeming to widen the chasm that had begun to mar their once solid camaraderie. The flickering torchlight illuminated Hartwig's furrowed brow as he recalled the moments of laughter that had echoed through the hallways, now replaced by muffled voices of dissent. A deep breath grounded him, and he clenched his fists, steeling himself to confront the brewing storms, to remind his brothers of the ties that had bound them through countless trials. Duty and loyalty surged within him, propelling Hartwig to bridge the fractures before they grew insurmountable, even as the night deepened and uncertainty crawled ever closer. Navigating the darkened corridors of Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig felt the weight of choices pressing heavily upon his chest. Each step echoed with the memories of laughter and sorrow, intertwining like the threads of fate hanging in the air. Vexing dilemmas lingered like specters, urging him to confront the ultimate test of loyalty. Just beyond the flicker of torchlight, he could sense the growing divisions among his comrades. Whispers coiled around him, threads taut with distrust, winding tighter as alliances frayed. He longed for clarity, yet the tumult of emotions obscured his judgment. How could he reconcile the needs of the castle with the bonds forged in friendship? In that hushed moment, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for him to decide, to pull together their fraying threads or allow them to unravel into chaos. The tension crackled, reverberating through ancient stone, as Hartwig steeled himself against the rising tide of uncertainty. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over the castle, Hartwig stood at the forge, mesmerized by the ethereal dance of the flames. Each flicker illuminated not only the blacksmith's strong hands, but also the weight of history embodied in the glowing metal. He could intuitively sense that the legacy of craftsmanship thrummed in the air, a lineage stretching back through generations. The blacksmith, a burly man named Roderick, paused in his rhythmic hammering, sensing Hartwig's presence, and turning toward him with a knowing smile. "We forge more than weapons here, Hartwig," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Each blade carries the stories of those who wielded it, the choices they faced." Hartwig felt a compelling shift within himself, realizing that his own decisions were quickly becoming part of an intricate tapestry woven through time. Just as the anvil shaped steel, the trials ahead would mold him, instilling a resolute spirit essential for the storm approaching. In the flickering torchlight of the castle keep, secrets lingered like the musty scent of old stone. Hartwig prowled the corridors, his heart quickening with the weight of unspoken truths. Whispers floated through the air, stories of ancestors and gatekeepers who had once stood resolute against the tides of time. Each creak of the wooden beams overhead echoed histories long buried, urging him to listen closely. The pulse of the castle seemed stronger each day, resonating with the legacy of past guardians. Hartwig paused, contemplating the weight of his duty, his own woven tale yet unfinished. As moonlight spilled through a narrow window, illuminating the small alcove, he thought of the choices before him, choices steeped in honor and faced with peril. Each night, the walls bore witness, not just to his fears, but to the hopes and dreams of those within. He understood now that the essence of courage lay not only in battle, but in safeguarding every hidden narrative that defined the heart of Nuremberg Castle. As night settled upon Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig found himself lost in contemplation, aware that his heart held fast to both the light of friendship and the shadows of the past. The crisp air whispered through the cobbled streets while he walked the battlements, reflecting on the bonds he had forged with those in his charge. The laughter of children, though distant now, echoed in his mind, reminding him of the innocence that was often eclipsed by the weight of his duties. In that quiet moment, he pondered the alliances that had deepened and the fissures that had begun to appear between those he once called brothers. His thoughts drifted to the revelations that had unfolded in the days previous, a convergence of loyalty and betrayal that threatened to upend their fragile world. With each step along the stone ledge, he resolved to heal the fractures, to be the unwavering bridge that could lead them through the turbulence ahead, knowing that strength lay not only in armor, but in the unyielding connections they shared. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows against the stone walls, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Hartwig could feel the weight of the choices before him pressing down like the armor he wore. Every decision pulled at the threads of loyalty entwined in his heart. As he stood resolute, the echoes of the past whispered warnings, tinged with regret. The memories of comrades lost and the burdens bore weighed heavily, inviting self-doubt. Yet, beneath that weight also surged an undeniable spark of determination. He steeled himself, knowing that forging ahead was the only way to prevent history from repeating its darker narratives. With a deep breath, he resolved to trust in his instincts, seeking the path that honored his values and those who had fought alongside him. As dawn began to break over the horizon, illuminating the path ahead, hope and uncertainty intertwined, fueling his longing for a future that might yet defy despair. The echoes of the past lingered like the scent of smoke after a dying fire as Hartwig gathered with his comrades in the castle's dimly lit hall. Each face, etched with shadows of uncertainty, reflected the weight of their shared losses. As they bent their heads together, voices of the fallen whispered in the corners of Hartwig's mind, a cacophony of laughter intertwined with cries of despair, mingling with the cold stone walls that had borne witness to a myriad of hopes and dreams. With each recounted tale, laughter mingled with tears, knitting them closer in a fabric of collective sorrow. A flicker of flame illuminated their features, momentarily casting away the darkness that cloaked their hearts. As Hartwig shared a memory of a valiant friend lost too soon, resolve ignited within him. Their sacrifices would not be forgotten. The night deepened, yet a renewed sense of purpose began to stir, beckoning them toward the dawn of redemption that awaited beyond the castle's fortified gates. The embers danced in the glow of the fire, casting flickering shadows on the rough-hewn stone walls of the great hall. Hartwig sat among his comrades, the weight of battle pressing heavily on their hearts. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the remnants of a hasty meal, while the flicker of torches illuminated somber faces, each etched with uncertainty and fear. Stories of valor and loss filled the room, a tapestry woven from threads of courage and sorrow shared around the hearth. As the evening wore on, voices rose and fell like the steady rhythm of a heartbeat, punctuating the silence with laughter that seemed a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. Hartwig felt a sense of kinship blossom in that moment, binding them all together against the night. With each tale shared, a flicker of hope ignited, a reminder that even in despair, their spirits could soar, together, into tomorrow. The shadows receded slightly, allowing them to dream of peace amidst the trials yet to come. With the shadows of the preceding battles still lingering in his memory, Hartwig stood solemnly at the edge of the courtyard, absorbing the weight of his decisions. The echoes of laughter had faded, leaving an unsettling silence that enveloped the castle like a heavy fog. He glanced at the faces of his comrades, each etched with the struggles they had endured, a mix of determination and vulnerability swirling in their eyes. Today would not merely be a tactical gathering, it was a moment of reckoning. Gathering them around a flickering torch, he passionately recounted tales of valor during the previous siege, reminding them of their shared strength. Each story of courage served to stoke the embers of hope, wrapping the gathered warriors in a palpable warmth. As they exchanged glances filled with renewed purpose, Hartwig felt the threads of destiny weaving tighter among them, binding hearts and souls prepared to face whatever the impending conflict would unveil. Hartwig ventured into the untamed forest, an ancient arboreal sanctuary whispering secrets of old. Each step stirred the fallen leaves, the ground a tapestry woven with memories of triumph and despair. The air crackled with enchantment, a siren call beckoning him deeper into the verdant heart where a mysterious healer awaited. This custodian of wisdom, said to possess the ability to foretell futures, could breathe hope into his weary soul. Shadows danced beneath towering trees as the sun's rays filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. Time seemed to stretch and sway as he navigated the labyrinth of roots and vines, thoughts swirling with longing and trepidation. Would this revered figure hold the answers that could shift the tides of fate, or strengthen the bonds forged within the castle's walls? As he rounded a silent brook, a rustle among the bushes signaled the healer's approach, the air thick with history and the weight of unspoken truths intertwining their destinies. The shadows stretched long across the cobblestones, whispering secrets carried by the chilling evening breeze. As Hartwig moved through the castle, a sense of persistence filled the air, pressing against the weight of impending battles. His thoughts wandered to the memories of that fateful day when loyalty had pushed him to confront fears that loomed within the stone walls. Innovations mingled with superstition, and a palpable tension pulsed through the guards as they prepared for the inevitable clash. Searing flames outlined silhouettes on the horizon, casting flickering shadows that danced as harbingers of war. The night deepened, laced with uncertainty, as he gathered his closest allies to strategize their response, voices hushed yet resolute. Each word shared ignited sparks of determination, for they sensed the tide was shifting. With hearts entwined in purpose, they braced themselves, knowing courage would be their most potent weapon against the encroaching darkness. Amidst the gathering storm, hope flickered like a candle, steadfast against the gale. The air thickened with a pulse of impending conflict, the horizon a smudge of anticipation as Hartwig gathered the last remnants of courage from the hearts around him. The castle walls, strong yet weary, bore the weight of countless echoes, a shifting landscape of hope and trepidation. Shadows danced in flickering torchlight, reflections of their fears and desires intertwining as he called forth their spirits. Each face, a tapestry of stories and shared sorrows, gazed at him, trust mingling with unease. "Stand firm," he urged, his voice steady against the tempest of uncertainty. "We are more than guardians of stone. Our strength lies in unity, in our shared resolve." Just as his words fired the embers of courage smoldering within them, there was a rush of wings, a flock passing overhead. The sight galvanized him further, like a battle cry woven into the very fabric of the twilight. Together, they would rise to meet the storm brewing beyond their gates, fortified by an unbreakable bond. As the dawn broke gently over Nuremberg Castle, the weight of recent strife lingered in the air, a palpable reminder of the bonds forged and strained among the defenders. Hartwig stood upon the ramparts, gazing at the horizon where shadows from the past coiled like smoke amidst the brightening sky. The clarity of decisions made was increasingly clouded by the turmoil within. Every look exchanged between allies now seemed to carry the heft of unspoken grievances. He felt their fears coiling tighter, like the blacksmith's iron on the anvil, ready to shatter under the slightest strain. Yet, among whispered doubts, new offerings of trust began to emerge. Hearts once burdened by suspicion found glimmers of understanding in shared silence, healing slowly where wounds had formed. Reinforced resolve united them, not just against the encroaching storm, but against the dark thoughts that threatened to infiltrate their very spirits. As he descended from the heights, Hartwig carried with him the resolve of renewed alliances, necessary to face whatever fate awaited. With the certainty of his own heart resonating with the pulse of the castle, he prepared to initiate a gathering that would reaffirm their strength against the looming shadows. In the hushed stillness that cloaked the castle as dusk descended, Hartwig gathered the guards in the old stone courtyard. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows across their faces, illuminating the strain of anticipation etched on their features. With the ever-looming threat of invasion hanging over them, he felt a surge of clarity amidst the chaos, a responsibility to unite his men with purpose. "We stand not just as soldiers, but as a family," he began, his voice steady and resolute. "Tonight, we fortify bonds of loyalty that no enemy can sever." Each word resonated, sparking a flicker of hope and determination in the hearts of those gathered. As their mutual resolve solidified, the haunting whispers of the past seemed to echo around them, urging the warriors to write their own legend. Little did they know, the trials of the night were poised to challenge everything they believed in, forging their destinies in ways they never could have foreseen. Beneath a sky bruised with shades of darker blue, Hartwig rallied his fellow guards as night descended upon the castle. The air was charged with anticipation, a palpable tension swirling among the ranks. Whispers of an imminent assault had swept through the castle like wildfire, igniting an urgency in every heart. As shadows stretched across the cobblestones, the distant thrum of war drums echoed, a haunting reminder of the turmoil brewing outside their ancient walls. Gathered in the courtyard, lanterns flickering like fireflies, the brothers in arms stood resolute. Hartwig's voice cut through the thickening atmosphere, rising above the cacophony of apprehension. "Tonight, as we brace for the storm ahead, let us remember we stand not merely against an enemy, but for each other, and for every soul within these walls." The fervor in his words rekindled a collective spirit, igniting courage where doubt had lingered. Together, they prepared to confront whatever fate awaited them, hearts aligned in unyielding resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its warm glow over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig felt the heavy weight of unresolved tension hanging thickly in the air. The evening held a palpable promise of both conflict and resolution, an intricate dance of hope and fear that played out in the flickering shadows of the stone walls. Gathering in the great hall, Hartwig's fellow guards spoke in hushed tones, their expressions a mix of determination and uncertainty. They strategized, seeking clarity amidst the chaos that had begun to envelop them. Each man shared stories of loyalty and bravery, fortifying their spirits against the rising swell of discontent beyond the castle gates. Suddenly the door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in night. It was Annalise, the spirited herbalist from the village, her presence a beacon of courage. "We must unite, for tomorrow we face the reckoning," she urged, her voice ringing with conviction. It was a call to arms, and Hartwig, feeling a surge of renewed hope and unity, stepped forth, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. The flickering torches cast elongated shadows on the stone walls, whispering secrets that only the ancients could understand. As Hartwig stood guard at the castle's imposing entrance, a chill ran down his spine, the oppressive air thick with foreboding. Whispers of treachery curled around him, he felt their weight. A sense of urgency filled the atmosphere, igniting a fire of vigilance within him. Strange movements beyond the fortified walls caught his eye, and he strained to decipher the figures lurking in the mists of twilight. Suddenly, a rustle echoed through the silence, a harbinger of uncertainty. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Hartwig steeled himself for the unknown. His thoughts danced like the shadows at dusk. Could they be friends or foes? Just as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple, a voice pierced the night, echoing an omen that sent further ripples of dread through the castle's halls. As he prepared to confront whatever emerged, he realized that the night would truly test the resolve of all within the castle walls. With the shadows lengthening, and the glow of the dying fire casting flickering patterns upon the ancient stone walls, Hartwig felt the weight of the world settle heavily upon his shoulders. As he stood poised at the edge of the battlements, gazing out over the sprawling countryside, the chilling gusts of wind carried whispers of impending conflict, igniting embers of trepidation within him. It was a night meant for reflection, yet his heart thudded with the remembrance of comrades lost and futures uncertain. In the distance, torches flickered like stars, illuminating the gathering forces preparing for battle. Hartwig could almost hear the haunting echoes of their camaraderie. Laughter turned to solemn remembrance. Each flicker of light against the darkness reminded him of the bonds they had forged, sacred promises etched into the very fabric of their shared existence. Vowing to protect those he held dear, he steeled himself, knowing that dawn would bring not only a clash of steel, but also a test of loyalty that would resonate through the ages. The sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting long shadows over the castle's stone walls, as Hartwig felt the weight of uncertainty press down upon him. The echoes of the past lingered in his mind, blending with the rhythmic battle drums that beat in the distance. Every choice he'd made, loyalties sworn, secrets unearthed, had led to this moment of reckoning. He remembered the faces of those who had stood by him and those who had faltered, each one a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of his life. What honor remained when camaraderie hung on the precipice of betrayal? He looked out over the city nestled in the valley below, the twinkling lights looking inviting yet intangible. The thought stirred within him, a kaleidoscope of fears and hopes. Amidst this turmoil, he could almost hear the whispered promises of the past, begging him to forge ahead, reminding him that a journey marked by courage could illuminate even the deepest darkness. The tumultuous echoes of war faded into the soft murmur of dawn, casting a golden hue over the battered stones of Nuremberg Castle. Hartwig stood at the threshold of the imposing gate, his heart heavy yet resolute, burdened by the shadows of those lost and the memories that lingered like specters. He could hear the faint laughter of children playing in the courtyard, a sound so foreign yet profoundly cherished amidst the chaos of battle. Each joyful cry felt like a tether, urging him to remember that hope, even when barely flickering, held the power to ignite renewal. As he took a deep breath, the crisp morning air invigorated him, whispering promises of a brighter future. Today he would not only defend the castle, but also nurture the bonds that united them all. With purpose blazing in his chest, Hartwig turned towards newfound alliances within these ancient walls, ready to face whatever came next. As the dawn crept cautiously over the horizon, casting a golden light upon the castle's formidable stones, a sense of trepidation hung in the air. The clamor of battle overnight had waned, leaving only the remnants of echoes, ghostly whispers of valor and sacrifice that lingered like a prayer. Hartwig stood at his post, heart heavy, surveying the shattered battlements where brave souls had taken their stand. Every corner of the castle seemed imbued with the memories of those who had fought, their courage woven into the very fabric of the walls. Among the scattered debris, he discovered a broken shield engraved with the crest of his fallen friend, a stark reminder of the costs they had endured. In meeting glances with fellow guards, he sensed a resolve igniting within them, a flicker that shimmered alongside grief. They exchanged unspoken vows in the quiet light, knowing they would rise again together, for the heart of Nuremberg could not easily be silenced. They were unified, and they were ready. As the roar of battle erupted beyond the castle walls, the air thickened with the acrid scent of smoke and the cries of the wounded. Hartwig grasped his crossbow tightly, feeling the tremor of anticipation shoot through him. Shadows flickered across the stone battlements, where the sun struggled to pierce the clouds of despair threatening to envelop Nuremberg. The clash of steel rang out, a cacophony underscoring the stakes of this day. With each heartbeat, memories of laughter and warmth felt distant, overshadowed by the desperate urgency of survival. A distant shout drew his attention, and he turned to see the banners of their enemies billowing ominously against the horizon, a stark reminder of their relentless advance. "Hold fast!" he bellowed to his comrades, rallying them against the encroaching chaos. Together, they prepared to defend not only the stone walls, but the very spirit of the castle that had cradled their hopes. As the siege began, uncertainty loomed, blurring the line between hope and despair. With the clang of swords resonating through the cold morning air, the walls of Nuremberg Castle stood witness to the chaos unraveling within and beyond. Hartwig felt the weight of every fallen comrade press against his heart. Each life extinguished a haunting echo in his memory. The battlefield transformed into a haunting gallery, where valor met demise. As he navigated through the throngs of armored figures preparing for the unforgiving clash ahead, whispers of fallen heroes floated around him, intertwining with the scent of smoke and blood. Visions of those brave souls fueled his resolve, compelling him to fight not just for survival, but for their honor. No longer just a gatekeeper, he emerged as a beacon of hope amid despair. The collective cries of sorrow and defiance urged him onward, reaffirming that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the spirit of those he lost would ignite the flames of courage. The clang of swords resonated through the air, a harsh symphony underscored by the cries of defiance and the thud of armored bodies meeting earth. With each clash, Hartwig felt the weight of every decision pressing upon him. Lives hung in the balance, tethered to the stakes of valor and loyalty. He maneuvered strategically amidst the chaos, guiding his comrades through the thick smoke and rising fear that enveloped the castle like a ravenous beast. The atmosphere pulsed with desperation as enemy forces surged forward, their battle cries drowning out the litanies of hope his heart whispered. Amidst the fury, he recalled the light of laughter, a glimmer of joy now marred by the specter of bloodshed. Memories flashed painfully in his mind, the innocent moments of play, the warmth of kinship, now distant echoes swallowed by the cries of war. Hartwig steeled himself, summoning the strength buried deep within, preparing to face the tumultuous tides of fate that churned around him. Chaos erupted within the castle walls, the cacophony of clashing swords echoing like thunder through the stone corridors. Hartwig stood resolute at the gate, each impact vibrating through his bones, a grim reminder of the price they paid for their freedom. The smell of smoke mingled with the metallic tang of blood as guards rallied, their faces a tapestry of determination and dread. Shadows danced in flickering torchlight, silhouettes of men transformed into warriors haunted by purpose. Hartwig's heart raced, a drumbeat of obligation and fear. Yet among the clamor, voices rose, challenging the throes of despair, the battle hymn of the defenders, igniting a roaring inferno of courage. Now, as the rallying cry surged, something profound stirred within him. He took a firm grip of his sword, steeling himself for the tumultuous storm ahead. Every strike bore the weight of hope and loss, intertwining in a fierce desire to protect all that he held dear. Only together could they confront the tumult yet to unfold. The air crackled with tension as the clash of swords echoed through the castle courtyards, a testament to the turmoil threatening their sanctuary. Hartwig stood resolute, his heart pounding in time with the battle drums reverberating within stone walls. Each strike, each cry of valor or despair, painted a vivid canvas of chaos before his eyes. Friends and allies, unified by a shared determination to protect their home, fought fiercely against the encroaching darkness. Yet, doubt lingered in the shadows of their hearts, a specter that whispered of betrayal as uncertainty gripped their ranks. With every thrust of a blade, Hartwig recalled the faces of those he loved, their laughter seared in his memory, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the blood-stained ground, he knew the outcome hung perilously in the balance, unwavering in its demand for courage and sacrifice, beckoning him to confront his destiny. Smoke hung heavy in the air as Hartwig surveyed the aftermath of the first clash. The acrid scent mingled with the metallic tang of fresh blood, a bitter reminder of the price they had paid. Amidst the rising chaos, he spotted familiar, battered forms among the fallen, friends he had laughed alongside, now lost to the ravages of war. A mournful heart gripped him, tightening like a vice as he exchanged glances with those who remained, their faces mirroring the shared agony of loss. But amid this despair, defiance ignited. Whispers of rebellion flickered among the defenders, a collective determination rallying them to fight against their despair. Hartwig gathered the remaining soldiers around him, their eyes wide with fear yet burning with an unyielding resolve. "We are not finished," he declared, his voice steadying, cutting through the desolation. "Together we shall reclaim what is ours." As courage filled the air like an electric charge, the remnants of hope flickered, casting a warm glow over the darkness that threatened to engulf them all. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting elongated shadows that intertwined with the sharp silhouettes of castle battlements, Hartwig felt a profound tremor echoing through the stone walls of Nuremberg. Each heartbeat resonated with the cacophony of distant cheers and frantic shouts swirling in the twilight. News of the enemy's approach seeped like a chilling fog, amalgamating with the air thick with smoke from the evening fires. Faces of friends turned grim, their expressions laden with unspoken fears and raw determination. Hartwig observed as the shadows shifted, mirroring the internal struggles of those around him. The campfires crackled, illuminating their resolute traits, each flicker revealing fleeting emotions, fear battling against unwavering loyalty. Drawing in a shuddering breath, he steeled himself, reflecting on every individual life bound to this moment. With resolve, he prepared to lead his men into the throes of conflict, embracing the surge of courage rising like the night sky, a silent promise fueling his heart. Amidst the cacophony of clashing swords and the thunderous cheer of soldiers embroiled in the chaos of battle, Hartwig felt the pulsating heat of fear radiate through his very bones. Every swing of a sword echoed with the cries of the fallen, their voices reverberating through the corridors of his mind, demanding remembrance. Among the tumult, a haunting image of his daughter flickered into focus, her laughter a distant melody, now overshadowed by the grim reality that enveloped him. This deepening resolve propelled him forward as he gritted his teeth, mirroring the courage he had instilled in the hearts of his fellow guards. No longer merely the gatekeeper of stone and mortar, he embraced his role as protector against the surging tide of despair. The onslaught was relentless, yet Hartwig could feel a spark deep within him, a flicker of hope ignited amidst the dread, urging him to fight not just for survival, but for a future worth preserving. The clash of steel intensified, and as he pressed onward, the shadows of doubt began to recede, making way for a brighter dawn. A chill pervaded the air as the first light of dawn crested the towers of Nuremberg Castle, illuminating the battered battlements where the day's grim labors awaited. Hartwig stood resolute, his gaze fixed upon the horizon where dark clouds gathered, foreshadowing the fury of a storm that mirrored the tempest brewing within. It was not just the enemy's approach that weighed upon his heart. Whispers of betrayal had seeped through the castle, coiling around his thoughts like a serpent ready to strike. The shadows seemed to dance mockingly, revealing faces he once trusted, now veiled in suspicion. Hartwig clenched his fists, the weight of loyalty pressing heavily upon him as he recalled promises made in the quiet of night. Each breath he took felt like a vow, a reminder that honor often demanded the greatest sacrifices. The castle hummed with tension, each sound a drumbeat of impending dread, marking the threshold of a conflict that would test not only their defenses, but the very essence of their souls. The storm of war was not just on the horizon, it had arrived, relentless and unforgiving. As the clash of steel echoed through the courtyard, anticipation rippled like a tense string drawn taut. Hartwig stood at the gates, heart thrumming in sync with the distant roars of the impending battle. The air, thick with both fear and unyielding resolve, bore the salty tang of sweat and the acrid scent of burning torches. Shadows stretched long as the setting sun painted the stone walls in hues of crimson, a stark reminder of the violence that lay ahead. Familiar faces, friends turned warriors, lined the battlements, their eyes glistening with a mixture of ferocity and trepidation. Whispers of strategies floated around him, weaving a tapestry of hope amidst uncertainty. The memories of laughter and shared tales they had all cherished danced just beyond his reach, ghosts of a simpler time now veiled by the weight of war. Hartwig closed his eyes briefly, drawing strength from the bonds they had forged, inhaling deeply as the moment of reckoning approached. Amidst the chaos of the siege, Hartwig stood on the ramparts, his heart a drum echoing the clash of steel below. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the sharp tang of fear, blending with the fleeting hope that flickered in the eyes of the men beside him. Every cry of a fallen comrade reverberated within him, mingling sorrow with an increasing resolve. Memories of laughter shared in the courtyard punctured the bleakness, drawing him back to sunlit days and moments when life felt overwhelmingly simple. He could hear their voices now, friends, guards, young and old, cries for courage amidst the tempest of war. Each breath brought forth a deeper understanding of loyalty and sacrifice. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, weary yet determined, bearing news that could change the tide of battle. Hartwig's pulse quickened, the hour was turning, and destiny beckoned with a newfound intensity. Amidst the embers of the smoldering battlefield, as the last echoes of steel clashed against steel faded into a haunting silence, the weight of loss settled heavily upon Hartwig's heart. He wandered the grounds of the castle, each step punctuated by memories of friends who would never return, their laughter now mere whispers in the wind. The once vibrant tapestry of life within the fortress felt threadbare, shadows creeping into every corner, tainting the air with a scent of sorrow. Yet in the depths of despair, hope flickered like a candle in the dark. Hartwig gathered the remnants of courage stirring within him, vowing to honor the fallen by rallying those who remained. He envisioned a gathering, a moment to remember the sacrifices made, to draw strength from shared grief and fortify the bonds that could still unite them. With the dawn approaching, Hartwig breathed deeply, steeling himself for the role the morrow's light would demand. The aftermath of battle unfolds within the castle's stone walls, as camaraderie among the survivors thickens the air like smoke. Amidst the echoes of chaos, Hartwig stands, gazing upon his comrades, their faces smeared with dirt and determination. Each scar and bruised pride tells a tale of courage and loss, binding them together in the relentless fight for survival. Memories of fleeting laughter and joyful moments before the siege seem like relics from a distant era. Yet, in the heart of despair, a flicker of hope ignites. The wounded rise, compelled to defend not only their home, but the very essence of their shared history. As the sun sets, casting long shadows over the castle, Hartwig gathers the weary warriors. Words of encouragement ripple through the group like a soothing balm, knitting fractured spirits back together. They form a circle, each heart beating in synchrony as their resolve strengthens, undaunted, united. Hope lingers, insistent, whispering promises of a new dawn among them, urging them to stand fierce against fate's unyielding tide. Amidst the chaos of the ongoing siege, whispers of love began to bloom unexpectedly. Beneath the drawn curtains of hardship and fear, Hartwig observed his comrades engaging in moments of stolen glance and tender words, revealing the fragility that lay beneath hardened exteriors. In the flickering torchlight of the stone halls, couples found solace, their laughter echoing softly against the cold walls, puncturing the veil of despair that cloaked the castle. As shadows danced around him, Hartwig's own heart stirred, recalling the warmth of long-forgotten affections. He felt the pull of memories, entwining the threads of past loves with the present turmoil. Amidst the clash of swords and cries of valor, he pondered the significance of love, a beacon of hope shining brightly even when darkness threatened to engulf them all. Outside the towering battlements, the battle raged on, but in the quiet corners of the castle, love's gentle flame urged everyone to endure, rekindling the spirit needed to face the inevitable storm that lay ahead. Hartwig stood at the edge of the battlements, the night air thick with anticipation. The pallor of dawn slowly crept over the horizon, casting violet shadows against the stone walls. Within him churned a tempest of feelings as warriors prepared themselves for the confrontation ahead, gripping their swords as though they were extensions of their very souls. Beneath the tense silence, the echoes of laughter from the previous evening's feast still lingered like ghosts, a bittersweet reminder of what was at stake. His heart beat in rhythm with the shared promise of loyalty. Once embodying merriment, the camaraderie now wore the weight of impending battle, every glance exchanged between comrades intensified by the knowledge that some might not return. As he inhaled deeply, the memory of their jubilant faces filled him with both resolve and dread. In that moment, amid gathering fears and glimmers of hope, he silently pledged to protect them, no matter the cost. As dawn painted the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, an unsettling calm enveloped Nuremberg Castle. Within its stoic walls, old fears coiled and twisted amidst the whispers of strategy murmured late into the night. Hartwig paced the battlements, his breath visible in the crisp morning air, each exhale a silent prayer for those about to clash in the name of honor. In his chest a tempest stirred, wrestling with the weight of his responsibilities. Memories of laughter and camaraderie flared vividly. Children's games in the courtyard, stories shared over flickering firelight, an echo of innocent joy lost now in the shadow of war. An urgent summons from the council chamber snapped him back. Gritting his teeth, he descended the stone stairs, each step echoing in his mind like a countdown to battle. As he crossed the threshold, he steeled himself, recognizing the palpable tension, each noble face a canvas of determination and dread. Today would not merely decide the fate of the castle, it would carve Hartwig's legacy into the annals of history. In the dim glow of flickering torches, as shadows danced upon the cold stone walls, Hartwig felt the weight of the impending battle pressing down like a storm cloud darkening the sky. The air crackled with unspoken fears and hopes, each soldier steeling themselves for the clash ahead. Whispers of courage flickered among the men, rallying their spirits even as doubt crept into their hearts. With a firm resolve, Hartwig stepped among them, each face a tapestry of valor and vulnerability woven tightly together by adrenaline and loyalty. As the night deepened, the tension soared, similar to a tightly strung bow ready to release its arrow. Memories of past victories and losses flashed through Hartwig's mind, urging him to inspire confidence in his comrades. The solemnity of the moment was palpable, each heartbeat echoing in tandem with the distant drums of war, an ominous reminder that dawn would bring forth both trials and triumphs, reshaping their destinies forever. In the dim light of the castle's inner courtyard, Hartwig felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon him. The air was thick with tension, layered with unspoken fears and unshakable resolve. He paced along the cold stone pathway, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Each echo of distant laughter from soldiers sparring underscored the fragility of camaraderie, their joyous faces starkly contrast to the darkness looming on the horizon. With each passing heartbeat, his thoughts drifted to a powerful, harrowing choice that lay ahead. Allies had begun to fracture like splintered wood, confidence eroded by whispers of doubt. The fervor of loyalty once unwavering had turned to embers, smoldering quietly beneath a facade of unity. He sensed the need for decisive action, a call to rally their spirits not just for survival, but to rekindle the undying flame of hope that could guide them through the storm. Thus, Hartwig summoned what strength remained, prepared to confront the tempest. The echoes of battle lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of scorched earth and smoke that hung over Nuremberg Castle. Hartwig stood amidst the remnants of the tumultuous clash, the weight of the previous day's decisions heavy upon his shoulders. As he surveyed the crumpled banners, shards of steel, and the determined countenances of the weary defenders, he felt an urgency flicker within him. Each breath was a reminder that survival was not merely a matter of strength, but of unity, a delicate balance between valor, and vulnerability. Resolute, he gathered the remaining guards in a huddle, urging them to recount their strengths and acknowledge their fears. They exchanged glances, courage slowly rekindling in their eyes as shared resolve ignited embers of hope. It was in these breaths of camaraderie that the path forward began to unfurl, leading them not just through the shadows of conflict, but towards a realm where resilience, and perhaps victory, awaited. The crisp morning air bit at Hartwig's cheeks as he stood sentinel at the gate, the heavy fog curling around the ancient stones like ghosts of the past. He could hear the distant sounds of clashing steel and the anxious murmurings of guards sharpening their blades, preparing for the uncertainty that lay ahead. His heart pulsed with a mixture of fear and resolve, whispering promises of strength amidst the storm brewing on the horizon. The townsfolk bustled about, their faces etched with worry, yet their spirits did not waver. They exchanged furtive glances, silently gauging their neighbors' fears and hopes. Hartwig found himself drawn to a child, eyes wide with wonder, who watched the adults with an innocence untouched by the lurking shadows. In that moment, he realized that preserving the castle was not merely about stone and mortar. It was about safeguarding dreams, the laughter of children amid the chaos. As he gripped the hilt of his sword, Hartwig understood this responsibility. His loyalty to the castle and its people burned brighter than ever, igniting a passionate flame within his heart. United in purpose, they would rise against whatever darkness sought to breach their walls. Hartwig stood at the edge of the castle battlement, the wind whipping through his hair, carrying with it the faint echoes of the approaching storm. Shadows loomed larger in the twilight, casting foreboding shapes across the landscape. Every rustle of leaves seemed to whisper secrets, stirring unease deep within him. He had witnessed courage from his companions in battles past, but now, as the drums of war beat louder in the distance, fear gripped his heart like a vice, squeezing out the resolve he had painstakingly built. The rising wind howled a mournful tune, stirring memories of the young men who once stood by his side, their laughter mingling with the scent of wildflowers that now felt decidedly bitter. Hartwig clenched his fists, unsure whether it was disappointment or rage boiling inside him. Doubts crept in, gnawing at his instincts. He took a deep breath, determined to face not just the impending battle, but the fears that clawed at his courage, ready to confront whatever awaited. As the sun dipped low behind the castle's stone ramparts, casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, Hartwig found himself drawn into a maelstrom of contemplation. The weight of the previous night's revelations pressed heavily on his heart, each secret uncovered igniting both hope and dread within him. He wandered the battlements, the chilling whispers of the wind echoing the fears of his comrades. If victory were to be claimed, alliances needed to be forged anew, yet treachery lurked in the corners of their circle, seeping into even the most trusted bonds. In this crucible of conflict, he was reminded that loyalty and deception often walked hand in hand, each step forward fraught with peril. Hartwig's thoughts flickered like the flame of a candle, his resolve solidifying with each surge of the wind. Tomorrow would demand more than he was prepared to give, a dance with fate that awaited just beyond the dawn. What awaited them was a storm, fierce and unforgiving, yet within its chaos lay the possibility of redemption. As dawn crept over the horizon, a tense stillness enveloped Nuremberg Castle, an eerie calm weighing heavily upon the hearts of its defenders. Hartwig stood gazing toward the jagged silhouette of distant mountains, a tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind. Each minute counted now, each decision sparking flickers of hope or despair among the weary souls within the stone walls. His breath mingled with the crisp morning air, a reminder that soon the clash of swords would echo where silence reigned. The flickering torches, remnants of the night's vigil, cast long shadows that danced as if trying to escape the impending storm. He felt the weight of every soldier's life hanging on the decisions made today. Such pressures forged a resolve that cut deeper than any sword. Yet in the back of his mind, whispers of the noble past echoed. Would honor protect them, or would it fracture under fire? Determination surged within him, kindling the flame of courage that would soon ignite the hearts of many. As dawn broke over Nuremberg Castle, a sense of deep foreboding hung in the air. thick like the morning mist swirling around the battlements. Hartwig stood at the gate, his heart pounding as he recalled the tales of valor and sacrifice that filled the castle's halls, each whispering their own truths. The weight of his sword felt heavier than usual, a constant reminder of the impending clash that loomed just beyond the horizon. He gathered the men, their faces a tapestry of fear and resolve, all too aware that today could alter the course of their lives forever. In this moment, as he stood surrounded by hardened warriors, Hartwig felt an unyielding sense of purpose kindle within him. With a firm voice that cut through the chill of uncertainty, he rallied their spirits, uniting them under the banner of honor. Together, they would face whatever shadows awaited, steadfast in their shared destiny. As the sun lingered low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the cobblestones, Hartwig gathered the defenders in the courtyard. Tension hung thick in the air, shadows lengthening around them as the scent of impending rain mingled with sweat and resolve. They stood there, a motley assembly of seasoned guards and fresh faces, hearts racing in rhythm with the distant rumble of thunder. "Today," Hartwig began, his voice steady despite the storm brewing within him, "we stand not merely as soldiers, but as sentinels of our home." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the anxious faces, finding strength in shared determination. Each man and woman wore the weight of history, past battles, lost comrades, unyielding loyalty. As whispers of optimism began to flutter among them, the first drops of rain splattered down. Each droplet felt like a promise, a reminder that even in the shadows, life thrived. Together, they prepared for the storm ahead, hearts entwined by courage, breaths mingling with resolve as dark clouds rolled in to challenge their defiance. As twilight enveloped the castle, shadows danced along the walls, bringing forth ancient echoes of valor and sacrifice. Hartwig stood vigil beneath the flickering torchlight, contemplating the impending battle that loomed on the horizon. The evening air, thick with the scent of damp earth and lingering smoke from earlier fires, carried whispers of what was yet to come. Soldiers gathered, their faces marked with determination and trepidation, while the distant rumble of thunder heralded an impending storm, both literal and metaphorical. In that moment of stillness, a tale spilled from the lips of an old guard, one steeped in blood and honor. It spoke of heroes lost and the spirits who would rise with the dawn, igniting a fire within Hartwig's heart. Encouraged by shared memories, he felt the weight of 1,000 lives rest upon his shoulders. With resolute courage, he prepared to face the night, knowing that the strength to endure lay not just in the steel they wielded, but in the bonds they cherished. The ambience heavy with anticipation, Hartwig stood at the battlement, surveying the horizon where the enemy's banners, like dark gales, surged toward them. Each heartbeat echoed the solemnity of the moment, their fates intertwined with the valor and hesitation that hummed in the air. Whispers of fear intertwined with the resolve of the garrison as they steeled themselves, readying for the inevitable clash. Flickering torches cast long shadows, flicking across the stone, reminding Hartwig of ghostly figures, the remnants of those who once stood firm against similar threats. Yet, amidst the dread, a voice rose, an unshakable resolve intertwined with an undercurrent of dread. Chasing the shadows of despair, he urged both soldiers and townsfolk to remember the strength that unity could forge. In this precarious balance of hope and hesitation, Hartwig sensed that the true battle lay not merely in the clash of swords, but in the hearts of those who fought to defend the life within the castle's walls. The line between despair and courage blurred, and the time for action swiftly approached. In the dim light of evening, Hartwig stood at the castle's edge, where shadows gathered like whispered secrets. The chilling winds carried the faint echoes of a distant clash, a reminder that their world remained fraught with peril. He leaned heavily against the weathered stones, the weight of impending conflict resting uncomfortably on his shoulders. Each decision felt like a wavering thread in the fabric of loyalty, binding together friends and foes alike. As doubts gnawed at his conscience, the image of his daughter flickered in his mind, her laughter hauntingly sweet against the growing cacophony of strife. Gathering himself, Hartwig resolved to harness courage, transforming fear into a rallying cry. He knew unity was their greatest weapon against the tide of chaos. In the flickering torchlight, casting long shadows on the cold stone walls. He recalled the stories of valor shared around the hearth, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Love and loyalty would guide their path. Embers glowed in the quiet embrace of the great hall, flickering shadows dancing along the stone walls like whispers from the past. The banter of soldiers filled the air as Hartwig sat beside his comrades, their laughter reverberating with a relief that seemed rare amid the encroaching storm. Yet beneath the jocular facade lay a current of trepidation. The drums of war throbbed ominously in the periphery of their minds. Tales of valor intertwined with playful jabs, but each remembered story also cast a reminder of the ultimate sacrifice that lay ahead. As Hartwig glanced at the faces around him, he sensed the growing bond among them, a silent agreement that they would stand together through the shadow and chaos awaiting them. The strength of community bolstered their resolve, and as the night deepened, the flickering candles illuminated a collective determination, forging an unbreakable tether that would guide them into the fray, ready to confront whatever destiny had in store. As the tumultuous clangor of steel echoed between the castle walls, Hartwig felt the weight of time pressing upon him. Memories flooded his mind, visions of comrades in arms and the specter of loss that accompanied every clash. The cries of the wounded pierced his resolve, not as mere sounds, but as haunting reminders of valor and sacrifice. In those moments, strength and fear intertwined. Each heartbeat marked the dance between life and death. Glancing towards the horizon, he could see the gathering storm clouds mirrored his inner turmoil, swirling as shadows threatened to engulf the light. Yet, within this chaos, he sensed an awakening, a flicker of undying courage igniting the hearts of those around him. Amidst the echoes of battle, he vowed to harness this dormant fire, rallying his allies with a fervor that would reach into the depths of despair. As night descended, it brought whispers of hope amid peril, urging them forth into uncharted realms. Amid the chaos of the impending conflict, a sense of fear began to take flight within the hearts of the castle's defenders. Whispers of the enemy's advance fluttered through the corridors like leaves caught in a tempest, stirring unease among the guards stationed at their posts. Hartwig felt the weight of this trepidation deeply. He understood that courage, while often born from bravery, could also be forged in the fires of imminent danger. Peering from the battlements, he spotted shadows dancing along the forest line, their shapes darting and swirling with an unsettling grace. Each silhouette spoke of the enemy, lurking just beyond the safety of the walls. In this moment, Hartwig's heart swelled with a fierce resolve. He turned to face his comrades, ready to instill confidence where doubt had taken root. Together, they would transform this fear into determination, ready to stand firm against whatever storm awaited them, their spirits igniting like a wildfire beneath the darkening skies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, Hartwig felt the weight of impending conflict settle upon him like a heavy cloak. Threats loomed from beyond the castle walls, whispers of a dragon circling, the enemy, ever present, feeding off fear itself. He gathered the guards on the battlements, their faces shadowed but resolute, sharing tales of courage passed through the generations. Each story was laced with the laughter of children and the cries of warriors long gone, binding them in a shared history that transcended time. With every recounting, the resolve in their hearts kindled, courage ignited against the encroaching darkness. Hartwig inspired them to look not at the shadows, but to the light that flickered in their midst, a reminder that even dragons could be faced down with unity and bravery. Determination swelled as the unwavering promise of dawn lingered, and they steeled themselves for the trials to come. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the castle battlements, as the sounds of distant clamor loomed heavier. Hartwig stood upon the parapets, the scent of smoldering wood mixing with the cool evening air, sending his thoughts spiraling into the depths of uncertainty. Each heartbeat felt like a call to arms as the whispers of the village echoed in the recesses of his mind. He recalled the fears etched upon the faces of those he protected, voices tinged with urgency, pleading for resolution amidst the tumult. Determined, he descended from the heights, leaving behind the last vestiges of daylight. Gathering the remaining guards around the flickering torchlight in the courtyard, he inspired a sense of unity. Courage, he proclaimed, his voice steady, isn't merely an absence of fear, but a resolve to stand firm in the darkest hour. Just as hope shimmered with renewed strength, an urgent cry cut through the night, announcing the arrival of unexpected danger. The somber air hung thick over Nuremberg Castle as shadows danced along the stone walls, the weight of honor echoing in the hearts of the defenders. Each beat felt like a drum, punctuating the uncertainty that gripped them like a vice. Hartwig stood among his fellow guards, their eyes reflecting steely resolve, yet harboring the flicker of fear beneath. Conversations morphed into whispers as they shared tales of valor and dread, weaving connections in the impending storm of conflict. In the flickering torchlight, their faces were etched with determination and anxiety, side by side as stalwart brothers and sisters in arms. Hartwig found himself contemplating the sacrifices that honor demanded. It wasn't merely the clashing of swords or the victory of a banner, but the quiet, relentless toll on their very souls. An unyielding certainty rang within him. They would confront whatever lay ahead together. And as the distant sounds of a gathering force began to drown out the night, he steeled himself for what would come, understanding that true valor often resided in the choices that would shape their fate. As the dawn's reluctant light broke over Nuremberg, Hartwig stood atop the fortress walls, gazing out over the endless expanse of fog-covered lands. The remnants of battle echoed in his mind, a cacophony of courage and despair intertwining like the smoke that curled from the dying embers of last night's fires. Each threat loomed larger than the last, whispering fears of loss and the price of loyalty. The wounds of recent confrontations still bled into the hearts of the people. Gritting his teeth, Hartwig felt the weight of expectation bearing down upon him. The handsome banners draped across the battlefield felt both bold and insidious, their vibrant colors contrasting with the pallor gripping the castle. Resolute, he turned away from the horizon's sinister promise, reminding himself that even shadows held secrets worth fighting for. In this moment of uncertainty, the heart of Nuremberg whispered fortitude, urging its defenders to stand together for one more day. Through the haze of smoke and chaos, the battlefield became a grim tableau of shattered dreams and unshed tears. Hartwig's heart pounded as he traversed the charred remnants of what had been, a bright future extinguished in a flicker. The cries of the wounded cut through the acrid air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, igniting a smoldering anger within him. As he helped a young soldier back to safety, their eyes locked. A moment of shared understanding passed between them, a thread woven by the anguished fabric of loss. The townsfolk, once vibrant in their laughter, now stood solemn on the outskirts, their expressions etched with despair. Yet amid the ruins, a flicker of resilience sparked. Hartwig felt it pulse within him, a vital force igniting hope and fortitude. He raised his voice, rallying the weary around him. Their collective strength surged forward, ready to confront the darkness encroaching upon their sanctuary, as shadows gathered for another assault, whispering a dire promise of more to come. As the echoes of battle began to recede, whispers of the past threaded through the castle's ancient stones. Hartwig found himself drawn to the shadowy corners of his memory, where the tales of former gatekeepers danced like glowing embers in his mind. Each story told was a vivid tapestry woven with bravery, sacrifice, and the undeniable weight of loyalty, a loyalty that had forged bonds stronger than iron. He recalled the faces of those who had stood resolutely at their posts, their laughter intermingling with the clang of steel, their spirits indomitable even in the grasp of despair. The air hummed with a sense of reverence as Hartwig contemplated the legacy he wished to create. It was more than survival. It was about nurturing the heart of the castle in times of woe. Each story he cherished was not just a fragment of history, but a guiding light for the present. The memories tightened within him like sinew and bone, urging him onward, deeper into the shadows where the true essence of Nuremberg Castle awaited to be uncovered. The echoes of war unfolded through the corridors of Nuremberg Castle, each heartbeat resounding like the distant clash of swords. Hartwig stood at his post, surveying the kaleidoscope of emotions around him, a tapestry woven with fear, determination, and shimmering glimmers of hope. The remnants of fallen comrades haunted the stones beneath his feet, their stories etched forever in the walls that held the weight of countless souls. Yet amidst the sorrow, a fierce resolve bloomed, igniting the spirit of those who remained. His gaze fell upon the faces of his comrades, each displaying an unwavering commitment to protect their fortress. In whispered breaths, they shared tales of valor that swirled like embers in the chill of night, feeding the flame of courage that danced in their hearts. Allies, once bound by merely the honor of duty, now united through shared sacrifice, were discovering the true essence of loyalty, one that transcended bloodline and echoed into a future he dared to envision. The quiet before the next confrontation hovered, heavy with unspoken promises and lingering uncertainties, as they steeled themselves for the chaos that awaited. Each heartbeat forged deeper connections, resonating within them like the tolling of a bell, heralding both threat and resilience in a time when nothing was guaranteed. Would they stand firm, or would the tides of fate sweep them away? Only the dawn would reveal their shared destiny. As the frost clung to the ground like a reluctant lover, the weight of uncertainty pressed down on Hartwig's heart. In the flickering twilight, shadows deepened, revealing the worry etched upon the faces of those he had sworn to protect. The castle walls, once a bastion of enduring strength, now felt fragile, their stones marred by the echoes of conflict. Friends he had known since childhood wore expressions of resolve mingled with fear, their laughter replaced by murmurs of struggle. With each heartbeat, Hartwig could sense the pulse of impending fate, a relentless tide threatened to engulf the sanctuary he had dedicated his life to guarding. As the distant sounds of battle drifted closer, the air thickened with trepidation. Realization dawned that legacy was not just written in victory, but also in the heart of every sacrifice made for love and honor. Together they would stand, steadfast against the gathering storm. The echoes of battle still hung heavy in the air as Hartwig wandered the dimly lit halls of the castle, his heart weighed down by the losses that had marred their fight for survival. The haunting memories of brave souls, both friend and foe, flickered like shadows in his mind, their faces etched in his memory. It was during this reflective moment that he stumbled upon the remnants of the great hall, now marred by scars of combat, yet defiant in its grandeur. He ran his fingers over the splintered wooden table where nobles once shared laughter, now a mere monument to times of peace. In the flickering candlelight, Hartwig sensed the power of unity that lingered among the survivors, a strength born from shared grief. As he gathered the fragments of his resolve, he knew that healing lay not just in the wounds of the flesh, but also in the wounds of the heart. Bonds formed through their trials would lead them into the uncharted future. In the dim glow of sunrise, a gentle breeze danced through the castle walls, whispering secrets of dawn as Hartwig stood at his post. The weight of yesterday's decisions pressed heavily upon him, igniting a fire within his spirit. Each breath reminded him of the burdens he carried, loyalties twisted, allegiances frayed. Yet amid the lingering shadows of despair and dread, a flicker of determination ignited within him. With each passing moment, he could feel the pulse of the castle, its stones resonating with collective fear, yet kindling a spark of hope within those who walked its halls. Unity had become their shield, their armor against the encroaching unknown. Hartwig sensed it, the tender threads of fate weaving through every soul in the castle, binding them closer in purpose. As he surveyed the horizon, hope emerged, flourishing amidst the doubts, ready to burst forth as the day began anew, heralding a tomorrow drenched in possibility and ambition. An unsettling stillness hung in the air as Hartwig stood atop the castle battlements, the horizon blushing with the warm hues of twilight. Memories of past struggles danced through his mind like fleeting shadows, almost tangible yet painfully elusive. Each decision he had made, layered with sacrifice and responsibility, had woven the fabric of his reality, and now he felt the weight of his choices pressing heavily upon his chest. His thoughts drifted to his family, where laughter was tempered by the foreboding of war. The echo of their voices resonated within him, serving as both balm and blade. If the castle stood firm, he would continue to protect not just its stone walls, but the very spirit of those he loved. Amidst the encroaching darkness, hope flickered like a candle. As shadows deepened, Hartwig steeled himself for the trials yet to unfold, a steadfast guardian at the heart of Nuremberg's destiny. The dawn of confrontation loomed, fierce and inevitable, yet he would face it unyielding, an unwavering sentinel against the chaos. As the clangor of battle echoed in the distance, Hartwig stood amidst the remnants of yesterday's joy, reflecting on the bittersweet nature of survival. The charred timbers of the ramparts whispered tales of bravery, while the scent of smoke clung to the air, an unyielding reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. The vibrancy of laughter from children, once a thread woven into the fabric of the castle's life, lay stifled under the heavy shadow of war. Yet, beneath the ashes of despair, a flicker of hope ignited. Hartwig resolved to gather what remained of their community, drawing upon the strength forged in the hearts of the survivors. Together, they would carve a path through the wreckage, reminded that, like the fiercest storms, darkness could not subsist against the dawn. With renewed purpose, he stepped forward, leading his companions not just toward recovery, but towards the reclamation of their shared dreams, a testament to their resilience. As the last echoes of battle lingered in the air, the muted light of dawn spilled over the worn stones of Nuremberg Castle, revealing the scars of the night. The aftermath lay heavy upon Hartwig's heart, shadows of valor mingling with the stark realities of loss. Each fallen comrade echoed in his thoughts, their faces flashing before him like fleeting specters in the half-light. In this moment of quiet reflection, he felt a tightening in his chest, a desperate longing for the camaraderie they had shared, now seemingly irrevocably tainted by the ferocity of conflict. Yet, amidst the rubble of grief, a resilient thread of hope sparked a timid flame within him. Hartwig recalled the stories told by old guards beneath starlit skies, tales of courage and determination that defied despair. With each breath, he resolved not only to honor their memories but to forge a new path, a promise whispered into the cool morning air, vowing to guide those who remained toward a brighter horizon. Tension hung thick in the air, an almost tangible force that wrapped around Hartwig like a serpent coiling tighter, constricting the breath from his lungs. Conversations had turned wary. The weight of their shared history cast long shadows across the stone walls. It was as if each member of the garrison had begun to see their own fears reflected in the eyes of their comrades, a cycle of doubt sowing ripples of division among allies once united by their purpose. Hartwig stood at the threshold of the main hall, heart heavy with the burden of unspoken mistrust, feeling the sharp pang of sorrow for what lay ahead. Whispers danced around the flickering torchlight, fingers of suspicion pointing in the darkest corners of their minds. Yet, just as despair threatened to swallow them whole, a flicker of determination ignited deep within him. Bonded by the tie of shared sacrifice, he resolved to remind them that loyalty forged in fire could withstand the storms of treachery. Rising to address the gathered souls, he sensed their readiness to unite once more, standing resolutely against the coming darkness. As Hartwig gazed out from the castle battlements, the echoes of the day's battles lingered like shadows dancing along the walls. Each sound, the clash of swords, the cries of the wounded, served as a grim reminder of the price of loyalty that weighed heavily upon his heart. It was not simply the lives lost in the fray that haunted him. It was the palpable silence that followed, a void filled with unspoken grief and unfulfilled promises. He turned inward, contemplating the bonds that had once united them all, now fraying under the strain of conflict. A storm brewed within, challenging the very essence of honor and duty he had clung to for so long. Hartwig wrestled with his choices. Could loyalty be defined solely through unwavering support, or were there moments that called for defiance? It was in this profound struggle, amidst the flickering light of torches casting hesitant shadows, that he found clarity. Trust, a fragile thread, could be rewoven by acknowledging the truth, no matter how painful. The battlefield lay open like a vast canvas of chaos, coated in the anguished cries of the wounded and the clash of swords that echoed through the air. Hartwig stood amid this tempest, heart pounding in his chest, as he absorbed the fierce primal chants of his comrades rallying for courage. Each face around him wore the imprint of fear entwined with resolution, a testament to their shared fight for not just survival, but for honor. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the ghosts of past victories and losses whispering through the winds. As the battle raged on, Hartwig's spirit ignited. He recalled the tales spun by the fireside, where every story hinted at heroism born from darkness. Here, right now, those tales transformed into his lived experience, fueling his resolve to protect his home and kin. The conflict swelled, and he was ready to answer the call of destiny, an undertow of emotion propelling him forward into the fray. The heavy air of anticipation hung thick in the courtyard, weighed down by the echoes of the past reverberating through Hartwig's mind. As dawn broke silently over the horizon, casting tentative rays upon the battlements, he felt the specter of his choices settle around him like a cloak woven from memories. Each heartbeat seemed to resonate with the ghosts of those who had come before, their sacrifices etched into the very stones of Nuremberg Castle. The sun struggled to pierce the mists, mirroring Hartwig's internal struggle. A longing for peace clashed with the brutal reality of conflict pressing at their gates. He gathered his comrades, warriors whose eyes reflected both determination and fear, urging them forward with the weight of shared resolve. They stood on the precipice of a new battle, an intertwining web of hopes and fears, binding them close. In unity lay their strength, and as they gripped their swords tightly, Hartwig felt the foundation of loyalty beneath their feet, a solid reminder that together they might yet carve a path toward a brighter dawn. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the echoes of clashing steel faded into a profound silence. Hartwig stood upon the ramparts of Nuremberg Castle, a heavy weight resting upon his heart, where the remnants of courage mingled with the specter of loss. Each breath tasted bittersweet, threading memories of fallen comrades through the air, urging him to ponder the fragile fabric of life, woven so expertly together amidst the chaos. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows, as if the castle itself mourned its defenders, each stone resonating with their heroic tales. Yet in that twilight, a soft glow broke over the horizon, whispering promises of renewal. Laughter bubbled up from the courtyard below, children dancing, small beacons of hope. The once fearsome castle walls, now draped in the tapestry of resilience, forged new dreams amongst the ashes of despair. Hartwig felt a flicker of determination ignite within him. Despite the challenges that lingered, the essence of life would always find a way to shine through. As the echoes of battle faded and the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the castle nestled in its timeless majesty felt transformed. Once shadowed by the clamor of conflict, the walls now held a serene stillness, an invitation to reflection. Hartwig, standing alone on the parapets, absorbed the beauty of the lush landscape below, where vibrant wildflowers began to bloom anew in the warm embrace of spring. Each petal unfurling was a reminder of resilience, echoing the spirit of survival shared among the castle's defenders. With a heart imbued with hope, he strolled through familiar corridors, his footsteps resonating softly against the stone floors. Memories swirled like leaves caught in a gentle breeze, reminders of laughter shared and bonds strengthened during the trials. He paused by the old oak tree, its branches stretched toward the sky, a testament to the strength found in unity and the promise of new beginnings in the days that lay ahead. In the dim light of an autumn evening, Hartwig stood at the gates, a sentinel against the encroaching shadows of twilight. The castle, a robust guardian of countless memories, resonated with echoes of laughter and resolute conversations, now softened by the passage of time. As he gazed upon the flickering torches lining the cobbled path, fleeting glimpses of the past danced in his mind. Children playing in the courtyard, the clank of armor, the shared toasts of camaraderie echoing through the banquet halls. With each breath, he felt the intricate tapestry of their lives, woven together by the trials and triumphs they had endured. The castle, once a fortress of brick and mortar, became a sanctuary of hope, its walls imbued with stories yet to be told. Hartwig understood that the legacy of the warden was more than duty. It was the very heartbeat of this place that would guide them into a future filled with possibilities and challenges alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the castle walls in hues of amber and crimson, Hartwig stood at the battlements, watching the shadows stretch and blend into the twilight. The scent of autumn leaves filled the air, mingling with the pungent aroma of the feasts being prepared below. He felt the pulse of the castle, the vibrations of life within its stone bones reminding him of both triumph and loss. Families reunited, carrying within them the essence of hopes rekindled and stories yet to be told, added warmth to the cool evening. Hartwig could see the laughter of children mingling with the whispers of the elder guards, each fostering a new legacy amidst the remnants of a time etched in struggle. The soft echoes of their voices interwove like threads in a rich tapestry, promising that though battles had been fought and sacrifices made, a greater story lay ahead, waiting to be penned by this resilient heart of Nuremberg. As the seasons began to change, the air carried a crispness that hinted at a new beginning. Hartwig stood at the castle's edge, eyes drawn to the horizon where the first blush of dawn kissed the sky with soft hues. Each morning he hoped for renewal, a sign that the trials faced had not diminished the spirit of those who called this fortress home. The laughter of children played in the background, an anthem of innocence that contrasted sharply against the shadows of recent turmoil. With each heartbeat, the castle breathed alongside him, walls imbued with stories both old and new. Voices of friends echoed in his mind, reminding him of the bonds forged through adversity. As Hartwig gathered strength from these connections, he felt an undeniable flame igniting within him, a determination to protect not only the stone gates of the castle, but the very essence of what they represented. He knew that the journey ahead would shape not only his fate, but the legacy of those who would come after him. Thus, with a renewed sense of purpose, Hartwig turned away from the dawning light, ready to face whatever lay ahead. His heart pulsed with the echoes of both hope and resolve, guiding him into an uncertain but promising future. With each step, he embraced the change, aware that this path might lead to uncharted territories, but also to the revival of a community long overshadowed by fear. Hartwig settled into the quiet comfort of his chamber, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows upon the stone walls, each flicker a reminder of the burdens he carried. As he scrawled his thoughts onto velvety parchment, he envisioned the futures of his children, innocent eyes gazing upon a world more informed by his mistakes and lessons. A father's love seeped into every word as he crafted a letter, ensuring that his heartfelt aspirations reached them beyond the confines of the castle and its looming walls. "Never forget the strength of unity," he wrote fervently, calling upon their shared lineage to remind them that love endured the trials of time. In this moment of reflection, time seemed to blur, past and future merging like the warm air curling around the hearth. Each word poured forth was both an anchor and a sail, guiding the generations that lay ahead into the unknown dawn of tomorrow. Outside, the first hints of spring coaxed life back into the barren landscape, a testament to rebirth, much like his hopes for the future of his family and the castle they called home. As the last remnants of autumn began to fade, Hartwig stood on the castle walls, watching the leaves fall like whispers of promises fulfilled. The winds carried a chill that spoke of change, yet amidst this transition, a gentle warmth blossomed within the hearts of those in Nuremberg. He could hear the laughter of children echoing from the courtyard, their voices weaving a tapestry of innocence that countered the weight of their recent struggles. The villagers were busy preparing for the upcoming harvest celebration, a feast to commemorate their resilience and unity. Hartwig's heart swelled with pride as he imagined their gathered faces, illuminated by the flickering flames of bonfires, celebrating not just the bounty from the earth, but the bonds forged in adversity. As twilight descended, casting long shadows on the castle's storied stones, Hartwig felt a renewed sense of purpose. The future was unwritten, yet it brimmed with hope, beckoning them all toward brighter days yet to come. As the vibrant hues of autumn began to cloak the hills around Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig sensed a palpable shift in the air, a collective breath of hope enveloping the weary inhabitants. In the central courtyard, laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread from the bakers and the spice of mulled wine wafting from a nearby hearth. Families gathered to share stories long stifled by the burdens of war, their eyes sparkling with memories of joy and a future unshackled from fear. Amidst the gentle chaos, children darted about, their carefree giggles a stark contrast to the echoes of loss that had so recently haunted the battlements. Hartwig, heartened by this revival, felt an urge to preserve this burgeoning spirit. He took to his pen that evening, inscribing tales of resilience and community into the parchment, determined that the new leaf turned should be forever etched into the castle's history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig found solace in the company of old friends. Their laughter echoed in the great hall, a balm for the frayed edges of his heart. With each shared tale, they wove a tapestry of memories, recounting days of triumph and loss. The flickering candlelight danced across their faces, illuminating the lines of age and experience etched by the burden of duty. Hartwig felt a sense of kinship surge within him, solidifying the bonds that time and adversity had forged. In these moments, he realized that the essence of community thrived not solely on shared hardships, but also on the joy of unity. The evening air carried the fragrant scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries, each bite a testament to the resilience of their spirits. As the night deepened, they illuminated the shadows of doubt, rekindling hope for the future that lay ahead. Their voices mingled, weaving together as they spoke of dreams and aspirations, threading the very fabric of their lives into the heart of the castle. Together they cast away the darkness and, unyielding, began to embrace the dawn that was sure to come. As the first light of dawn crept through the castle's windows, Hartwig found solace in the soft whispers of the morning breeze dancing through the corridors. The air was thick with the remnants of last night's festivities, laughter still echoing in his mind. He wandered to the courtyard, where the damp earth glistened from the night's rain, a reminder of the trials that had tested their very existence. Each stone of the castle seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, as if acknowledging the weight they had borne together, side by side. Families reunited, children played, and for a moment, hope blossomed anew. Hartwig observed the villagers returning from the fields, their faces illuminated by the promise of a harvest untainted by conflict. Conversations flowed like the river nearby, enriched by shared experiences. As the sun ascended steadily into the sky, a collective heart pulsed with warmth, weaving a tapestry of renewed spirit, echoing the tenacity of a community once fractured, but now bravely facing what lay ahead. As the light of dawn spilled softly over the horizon, illuminating the battlements of Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig found himself wandering the castle grounds, contemplating the weight of recent events. The air bore a lingering chill, a remnant of the previous night's tempest, yet it carried a sense of renewal, an invitation to embrace the future. He paused by the castle's newly tended gardens, where blossoms began to unfurl, swaying gently with the morning breeze, a silent testament to resilience. These vibrant colors stood in stark contrast to the shadows of loss that still haunted him. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, weaving through the stone walls like a soothing melody, pulling him from his thoughts. With each footfall upon the cobbled path, Hartwig felt the stirrings of hope enveloping the castle anew. As he made his way towards the bustling courtyard, he sensed that life, with all its complexities, was readying itself to flourish once more amidst the remnants of anguish. It was a moment ripe for transformation, ripe for rebirth. A chill breeze whispered through the castle's courtyard as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows against the ancient stones. Hartwig lingered outside, captivated by the vibrant hues reflecting off the battlements, a stunning tapestry of oranges, pinks, and purples. Each flicker of light felt like a tapestry woven with threads of memory, echoing the tales of those who had walked these paths before him. The air carried the scent of freshly cut grass and smoke from the evening fires, reminders of lives entwined with his own. He gathered his thoughts, aware that while the castle's walls stood resolute, the true strength lay in the hearts of its people. Surrounded by his comrades, he sensed a renewed urgency to forge bonds that would endure beyond the shadows of recent turmoil. And as the darkness deepened around them, a feeling of unity blossomed, a shared promise of what was to come in their intertwined fates. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled paths of Nuremberg Castle, the air grew thick with anticipation. Hartwig strolled through the courtyard, the laughter of children mingling with the fading light, a bittersweet reminder of innocence amid the heaviness of recent events. The bonds forged in the crucible of conflict were becoming more vivid, yet fragile. He caught snippets of conversation, earnest exchanges between guards and townsfolk, each word a thread weaving a tapestry of unity. Hartwig paused, contemplating the fleeting moments that shaped their lives. With every shared glance, the tapestry expanded, stitching together histories and hopes. He felt the weight of duty upon his shoulders, a fierce resolve ignite within him. The warmth of camaraderie enveloped him, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, their strength lay in connection. As night embraced the castle, he knew the time had come to forge ahead, to nurture the flames of unity that flickered in their hearts. The fresh air swept through the castle, invigorating Hartwig as he stepped outside the heavy wooden doors. The world around him felt alive, each breath a reminder of resilience. The verdant gardens, once tender and vulnerable under the weight of war, now flourished with vibrant blooms, bursting forth like hopes rekindled after a long winter. Children's laughter spilled from the courtyard, their joyous shouting blending with birdsong, reminding Hartwig of times when innocence reigned and worries were mere whispers. He paused beside a patch of wildflowers, their brightness an emblem of triumph over adversity. Each petal seemed to sing its story, weaving the essence of struggle and survival into the very fabric of the air. Hartwig thought of his comrades, those who had fought valiantly and were no longer with them, their spirits guiding him as he ventured into the sunlight. With unwavering resolve, he understood that the path ahead promised both challenges and the potential for a brighter tomorrow. The echoes of laughter and the scent of possibility beckoned him onward, ready to embrace the new chapter unfolding before him. The air was thick with the scent of autumn leaves as Hartwig wandered through the castle gardens, their vibrant colors a bittersweet reminder of fleeting days. He paused to observe the children playing among the shrubs, their laughter ringing like distant bells through the corridors of his mind. Each joyous squeal tugged at his heart, stirring memories of his own youth, a time unburdened by the heavy weight of duty. As he knelt to admire a cluster of daisies peeking through the earth, a sense of tranquility washed over him, a stark contrast to the tumult he had faced so recently. The lingering echoes of laughter intertwined with whispers of hope, urging him to remain steadfast in the face of uncertainty. Rising from his contemplative crouch, he ventured back towards the castle's looming stone walls, each step igniting a determination to protect not just the fortress, but the very essence of its spirit woven within its walls. As dawn's first light filtered through the arched windows of the castle, Hartwig sat by the flickering flames of the hearth, feeling the warmth seep into his bones, a stark contrast to the chill that had wrapped itself around him for so long. The events of the past months had been a tempest. Loss, sacrifice, and the scars of conflict lay heavy on his heart. Yet amidst the ashes of grief, a tender flicker of hope ignited within him. He felt the presence of his companions, their laughter and stories reverberating in the stone walls, slowly weaving threads of resilience into the castle's fabric. Today, he would gather the townsfolk and fellow guards, sharing tales of their shared struggles and triumphs under the looming shadow of the castle's battlements. This congregation would not only serve as a moment of healing, but as a reaffirmation of their unity, a collective commitment to cultivate the seeds of peace that they had nurtured through adversity. With each story, he could felt they would stitch together a vibrant tapestry to honor the past while solidifying a brighter future. In this moment, Hartwig found clarity. The heart of the castle beat, not just in stone and mortar, but in the laughter and friendships of those who called it home. As twilight painted the sky with hues of gold and indigo, the gathering of voices filled the courtyard, resonating with fresh resolve. Hartwig stood at the heart of his community, enveloped by faces both familiar and new, each adorned with the reflections of their collective journey. The air was thick with emotion, every laugh, every tear binding them tighter together. They spoke of dreams long buried under the weight of uncertainty, of paths yet to tread, and of the strength found in unity. With each shared story, the wounds of the past began to heal, transforming sorrow into hope, despair into courage. Hartwig's own heart swelled with pride. He recognized that their unity could steer them from darkness into a dawn not just imagined but palpable. The echoes of laughter and whispered promises danced around him, a gentle reminder that their legacy, forged in trials and triumphs, would illuminate their future. As the last light faded, a new chapter awaited, shimmering with the promise of tomorrow. A palpable shift settled over Nuremberg Castle, as if the very stones had breathed a sigh of relief. Hartwig stood at the battlements, gazing out over the vibrant horizon that heralded both the arrival of hope and the promise of rejuvenation. He allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The remnants of sorrow were slowly giving way to a burgeoning sense of unity among the castle's inhabitants. The laughter of children echoed faintly in the distance, their untainted joy a reminder of what was worth protecting. Amidst the hard-earned victories, friendships within the castle flourished anew, pushing the shadows of past grievances aside. As he walked through the courtyard, Hartwig found himself engaged in laughter with old comrades over shared memories. Their faces, once etched with the burdens of war, now blazed with fresh resolve. The time had come to build anew, to lay foundations not just of stone, but of trust, loyalty, and dreams reborn, forging a legacy entwined with the aspirations of future generations. The warmth of late autumn sunlight filtered through the trees, casting flickering shadows that danced along the cobbled pathways of Nuremberg Castle. Hartwig wandered through the gardens, untouched yet by the burdens of war, allowing the fragrant aroma of blossoming flowers to seep into the crevices of his weary mind. Each petal held memories of laughter, of nurturing friendships that had flourished amid strife, a reminder that life continued to sprout in even the harshest of lands. There was a strength in these simple moments, a balm for the aching worry he felt deep within his soul. Yet beneath that serene facade lay the fragile threads of uncertainty, whispering their warnings of impending conflict. He closed his eyes, breathed in the sweet air, and made a silent vow to protect this sanctuary of beauty. In this garden, amidst the rustling leaves and lingering warmth, he truly felt the weight of tomorrow pressing down, urging him to stand ready for whatever trials may come. In the heart of the castle, the flickering torchlight cast long shadows that danced upon the stone walls, whispering secrets of the past. Hartwig sat at the table surrounded by his closest friends, a silent moment of reflection enveloping them like a shroud. Each face bore the weight of loss, yet in their shared silence lay a bond forged in strife and resilience. They had weathered storms together, their hearts intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, deepening their loyalty to one another and their beloved castle. As the embers glowed warmly, the words of the elder guard echoed in Hartwig's mind, urging them to embrace the power of unity in rebuilding what had been shattered. With a solemn nod, he rose, inspiration blooming within him. Visions of tomorrow began to take shape, bursting forth with the promise of renewal. United, they would face the unknown, hearts fierce and spirits unyielding, ready to rise from the ashes and reclaim their legacy. The lingering scent of roasted meats and fresh pastries wafted through the grand hall as guests gathered, laughter mingling with the clinking of goblets. Hartwig observed from the side, his heart swelling with warmth at the sight of friends and family sharing stories, their voices rising like a jubilant chorus in celebration of unity. The strength of their bonds shone brighter than the flickering torches that danced upon the walls, casting enchanting shadows that wove tales of old. As he wandered among them, Hartwig caught the eye of the eldest guard, whose knowing smile spoke volumes. In that fleeting glance, a silent promise passed between them, a vow to guard this newfound harmony and preserve the legacy they had forged together. Though the shadows of past conflicts still loomed in their memories, tonight, laughter reigned supreme. Forgiveness intermingled with hope, painting a vibrant promise for tomorrow, even as the stars began to emerge, twinkling their approval above. The sun dipped low, drenching the castle walls in a gilded hue, as Hartwig gathered his thoughts. Outside the sturdy battlements, laughter echoed from the village below, a sound that seemed to call out like a siren, tempting him to forget the weight of his recent decisions. Everywhere he turned, memories of shared stories and comforting words enveloped him, each whisper a reminder of the legacy he carried. He envisioned the faces, old friends and new allies, whom he had vowed to protect. Each encounter had woven their lives into a tapestry of resilience, reflecting the shared struggles and triumphs of those bound to Nuremberg Castle. A flickering torch illuminated his path as he wandered deeper into the castle's heart, where flickers of warmth surged like embers in a hearth. Here, beneath the stone archways, he knew hope took root in quiet resilience. The future lay before him, shrouded in uncertainty, yet brimming with promise, beckoning him to forge ahead. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over Nuremberg Castle, the air thrummed with the soft, lingering echoes of laughter and music. The grand hall, once filled with tension and sorrow, now pulsed with life as families reunited beneath the flickering candlelight. Hartwig stood at the edge of the gathering, a gentle smile breaking through the lines of worry etched across his brow. The aroma of spiced meats and freshly baked bread wrapped around him, warm like the memories of simpler times. Children danced in circles, their joyous screams swirling like the vibrant banners flapping outside, a living testament to the resilience of the castle's spirit. In this moment of sacred celebration, stories intermingled with hopes for the future, woven together by the common thread of shared experiences. Hartwig's heart swelled as he realized that even amidst the shadows of the past, laughter could illuminate the darkest corners, reminding them all that together they could forge a brighter tomorrow. The evening air filled with laughter and the distant, lingering aromas of a feast enriched the hearts of those gathered in the castle. Hartwig surveyed the scene, where friends reunited, sharing stories that bounced off the ancient stone walls like echoes of distant laughter. The warmth radiating from the crackling fire illuminated faces lined with joy, relief, and the comfort of companionship, transforming loss into a strengthening bond. As goblets clinked and toasts were made to fallen comrades, memories flooded his mind, moments of fear, desperation, and valor now softened by the gentle touch of time. Each tale recounted held a thread of their shared history, weaving a tapestry of resilience that transcended their trials. In these fleeting moments, Hartwig felt a flicker of renewal stirring within him, a promise of hope igniting the spirit of the castle. Just as the sun dips below the horizon, heralding the night, a new dawn awaited them all beyond the horizon's edge. The feasting hall glowed with the warm flicker of torchlight as the long tables filled with hearty dishes of roasted meats, fresh loaves, and steaming stews. Laughter and chatter danced through the air, a symphony of joy echoing against the cold stone walls. Hartwig stood at the edge of the gathering, his heart swelling with pride as he observed the lively spirit resonating among the townsfolk and castle dwellers alike, all sharing in this long-awaited moment of peace. It was a celebration not merely of victory, but of resilience, a communal spirit woven from the threads of hope that had sustained them through the darkest days. As cups clinked and stories unfurled, Hartwig caught sight of the young ones, their faces radiant with glee, undisturbed by the burdens that had once shadowed their lives. It was a reminder that beneath the weight of their trials, there thrived an indomitable joy, one that would carry forward as they all walked toward the dawn of a new chapter. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the rejuvenated castle grounds, Hartwig observed the gathering of familiar faces. Hearts intertwined and laughter resounded as the aroma of roasted meats and baked breads wafted through the air, filling the courtyard with an intoxicating fragrance. Families reunited, hugging tightly as children darted between legs, their joyous squeals harmonizing with the distant melodies of musicians tuning their instruments. With the wedding feast underway, tales and memories were lovingly exchanged beneath the soft glow of lanterns swaying in the gentle breeze. Each story spoke of resilience, reminding everyone present of how far they had come together. Hartwig, his heart swelling with pride, felt the weight of the past lifting as hope wove itself into the fabric of their community. In these fleeting moments he understood that every shared smile, every lingering gaze, and every kindly word would echo through time, solidifying their newfound unity. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting warm hues over Nuremberg Castle, as Hartwig stood by the parapet, taking in the bustling activities that filled the courtyard below. The hearty laughter of children playing and the harmonious chatter of townsfolk resonated through the air, a symphony of life returning after turbulence. As friends and family gathered for the feast, they shared food and tales, rekindling bonds that had been tested by discord. Hartwig watched as the villagers brought colorful banners to flutter in the wind, a visual testament to their resilience and unity. Each colorful flag represented not just survival, but a celebration of hope, an affirmation that they could rise from the ashes stronger than before. The castle yard transformed into a joyful haven, bringing to life the spirit of togetherness. With rekindled warmth around him, Hartwig felt the unmistakable pull of future possibilities, ready to weave new narratives into the fabric of their shared existence. Another sun dipped gently below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. The castle, now a tapestry woven with resilience and newfound hope, stood as a testament to the trials faced. As the echoes of laughter mingled with the soft chirping of crickets, Hartwig found himself enveloped in a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on the journey that had led them here. The once heavy burdens seemed lighter, and the air was thick with the sweet promise of new beginnings. Gathering the townsfolk in the great hall, he felt a sense of unity that surged through their collective spirit, binding them together in the warmth of shared triumph. Stories began to flow, flowing like wine from goblets adorned with intricate carvings rich in history. Each tale told, each smile exchanged, reminded him that beyond the shadows they had faced, this castle would forever be a beacon of hope, resilience, and the indomitable warmth of community. As he listened to the laughter, Hartwig understood that their legacy was just beginning, a vibrant flame to light the way for generations yet to come. With the echoes of laughter still reverberating through the castle halls, Hartwig leaned against the ancient stone wall, his heart full. The festive feast had woven the fabric of community tighter, stitching together the hearts of people from all walks of life. Children ran in playful circles, their joyous shrieks punctuating the twilight air, while the rich aroma of roasted game lingered, a testament to the castle's restoration. Conversations buzzed like honeybees in a blooming orchard, as old friends and new acquaintances mingled, sharing stories that danced like flickering candle flames. Amidst the revelry, Hartwig paused, contemplating the journey that had led them all here. It wasn't just the battles fought and won that crafted their narrative, but the love shared in moments like these, the bonds fortified over simple joys. With a reassuring smile on his face, he allowed himself a moment to breathe, savoring the tranquility, knowing the future awaited just beyond the horizon, bright with promise and potential. Hope swirled in the hearts of the castle's inhabitants, like the golden leaves that danced in the autumn breeze. As day melted into dusk, laughter echoed through the halls like a rejuvenating balm after the lingering shadows of conflict. Children played upon the cobblestones, their joyous shouts intermingling with the soft rustle of eager leaves, while couples strolled beneath the flickering light of torches, their fingers entwined as if sealing their promises. In this moment, under the soft gaze of a crescent moon, tales of old were recounted, weaving together the tapestry of their shared existence. Hartwig stood at the castle's gate, a beacon of strength amidst a sea of renewed hope, his heart swelling as familiar faces gathered, illuminating the night with their dreams and aspirations. This was not merely a continuation of their legacy, but a manifestation of resilience, a testament to their indomitable spirit, a flame kindled anew, promising warmth against whatever storms the future might bring. The morning sun spilled its radiant fingers across the courtyard, caressing the stones that had borne witness to countless tales. Laughter echoed, sweet and bright, as families gathered, their joyous banter mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the kitchens. Hartwig stood at the edge, where shadows met the warmth of light, reflecting on the transformations the castle had undergone. Each brick seemed to hum with stories, each face lighting up with the promise of tomorrow, filling the air with a vibrant energy. Children danced around the fountain, their carefree shouts uplifting spirits, a testament to the resilience of hope that flourished despite the remnants of their struggles. The past felt like a tapestry woven into the present, vibrant and intertwined. As he breathed in the spirit of unity and renewal, Hartwig smiled. He could see clearly now. They were not merely survivors of history, but creators of a legacy ready to thrive anew. The garden, once a mere patch of earth amid the castle's stern stone facade, had transformed into a tapestry of color and life. Hartwig marveled as young saplings stood tall, their branches adorned with blossoms that released sweet fragrances into the air. Children of the castle, with laughter like the chiming of bells, raced between the rows, their joy a stark contrast to the shadows of past conflicts. Each bloom seemed to whisper tales of resilience, reflecting the spirits of those who had fought hard for peace. As Hartwig knelt to tend to the soil, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection. To the loyal guards who had stood with him during the tumult, to the villagers who had braved uncertainty, and to the legacy of love and courage that had bloomed even in the harshest seasons. He knew that this garden, like the heart of the castle itself, was a testament to the enduring power of hope. With a renewed spirit, he turned back toward the castle, ready to embrace the changes yet to come. The castle, now pulsating with an invigorated spirit, thrummed with the energy of upcoming celebrations. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Hartwig meandered through the courtyard, where vibrant banners danced in the gentle breeze. Laughter echoed around him, mingling with the aromas of simmering stew and roasted game wafting from the kitchen. Children darted between the legs of busy servants, their joyous shouts heralding the approach of a harvest festival, a welcomed revival after the darkness that had threatened their home. Each face he encountered bore renewed hope. The hardships of the past seemed to dissolve in the light of community gathering, binding everyone together in solidarity. Hartwig felt the weight of the castle's history, but lighter now, as shared struggles transformed into a tapestry of stories that would be told around roaring fires. Underneath the blossoming vines that draped the stone walls, the bonds between them deepened, promising brighter tomorrows, even as the evening shadows stretched, hinting at the embracing night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, the sense of unity among the inhabitants stirred like a gentle breeze. Hartwig watched as families gathered in the courtyard, laughter intertwining with the aromas of freshly baked bread and roasted meats. Each face held the stories of loss, resilience, and newfound hope, a testament to their trials and triumphs. In this sacred space, shared tales of bravery and love flowed like wine between friends, reminding them that, united, they could withstand any storm. With every new anecdote, the ties that bound them grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of collective spirit. Hartwig felt a profound sense of belonging, his heart swelling with pride. The castle's once dominant shadows began to recede, replaced by the light of renewed friendships. As the first stars blinked awake in the deepening twilight, he recognized the ember of hope glowing brighter than ever, illuminating paths that would lead them toward brighter tomorrows. The evening air hung heavy with the scent of roasted meats and baked bread, the remnants of a successful harvest celebration still buzzing in the minds of the castle's inhabitants. Laughter echoed through the arched hallways, linking old friends and new alliances in joyous camaraderie as they gathered around the flickering hearth. Hartwig watched as the glow of flames illuminated faces marked by resilience, each smile telling a tale of hardship overcome. The communal spirit painted the castle in warm hues, a stark contrast to the shadows of recent strife. With cups raised high, toasts of gratitude reverberated, honoring each sacrifice etched into the stones of Nuremberg. Here, amidst shared stories and promises of tomorrow, bonds flourished anew, intertwining dreams for the future. As the sunlight dipped beneath the horizon, Hartwig felt the strength of connection wrap around him, reminders of steadfast loyalty, igniting a new beginning, weaving hope into the very fabric of their lives. Amidst the lingering scents of last season's harvest, a gentle breeze swept through the castle's gardens, swirling around Hartwig as he meandered along the familiar paths lined with blossoming flowers. The vibrant hues of the petals danced against the backdrop of stone, a reminder of the life that thrived even in the face of adversity. Each blossom whispered promises of renewal, and as he watched children playing amidst the blooms, laughter echoed, woven with the joy of simpler days. Reflections on the past unspooled in his mind like threads of a tapestry, each moment rich with stories of resilience and hope. Friends gathered to share tales of yore, their voices mingling beneath the sprawling branches of ancient trees. Beneath the flickering glow of lanterns, Hartwig felt an unyielding light within, a flicker of courage igniting anew. In this restored haven, the heart of the castle pulsed strong, and as they celebrated their journey together, the promise of a brighter future echoed through the night air, binding them to one another and to the land they cherished. With the laughter of children echoing in the castle courtyard, The warmth of togetherness enveloped Hartwig like a comforting cloak. Memories of battles fought and bonds forged now flourished in vibrant hues, drawing the castle's inhabitants into a joyous embrace. Tables adorned with roast pheasant, fresh bread, and honeysuckle wine formed a tapestry of flavors, calling forth neighbors and friends alike. Amidst the clanging of tankards and the boisterous toasts, Hartwig's heart thrummed in harmony with the pulse of a community reborn. As stories of bravery and loss intermingled with peals of laughter, he watched familiar faces light up with hope, their spirits unyielded by the shadows of the past. Life had begun anew, the scars of conflict transformed into a testament of resilience. In this moment of feasting, Hartwig recognized that every shared glance, every kind word, wove the fabric of their collective future, roots grounding them in purpose and love, ready to face whatever awaited beyond the castle's sturdy gates. In the soft light of dawn, the castle's inhabitants gathered in the expansive courtyard, the air rich with anticipation and the unmistakable scent of fresh bread from the kitchens. Hartwig, standing at the heart of it all, felt the vibrant pulse of unity coursing through the crowd. As laughter echoed against the ancient stone walls, he marveled at how the trials of recent months had forged unbreakable bonds among those present. Friends, families, and even rivals embraced, their shared experiences intertwining like the vines that clung to the castle's foundations. In this moment of collective joy, Hartwig's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the sun's first rays promised a fruitful day ahead. Resilience blossomed in the sunlight, and he whispered a silent vow to safeguard these moments forever. The echoes of celebration transformed the past's shadows into bright possibilities. As the festivities unfolded, the heart of the castle felt alive, drawing everyone closer, ready to face whatever lay beyond those formidable walls. Among the cobbled paths of Nuremberg Castle, an elder's voice resonated with the wisdom of countless seasons. Hartwig gathered the young ones around the flickering firelight, their eager faces illuminated in the soft glow. Stories of battles fought and friendships forged danced on the air, each tale threading the fabric of their shared history. The elders' tales spoke of resilience, recounting the sorrows and joys that sculpted their lives. Hartwig listened intently, recognizing in each narrative a reflection of his own journey, the courage to face adversity, the bonds of loyalty that had withstood the test of time. As the stars twinkled overhead, the deepening camaraderie illuminated not just the young hearts before him, but also the ancient walls surrounding them. They were no longer just a castle. They were a living testament to the resilience of their people. With every word, Hartwig knew that the legacies woven from their stories would echo far beyond these battlements, shaping generations yet to come. In this moment, their fates intertwined, promising a future built on the foundations of the past. The village gathered beneath the ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens, forming a natural cathedral that echoed with laughter and song. Hartwig observed the flickering lights of the bonfires, the faces of friends and neighbors illuminated by their glow. Tales unfolded like the fragrant petals of spring blooms, each story a thread woven into the ever-expanding tapestry of their communal memory. As the elder regaled them with adventures of the castle's past, a hush fell upon the crowd, absorbing each word that connected their present with the ghosts of their ancestors. These narratives forged bonds stronger than iron, binding hearts and souls in unyielding unity. Hartwig felt a swell of gratitude for the shared experiences that defined them: love, loss, laughter, and resilience. The night surged toward its peak, and with it, an unspoken promise that no matter what lay ahead, they would navigate the trials together, fortified by the tales that shaped their history and the brilliance of their dreams. As the sun dipped low behind the majestic stone walls of Nuremberg Castle, casting long shadows that danced across the cobbled courtyard, the air resonated with laughter and warmth. A celebration blossomed around Hartwig, a tapestry woven of familiar faces, each one bearing the light of hope and renewal. Children darted between the adults, their joyous shrieks weaving through the soft melodies of lute and flute, the sweet aromas of roasted meats and spiced wine enveloping the gathering like an embrace. Hartwig watched his friends, neighbors, and kin come together in this moment of peace, each laughter echoing the hardships they had endured. Here, in this space of joy, he found fragments of light shining through the scars of their collective past. As he raised a glass, toasting to the resilience they had displayed, he felt the profound weight of unity binding them, a shield against the unpredictability of the world outside. The day's mirth promised a brighter dawn. The golden rays of dawn spilled over Nuremberg Castle, casting a warm glow upon the weathered stones that had stood resilient against the test of time. Hartwig stood at the ramparts, consumed by the relentless tide of memories that wove through the hearts of those he had fought alongside. The faces of allies lost and bonds forged ignited a fervor within him, a reminder that they had all, in their own unique way, contributed to the rich tapestry of the castle's legacy. Whispers of laughter echoed through the corridors as children played beneath the watchful gaze of the castle's shadow, their innocence a poignant contrast to the echoes of the past. Presently, the villagers gathered at the gates, voices mingling like the colors of a vibrant tapestry. Each story shared a thread interwoven into something greater. Hartwig felt the pulse of unity, forged in the crucible of hardship and resilience, marking the dawn of a new era for the castle and its people. In that quiet moment, with the sun cresting the horizon, he was convinced that hope had not only survived but thrived, and together they would face whatever transgressions awaited them, their spirits unbroken. The sun rose softly over the horizon, bathing Nuremberg Castle in a golden hue, as Hartwig stood at the threshold of memories, pondering the countless stories woven into the very stones beneath his feet. Each creak of the ancient doors whispered echoes of laughter, bravery, and love, reminding him of the bonds formed in adversity. The reunion of past gatekeepers felt like a harmonious reunion of souls, as each figure brought tales that kindled their shared history. They gathered in the courtyard, their laughter mingling with the breeze, igniting warmth in their hearts after the trials they had faced. As they reminisced, Hartwig could feel the vibrant pulse of the castle, alive with hope and resilience. He recalled how the shadows had danced around them, taunting their fears, but now, illuminated by unity, they rose together to forge a path towards a brighter tomorrow. With an unwavering spirit, Hartwig embraced this moment, secure in the knowledge that their legacy would endure like the castle itself, solid and enduring against the ravages of time. As dusk settled upon Nuremberg, the castle pulsed with an ethereal energy, whispering echoes of the past through its ancient walls. Hartwig stood in the shadow of the great tower, where folklore spoke of guardians who had once roamed these halls, their spirits woven into the very stone. Tonight, a soft breeze carried the faint, comforting scent of wildflowers mixed with the earthy aroma of the surrounding woods, a reminder of the connection the castle had with the land it ruled. As he gazed out over the town below, Hartwig felt the lingering presence of those who had come before him, their voices weaving through his thoughts, stories of loyalty, sacrifice, and undying hope. It was in this moment, surrounded by the fading day, that he truly understood the essence of being a keeper, not only of physical gates, but of the hearts and dreams of all who called this place home. Embracing the warmth of these shared memories, he reaffirmed his commitment to protect their legacy, knowing that the spirit of the castle would endure through each story passed down through generations. The sun bathed Nuremberg Castle in a golden hue, as the laughter of children echoed in the courtyard, weaving through the remnants of conflict and loss. Hartwig, his heart a mosaic of hope and sorrow, gathered the townsfolk and lords alike beneath the ancient oak tree, its branches stretched like welcoming arms. Today they would share tales of courage, of resilience born from strife, stories that would bridge the gap between past and present, uniting their diverse fates. As voices rose in celebration, each narrative painted the walls of the castle with colors of their collective history. Hartwig felt the weight of his own legacy propelling him to speak, to weave his teachings into the fabric of their future. The sense of kinship grew palpable, like the warm bread and honey being passed around. In this shared moment, bonds were fortified against the uncertainty of tomorrow, illuminating the path ahead with a flickering flame that promised unity and strength. As Hartwig sat quietly in his chamber, the warm glow of the setting sun spilled through the narrow window, casting golden patterns on the stone walls. The weight of history pressed upon him, and the letter from his long-lost father lay spread open, its ink still vibrant with heartfelt words. Memories swirled like autumn leaves in the wind. The laughter and tears shared around the castle's hearth echoed softly in his mind. Heartfelt promises lingered, binding him to a time when innocence ruled the day. With each word on the page, Hartwig felt a sense of closure, an understanding that wrapped around his heart like a beloved cloak. The stories penned by his father, the struggles, the glories, the inevitable trials, now felt like a living part of him, guiding his every decision. This legacy was not merely ink fading on parchment, it was a flickering flame guiding him toward a future yet unwritten. Outside life resumed, vibrant with renewed hopes, as the stars began to emerge in the twilight sky, heralding stories yet to unfold. The warmth of late afternoon sun poured gently through the castle's arched windows, illuminating the faces of those gathered inside the great hall. Laughter mingled with the sound of clinking goblets as stories began to flow, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of their shared existence. Hartwig, the keeper of memories, stood among his friends, watching as the tales of valor and sacrifice wove new bonds. Voices rose and fell in animated discourse, punctuated by the occasional cheer or gentle reminder to raise their cups to the heroes lost in battle. He marveled at how the very stones of Nuremberg Castle seemed to absorb each tale, whispering their resonance to the shadows that flickered against the walls. Outside, children played, their laughter echoing like chimes of hope through the once tense courtyard. The air had shifted now, from despair to joyous promise, elating their spirits. Hartwig felt the stirrings of a new dawn, where the scars of the past would only deepen the roots of their future. As day surrendered to twilight, he knew they had not only survived, they had begun to thrive, together, stronger, united. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting its golden hues across the cobblestone paths of the castle, the laughter of children echoed through the courtyard, mingling with the sweet scents of baking bread and roasting meats that drifted from the kitchens. Hartwig paused, his heart swelling with a bittersweet mixture of joy and nostalgia. These walls, once heavy with the weight of dread, now thrummed with life, a testament to resilience and hope. Elders shared tales of courage and loss, their voices weaving a tapestry of collective memory that bound the community closer. In this renewed spirit, Hartwig witnessed the blossoming of newfound friendships, the unwavering bonds among families rekindled by shared hardships. As dusk settled, casting long shadows that danced like specters of the past, he felt the powerful presence of both history and future, a legacy echoing in the hearts of children who would, one day, carry the stories of the castle into the light of tomorrow. As the first light of dawn filtered through the castle's ancient stone walls, illuminating the echoes of past battles, Hartwig stood at the edge of the battlements, breathing in the crisp morning air infused with hope. The scars of the recent siege still marred the castle's integrity, but the melody of laughter from children playing on the cobblestone paths below sang a new song of resilience. Each joyous sound stirred a warmth in his heart, a reminder that life bloomed even amid the shadows of despair. With the harvest festival approaching, villagers began to gather fresh produce, their vibrant offerings symbolizing rejuvenation. Hartwig felt an earnest determination rising within him, understanding that every act of kindness, every shared meal, bound their lives together in an unbreakable tapestry of unity. Through a thick haze of uncertainty, he saw a path emerging, one leading to a future rekindled with love and new beginnings. As he turned from the battlements, the spirit of the castle whispered promises of kinship, echoing through its foundations. With the castle now basking in the golden hue of late afternoon, Hartwig gazed out over the bustling village. New life breathed through the cobblestones where once the shadows of war had loomed ominously. The laughter of children mingled with the pleasant scents of freshly baked bread wafting from the baker's shop, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of sweetness and hope. Hartwig felt the warmth of connection, a deepening sense of purpose. Every encounter, be it a smile from a neighbor or a shared story of resilience over the communal fire, reinforced bonds forged through sacrifice and shared dreams. This tapestry of life pulsed vibrantly around him, a stark contrast to the dark days of strife now fading into memory. As he surveyed his domain, Pride swelled within him. The legacy of the castle, intertwined with his own, was far more than stone and mortar. It thrived in every heart, resilient and rich with promise, ready for the ever-unfolding tale ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, whispers of the day's triumphs mingled with laughter, echoing from the courtyard. Each moment of joy felt like a victory, a testament to the resilience etched into the very stones that housed so many stories. Hartwig paused at the entrance, the warmth of camaraderie washing over him like a gentle tide. Friends who had once faced battle together now gathered, sharing tales of bravery and light, knitting their fates with threads of joy and hope. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and freshly baked bread, mingling with the aroma of sweet mead flowing freely among elbowed patrons. Old grievances faded, replaced by a shared understanding that darkness had only made their bond stronger. Soon the celebration would signify not just survival but a collective rebirth, a reminder that even amidst the fiercest storms, the spirit of the castle and its warden would always endure. The castle's great hall, filled with the warm glow of flickering torches, buzzed with a myriad of conversations. Hartwig stood at the center, flanked by the leaders of the townsfolk and soldiers, each face reflecting the hope and uncertainty that engulfed them. As they shared tales of resilience and unity, laughter intertwined with lingering shadows of the past, weaving an emotional tapestry of what they had endured together. A soft murmur spread through the crowd as Hartwig raised his hand, commanding silence. With a steady voice, he spoke of their shared struggle, the victories won through the bonds of loyalty that now anchored them firmly. Together we have faced the tempest. Together we shall embrace what's to come. Each word resonated like a heartbeat, igniting the collective spirit of the gathering. The resolve shared this night would become the foundation for the future, a promise that echoed in the hearts of all who were there, shaping the destiny yet unwritten. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig stood at the battlements, lost in thought. The air was thick with expectation, vibrant whispers of hope reverberating through the encampment below, where townsfolk and soldiers engaged in earnest conversation and laughter. What had once felt like an unyielding weight on his shoulders began to lighten, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. There, among the gathered crowd, children chased each other, their laughter weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the evening, a melody of innocence against the backdrop of a turbulent past. In this moment of shared joy, Hartwig's heart swelled with a renewed sense of purpose. Each gesture of kindness and unity seemed to stitch the tapestry of their lives closer together, reminding him that they were not merely survivors, but a community reborn. With a determined smile, he descended the stairs, ready to navigate the uncertainty ahead, strengthened by the connections that would guide them through the trials of tomorrow. In the heart of Nuremberg, laughter echoed through the stone corridors like a sweet melody that danced upon the air. Families and friends alike gathered in the castle's courtyard, their bright smiles contrasting sharply against the backdrop of the fortress's gray walls. Hartwig, leaning against the old oak tree that stood sentinel by the castle gate, watched as children darted about, their joy unfettered by the shadows of the past. The aroma of sweet pastries wafted up from the kitchens, mingling with the crisp autumn air, evoking memories of feasts that once filled these halls with life. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting a golden hue over the gathering, Hartwig felt a surge of hope for the future. The bonds strengthened amidst shared laughter, and whispered dreams began to weave a tapestry of resilience, each thread glowing with the promise of brighter days. The castle, once a symbol of strife, now stood as a monument to unity and love, its heart beating in rhythm with the warmth of its people. With a renewed sense of purpose, dedicated to nurturing this flourishing legacy, Hartwig prepared himself to embrace what lay ahead. The sun began its gentle descent, casting a warm golden hue over Nuremberg Castle, its ancient stones whispering tales of resilience and hope. Laughter echoed through the courtyard as children chased each other, their joyful cries mingling with the distant sound of a minstrel's flute, weaving a melody of renewed spirit. Hartwig, leaning against the weathered stone wall, marveled at the transformation surrounding him. The scars of past conflicts seemed to fade beneath the vibrant tapestry of life unfolding before him. In this new chapter, he felt the pulse of the castle thrumming with unity, a harmony of hearts that had once been frayed. Families gathered for evening meals, stories shared around flickering fires, embers rising like dreams rekindled. Hartwig's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the shadows of uncertainty loomed less threateningly. The promise of tomorrow shimmered, urging him to embrace the unknown. The warmth of friendship enveloped him, a testament to the enduring spirit of hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays painted the cobbled streets of Nuremberg in warm hues, laughter echoing through the bustling square. Hartwig, leaning against the cool, ancient stone of the castle's outer wall, couldn't help but be swept away in the jubilant atmosphere. The village festival, a celebration of survival and renewal, drew folk from far and wide, their faces glowing with shared joy. Children danced in swirling ribbons under the flickering lantern light, their giggles rising like soft melodies that intertwined with the music of the bards. In the center of the square, aromatic wafts of roasted meats and spiced pastries lured people closer, each bite a testament to the resilience of the community. Hartwig watched as friends reunited, stories exchanged, and bonds solidified, the shadows of recent conflicts gradually receding. Here, amidst the laughter and the cheerful chaos, hope reigned, etching itself into the very fabric of their lives, a promise of brighter tomorrows still to come. As the sun began its ascent over the horizon, casting golden rays that danced across the castle walls, an air of harmony began to embrace Nuremberg. Hartwig stood at the parapet, surveying the familiar landscape of cobbled streets and bustling life below, a tapestry woven with the colors of resilience and renewal. The laughter of children echoed against stone, mingling with the distant sounds of merchants haggling as they sought to restore the vibrant trade that had once filled the castle's halls with life. Each face he glimpsed was a story retold of lost fears and newfound hope, as the community moved forward, stronger for having faced the darkness together. The hearth of the great hall was alive once more, warmth seeping into every corner, echoing with song and revelry. Hartwig savored the moment, knowing that the unity forged in the fires of adversity now served as the foundation for their shared future, a bond that even time could not sever. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden hues upon the castle walls, Hartwig stood at the gate reminiscent of days long past. The castle, once shrouded in turmoil, now pulsed with the laughter and liveliness of returning friends and family. Each face he beheld, a testament to resilience, reflected the collective spirit of Nuremberg, flourishing in the aftermath of hardship. Children raced through the cobblestone paths, their gleeful shouts dancing through the air, echoing like a melody of hope. In the welcoming embrace of familiar voices, Hartwig felt the weight of solitude lift. A small group gathered near the hearth, sharing stories that bridged the chasms of loss and longing, drawing them closer. Here, warmth engulfed him, not just from the crackling fire, but from the camaraderie that woven through the very fabric of their history. In this moment of reunion, he finally understood that home wasn't just a place, it was the heartbeats of those who shared it. As the last echoes of laughter faded into the evening air, a deep sense of harmony enveloped the castle, casting aside the remnants of discord that had once taken root. The vibrant tapestry woven from shared experiences and collective resilience shimmered in the soft glow of twilight, where both old and young gathered in intimate circles, their stories intertwining like branches of a sturdy oak. Hartwig watched as children danced under the canopy of stars, their joyful shouts mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves, a reminder that hope, like spring, always finds its way back. An ancient song floated through the castle grounds, sung by an elder whose voice resonated with the unwavering spirit of their ancestors. Each note heightened the sense of unity, each lyrical thread binding the community tighter in their shared purpose. With a heart full of gratitude, Hartwig knew that as long as they stood together, their legacy would burn brightly, illuminating the path ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the weathered stone walls, Hartwig found himself drawn to the castle's many windows, each offering a unique perspective of the world beyond. Through one, he watched children chase the last flickers of daylight, their laughter weaving a tapestry of innocence amidst the echoes of past conflicts. In another, the whispering wind seemed to carry the memories of lost comrades, urging him to reflect on the intertwining paths of their lives. Each pane captured fleeting moments, impressions of joy and sorrow that shaped the very essence of the keep. The vibrant hues of dusk wrapped the fortress in a warm embrace, as if the castle itself breathed in their resilience. Here, nestled in its embrace, Hartwig felt a swell of gratitude, a testament to the enduring spirit of a place that had within it both the shadows of history and the light of hope for tomorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the rugged stones of Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig walked through the courtyard, his heart swelling with memories. The laughter of children playing echoed against the walls, their joy a vivid reminder of life's continuity. Each child represented a thread of the tapestry woven through generations, embodying dreams, struggles, and the enduring spirit of the community. Hartwig paused at the fountain, its water glistening like shards of broken promises and fulfilled wishes. Here, the faces of those he loved, long gone yet forever etched in his heart, seemed to dance along the surface, intertwining with newfound hope. In the fading light, he envisioned a future where shared stories would connect the past with the present, illuminating the paths for those who would follow. Empowered by love and unity, he felt a profound connection to the very essence of the castle, where every stone held a story, and every heart beat with the rhythm of resilience. As the sun dipped low beyond the ancient towers, casting long shadows over the castle grounds, Hartwig stood at the heart of Nuremberg Castle, his gaze sweeping across the time-worn stones that had borne witness to countless tales of courage and despair. The whispers of muses long departed seemed to echo through the corridors, each corner and crevice imbued with memories of laughter, sorrow, and resolve. The warmth of the hearth flickered in the great hall, where friends gathered and stories spilled forth like wine. Each tale, a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared existence, woven together by love, loss, and unyielding loyalty. Hartwig felt the weight of these narratives resting upon him, realizing they were not mere remnants of the past, but living legacies influencing the future. In that moment, he embraced the boundless strength found in unity, knowing that the heart of the castle thrived on the resilience of those who called it home. In the soft glow of twilight, the castle's courtyards transformed into a vibrant tapestry of voices and laughter, each note a thread woven through time. Hartwig stood at the heart of it all, an observer both honored and burdened by the weight of stories past. Children chased each other beneath the sprawling branches of ancient oaks, their carefree giggles echoing the laughter of generations before them. The castle walls, once mere stone, now felt alive with memories, each crack and crevice whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. As the fires crackled, illuminating curious faces, old and young alike shared tales of bravery and love, of loss and redemption, forming a chorus of resilience that resonated deep within Hartwig's soul. It was in these moments, surrounded by the warmth of community, that he realized their collective narrative, that thread of shared existence, was stronger than the mightiest fortress, binding them all in the embrace of hope. As the sun dipped beneath the rugged horizon, casting a warm embrace over the stone walls of Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig lingered in the great hall, the echoes of laughter swirling around him like fading melodies. Each crevice in the castle held a story, whispers of joy, sorrow, and unyielding spirit interwoven into its very fabric. He pondered the tapestry of tales that had unfolded within these hallowed walls, the climaxes of warfare and the tenderness of love blossoming amidst strife. In the flickering candlelight, he recalled the faces of countless souls who had traversed these paths, guardians, dreamers, friends, and foes. Each had left their imprint on his heart, shaping his resolve and illuminating his purpose. A sense of belonging enveloped him, reminding him that life was not merely about defending the gates, but about nurturing the connections forged through shared experiences. The realm of possibility stretched before him as he breathed deeply, ready to embrace the horizons yet to be explored. As Hartwig gazed out from the battlements, the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. Each vibrant stroke illuminated the jagged edges of the castle walls, transforming them into silent guardians of the legacy that now intertwined with the lives of those within. Memories of struggle and triumph surged through him, echoing in the laughter of children who played in the courtyard below. Their innocent joy was a testament to resilience, a reminder that amidst turmoil, life always found a way to flourish. The villagers rallied around Hartwig, their faces alight with shared hopes and dreams, binding them together like threads woven into a vast tapestry. Each story, a vibrant hue, contributed to the growing portrait of their future. In their unity, Hartwig found strength, a collective spirit that promised to endure even the mightiest storms. As the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the encroaching twilight, he understood. Hope was a fire, everlasting, flickering brightly against the shadows of uncertainty and woven deeply into the fabric of their shared destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the castle walls, Hartwig lingered by the courtyard, observing the new generation forging its identity amidst the echoes of history. Laughter from children mingled with the whispers of old legends told by the elders, creating a symphony of hope that resonated through the stone corridors. Each young face gleamed with the promise of tomorrow, a reflection of resilience nourished by the trials they had inherited. Here, in the heart of this ancient fortress, bonds forged in adversity blossomed, a tapestry woven with threads of shared experiences and aspirations. Hartwig felt a warmth in his chest, a steady flame that flickered brightly in the shadows of their past, illuminating paths yet untraveled. It was a reminder that together they could navigate uncertainty, transforming every doubt into collective strength. Just as the last rays of daylight embraced the castle, the dawn of new challenges loomed, beckoning future heroes to rise and weave their destinies. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the castle grounds. Hartwig stood at the battlements, his gaze sweeping across the landscape, the twilight softening the edges of memories now intertwined with the land itself. Each face he passed, young and hopeful, reflected a future ripe with possibilities, a tapestry of potential shimmering like the river that wound through the valley. The laughter of children playing echoed from the courtyard, their carefree merriment a welcome contrast to the weight that had hung over them for so long. In their joy, Hartwig saw the resilience of life itself, the unwavering spirit that endured through trials and tribulations. As he felt the warmth of companionship envelop him, a new resolve filled his heart. Change was inevitable, yet it was the bonds of trust formed through shared struggles that would illuminate the path forward, guiding him and the castle into an uncharted yet promising dawn. As the sun broke over Nuremberg, casting its golden hue across the stones of the castle, Hartwig felt the weight of anticipation mingling with hope. The children of the castle, with laughter laced in their voices, painted the cobbled courtyard 1,000 shades of vitality. Each face carried the promise of tomorrow. Each glimmering eye mirrored the dreams yet to unfurl. They wove stories of knights and dragons, forging fragile connections in a world reborn from the ashes of turmoil. Hartwig wandered among them, his heart swelling at the resilience evident in their spirited games. The memories of battles fought echoed softly in his mind, a reminder of the heavy sacrifice that paved the way for this moment of joy. As laughter spiraled upward, carrying with it the threads of dreams, he grasped the significance of their play. Their innocence was the torch lighting the path toward a united future, and he felt a renewed resolve to be their steadfast guardian. As twilight draped its silken veil over Nuremberg Castle, the hearth flickered invitingly, casting warm shadows that danced upon the stone walls. Hartwig, leaning against the ancient oak beams, felt the embers of hope stir within him, igniting memories of those who had walked the castle's halls before. Each face, each story, whispered through time, reminded him of the resilience that life demanded. The laughter of children echoed softly in the distance, mingling with the sweet aroma of roasting meats wafting from the kitchens. He envisioned the generations yet to come, their faces bright with dreams and unquenched aspirations, poised to carry forward the legacy of courage and unity forged through trials. The heart of the castle pulsed, alive with purpose. Hartwig's heart mirrored that rhythm, a steady beat of resolve, promising that as dawn approached, so too would the renewal of hope. a lasting flame to illuminate the path for those who followed. In the fading light of the day, Hartwig stood at the castle's towering parapet, gazing out over the sprawling lands he had sworn to protect. The echoes of laughter, of children playing beneath the ancient oak, mingled with the wind, drawing him away from his contemplations. Each story woven into the tapestry of this fortress reverberated through the very stones, whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. The memories of his life as the gatekeeper played like shadows across the battlements, a reminder of the hopes and dreams that had danced within these walls. As twilight deepened, Hartwig felt an indelible connection to the generations who had walked this path before him, each footstep a beat in the living heart of the castle. With a newfound understanding, he embraced the continuity of their stories, recognizing that the essence of what it meant to be a keeper of this place was not merely in protection, but in nurturing the legacy that would one day inspire the next. As twilight cast its soft hues over Nuremberg Castle, Hartwig stood at the castle's edge, his heart swelling with a profound sense of fulfillment. In the aftermath of trials both immense and intimate, the soul of the castle thrummed with a renewed energy, echoing the shared stories of those who had come and gone. Children laughed in the courtyard, their joyful shouts intertwining with the memories of those lost, transforming sorrow into strength. Each flickering candle brought warmth, illuminating the legacy woven by the lives encircled within these ancient stones. It was in this sacred space that Hartwig understood. The castle was never merely a fortress. It was a vessel of hope, binding hearts across generations. With each heartbeat resonating through the stone walls, he embraced the intertwined destinies of his kin and community, knowing well that the essence of the keeper would endure long beyond his own life. In this moment, he whispered a promise, echoing in the ages to come, that love would always guide the way forward.